I don't want to discard anything. I want to keep all the modernity, all the wonder, all the drugs, see the problems they're creating as secondary, tertiary, quaternary effects, and address those one at a time by improving the medicines, yes, going to genomic interventions, and also just working on the problems with therapy, exercise. Exercise is a solution to a problem. We didn't used to need exercise because you were on the farm every day. In 1880, exercise is nonsense. Exercise generally was kind of born in the late 1900s. Like almost all sports were born in like 1890. Basketball and stuff was invented then because people had leisure time for the first time ever. And it was crazy to say, generally just didn't have it. So exercise is one of those solutions. Lifting in the gym is one of those solutions. We didn't lift in the gym primordially. It's a great solution. What I'm saying is taking that next step. Yeah, the gym was great for 150 years. Now we take that next step of eventually genomic intervention such that, you take some kind of, I got in trouble with genomic people for saying viral vector because they're like, viruses actually are kind of dog shit at vectoring. It's like whatever kind of vector is outside of my scope. And, after a few weeks, you notice like it was kind of getting a six pack. After a few more weeks, you just have ripped abs. You eat whatever you want, and that's how it works. We know it's possible. It works in animals. Some people walk around with those genetics. That doesn't just affect the body. You can get genomic interventions that affect the mind. I mean, a vast amount of depression is hugely genetically caused. Why not engineer that out? I think we're trending towards a world which I think is going to be here much sooner than people expect because progress is exponential, in which we not only are we super, super healthy and psychologically and physically with nothing except genetic intervention that lasts forever. Once you get the fix, that's just your DNA. But we look at that problem differently and we look back on our history and go, man, people used to have to spend 12 hours at the gym a week to do this? Holy crap. I think that better world is incrementally and slowly coming. And the paranoia in some sense about social media is destroying us all. Social media is perhaps one of the most wonderful things that has ever occurred. I met my wife through social media. If we didn't have social media, I would have had to marry someone from the Metro Detroit area. No offense, people are great there, but I would have never met the love of my life. And so much good stuff happens that here's another thing that humans do. We're problem seekers because in our ancestral environment, if you weren't a problem seeker, you were dead the next day. And so we kind of, when things get good, we kind of go, yeah, okay, fine, they fixed that. But this side effect is the big crazy thing now. Dope. Let's fix that too. As we fix more and more things, the world becomes better and better and better over time. And eventually we can change the very makeup that we have. Obviously, way outside the scope of the discussion, I think we're going to fuse with machine intelligence sooner or later and all that crazy Ray Kurzweil type of singularity stuff. I think it's inevitable, but on the way there, we have to, I think, admit two things. One is things used to suck. Two, things are getting better, and we will continue to make things better. They are imperfect. And some of our solutions have had some side effects that sometimes rival the scope of the problem itself. But we can make that better, and that better, and that better. So I tend to look at it not from an optimistic perspective, I don't think, a realistic perspective. Things get better all the time anyway. I mean, what year would you want to be alive if not 2024?
You're very optimistic.
I would. So thank you so much.
That's the thing. I think you are very optimistic. And I'll point out a couple of things.
Please.
Things get better. Well, what's your measuring stick for things have gotten better? Because there's certainly ways we can say certain things have gotten better, but lifespan has been steadily rising and now has suddenly taken a downturn. Happiness, especially for kids after 2012. I just had Dr. Jonathan Haidt in the chair where you're sitting, who's pointing out a hockey stick graph that just shows the most dramatic spike in mental health illness in our children above the age of 12, 13 after puberty, especially in teen girls, where it's like, did things get better for them? Their world, I know you're comparing and you're saying, would you like to live in a world where the anxiety is the problem or a world where you're under terror, under this terrible regime? And it's easy to downplay and say anxiety, you're physically much safer, whereas under that regime, you're actually much worse. But when you're a child with depression and anxiety, that world does not seem that great.
Yeah.
So our perception of the problem is nearly as important as the problem itself. And currently, the level of unhappiness, even with all this amazing outcomes of safety and social media connecting all of us, all those problems have gotten worse. So like the thing, like I guess it's like, what are you benchmarking as your progress with innovation? Because if it's happiness, that's not going up. If it's length of life, that's not going up. What's the benchmark for the optimism?
I see. Almost everything has been getting better over time. In very modern countries, there has been, in some metrics, a flatlining and some regression, but we're just picking these metrics randomly. So, for example, child death due to disease, like an 8-year-old who just gets leukemia and we're like, 1982, we ain't got nothing for you. That is just dropping like crazy. So when we zoom into a problem, specifically early teenage depression, anxiety, specifically for females more than males, we're zooming into this very serious but microcosmic problem versus all of the problems we used to have. And because we're very problem-oriented, it seems like, well, look, this is bad, yes, but everything else has gotten so much better. 98% of things have gotten better. 2% of things have regressed significantly. But we have so much bandwidth to address those now. So I would say almost every metric is things are getting better over time. And for people in the developing world, things are skyrocketing, getting better. You go to India every 10 years, it's unrecognizable in a real serious way. I mean, their environment is improving over there in a real serious way because they're just not polluting like they used to back in the day. It gets better all the time. So yes, there are still problems and some things are getting worse, but now we have bandwidth to address those things. And what do we have now? AI-powered drug discovery is just
what's
taking
up,
off.
Donut? What's up,
And they're just
Squidward?
like the Google DeepMind has just signed contracts with all the major pharmaceutical corporations to develop drugs. And the drugs we'll have in 2030 are going to make current drugs seem like bloodletting, more or less. And then they can actually engineer out anxiety, depression. Another thing is,
Not much.
my
Just
libertarian side is
listening
showing
to a
through. You can
podcast.
always just not engage with social media. I still
Woke up
haven't seen a law
feeling
where they
very
make you go on Facebook and
anxious
Instagram.
today.
So some people who will vociferously complain about social media on social media, it's a curious interaction. You can always put your phone down and go walk around. Another thing is people say they get really addicted to their phone. That's definitely a problem. It's a one hell of an attention-inspiring device, but also people are really good at acclimatization. I mean, scrolling on TikTok is fun until it's not fun. Until the next day you scroll and you're like, it's the same dancing idiots. F this, you throw your phone away, and then you go look at the sun or whatever, enjoy nature, whatever we're supposed to be doing.
What world does
All
that exist?
hypothetical, right?
Who's doing that? Who's throwing away their phone and going out looking at nature?
You never would hear about them because they're not on social media to talk about it. How's that for a contradiction?
Well, I think that would be true, but if we look at statistics of like what time kids are spending screen time, it's just going up and up and up.
I like that. I'm very pro screen time.
And what we're seeing actually when the kids are going through puberty with screen time as opposed
What's
to
up, Rocket League, man?
Jonathan Haidt says this very well. He talks about the difference between a play-based childhood and a phone-based childhood. And he talks about when you're going through puberty and a child is on a phone, their development is heavily stunted because of the lack of interaction with risk, because the risk that you have outside playing on a I forgot the
Parents engineer that away. Parents do not like risk.
absolutely.
They ideally want zero risk.
Well, you also want a world with no exercise.
Totally.
So you want no risk either.
Oh, so I don't have, it's not the risk problem with exercise that I don't like, it's the time problem. It's just 8 hours a week of just doing this and looking in the mirror, which I like to do, but most people think is a huge waste of time.
Sure.
Then
But
again, I'm so
writing an
beautiful.
essay, like, look, writing an essay takes work, right? If you're trying to develop the ideas in your mind. and
Bro
that
has
process is
negative
really
stream
beneficial.
delay. You're like,
Can we
big
agree on
Brad.
that?
I said I have a question,
But
and
it's a
he
huge
answered it
time waste.
before I
You could have
even asked it.
ChatGPT write it.
Sure.
So do you go that way? Say, why would you waste your time writing an essay? Just let ChatGPT do it?
I'd say the more we can offload more intellectual problems to AI, the better, because it leads to one possible world, a world in which we no longer have any intellectual problems. Because the more AI does our intellectual work for us, the more it frees us
You're
up to do
hungry?
other
What are you gonna
intellectual work
eat?
AI is not doing. So, for example, battling your own demons in your head, AI can't help you with that yet. It can get your term paper done for you, but it can't like figure out why your dad said that thing to you. You were 8 years old and you still can't make sense of it. Now you have more time for that. Then
Yeah. I tried giving Bacon Brad a chance. I really did. but I guess me and him just don't gel. Very first time I saw Baking Brad was when him and Dunder did their little co-host Rocket League tournament. And I was like, oh, dang, there's another streamer in here. So I went to his channel and well, everybody should jelk. I mean, how else are you going to get a bigger dick? You get a jelk daily, bro. But no, I went to joined his Discord, joined his stream, showed up to his first couple streams, like tried chatting and whatnot. And it was just never reciprocated. So I was like, all right, well, I guess I'm outie. My chocolate milk is expired. Dang. Well, okay, I gotta ask you something, Donut. Is it expired or is it just past the best before date? Because if it's past the best before date, doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. If you have a good refrigerator and you don't forget things out, like milk can last a week or two past its expiry date. Yeah, I can't watch his streams for long enough anymore. I spent a month and a half, maybe 2 months, commenting on his videos and his shorts and stuff, and I didn't see him pop up in my stream once. Didn't see him leave a comment on any of my shorts, any of my videos, and I'm like, all right. Well, I've been fanboying this guy for like a month and a half, and he hasn't fucking. I don't even think I got a thumbs up or a heart from any of my messages on his videos, and I was like, all right, well, you can't be bothered to give me the time. I can't be bothered to give you the time. You know what I mean?
Hail. Gwennon can attend the day before.
Did your wife say anything about my donut? Yeah, she said, what's up, Angel? She said, what did she say? I think she said vanilla donuts are good, but in a world with all the different donut flavors, how do you go with something so generic? They got like rainbow filled unicorn cotton candy donuts and stuff nowadays. Like, don't get me wrong, vanilla, chocolate, both classics, both amazing, but it's like, you gotta get something else. How you doing, Angel? Hey, Troxon. How you doing? I gotta stop calling you Troxon in case the real Troxon shows up like he did in Thunder's stream. Although I haven't been playing much Rocket League, so I don't think that's gonna happen.
Damn, this leggage.
Just to let you know, the reason I've been so invasive is that I've been back to so I decided to go a different route in life. Invasive? You haven't been invasive? Oh, do you mean like why you haven't been around as much? Because I think you kind of inactive? Okay. Well, you also explained the other day, Angel. Again, I didn't know it bothered you as much as it did because at the time you were like, oh, okay, whatever. I didn't know me booting you for a couple days and like that wouldn't bother me, so I expected it not to bother you, but that's not how the world works, and I just wanted to take a moment to apologize because had I known it was an issue, I definitely would have addressed it at the time because you have been extremely helpful and supportive, and I don't want you to feel um, unwanted or unappreciated. You know what I mean?
In our next game, I should have them fight one of those gods.
Ah, cussing. Yeah, sorry, Donut. I don't know. You gotta listen to the stream with headphones or something. We're all adults around here. We say bad words. Um, I'm doing a little bit better now that I'm doing something familiar. Before I went live, I was just trying to distract my brain. I had this. I had a podcast going on talking about health benefits and steroids and stuff like that. And Donut, I understand you don't care. I'm just letting you know that because I'm an adult, swearing is part of my normal everyday vocabulary. And once you use swear words a lot, they kind of lose their meaning or their value. Like if I stub my toe and say the F word, it doesn't hold the same weight as if you drop something in your kitchen and say the F word in front of your parents. You know what I mean? Bad words are not bad. Parents just want people to grow up being kind. Sorry for all the buts. I can hardly see. My right eye has gone blind. I'm going for surgery. Bro, Angel, sounds like there's some bad health stuff just going around. I almost died a couple days ago for health related reasons. And yeah, curse words are more acceptable in the big city because big cities generally have more urban environments, and it's dang, Troxon, I'm glad you're feeling better. Donut, weren't you here the other day, like last night when I was talking about this? Um, you had to go to bed. Okay, yeah. Well, anyways, my body ended up throwing a blood clot that got trapped in my leg and exploded one of my veins. And if it had not got trapped in my leg and traveled into the upper part of my body, it could have killed me. Very
In our next game,
I don't want to say frequent, but it's one of the scarier ways people die when they have aneurysms or pulmonary embolisms or anything like that. It's just something flows through into a vein where it doesn't belong, it gets trapped. Yeah, bro, I was showing a picture the other day. So this, let me pull up this picture for you. So it's not varicose veins, but it's the best example I can show you of what my leg looked like. All right, where'd the picture go? We don't care about this stuff. We just want the picture. Bro, is the picture all the way at the bottom? So it looked... Oh my god, I can't just take the picture. Fucking Pinterest. I hate people that do this shit on their website. Now you're gonna make me use a tool. You gotta zap your element so I can... Nope. Nope. Anyways, you get the idea. You can see the picture. So that's what my vein did on the left, not on the right. The right is like varicose veins, spider veins. So, and I'm not a vascular person, bro. Like I have no veins anywhere viewable on my body because I'm fat, right? Like guys at the gym always have bulging veins because they're low body fat and stuff. But yeah, my veins in my leg were just like they were bulging out like an inch. Like I could flick it, you know, it was sticking out a lot. And yeah, eventually the blood clot, the pressure got too much and the vein ruptured, so I've got a big bruise on my leg. I don't have too many veins, but I'm going on a bulk. That's dope, Troxon. I've been bulking for the last 15 years, bro. Just packing on that winter weight, you know? I might honestly, because it would be good for my health and because it's something positive for the stream, I might start a schedule where I do like I'm no lifing Path of Exile right now because the new season started last month. So normally I don't only play this, and I know a lot of people have been like, "Hey, dude, you gonna play some Rocket League or some Counter Strike?" But I think I might start a schedule where every stream I'm gonna do squats and stretches. That's just something I'm gonna do now for my own benefit. Every hour, every 2 hours, get up and do stretches and squats. But I might pick up a couple dumbbells, like because I'm fucking broke, so I need to pick up some cheap weights. And I might start doing an exercise stream, bro. Like Monday, Wednesday, Friday is Rocket League, and whatever else I play after Rocket League. And then like Tuesdays and Thursdays are an exercise stream, and then, you know, other games like Path Exile, Fall Guys, Counter Strike. Do like an hour-long workout on stream, get some resistance bands so I can start making my squats more difficult. Get a couple, you know, see if I can find on Facebook a little bar. Get some, because I'm okay. I'll work the glamour muscles. I'm okay doing bench curls and bench press. What I actually wish I could get is I haven't even asked, and he'd probably say yes. But many years ago, when I was living with my brother during the pandemic, sleep stream. So you're not the first person to say it, Rocket League man, and I'm going to set one up this month. September, fucking September. I might try do a full week-long stream where I stream for 7 days straight. Do a subathon. Inflate a little air mattress behind me so when I go to bed, people can watch. Yeah, apparently people like watching people sleep. I don't get it. I probably wouldn't sleep very well because I'm used to sleeping in the nude. I'm an adult. So I don't, you can't do that on Twitch.
In our next game, I should have them fight one of those gods.
Welcome back, Squidward.
Onward and upward, as Dalling might say.
Yeah, now that she's working a new job, I'm pretty, I'm like, if I don't take my, my PTSD and sleep medications together, then I don't sleep very well.
Need something Smith.
So I could have the volume on the speakers loud enough that if someone played a sound file or donated or whatever, it would wake me up, but likely would not wake her up. I could also try boost the audio input going into the stream. Hey, Rocket League man, if you're his 50th sub, good looking out for one of the viewers, and as long as you have a blanket, you can. Yeah, I saw your message on the other one. You said now that you're done grinding to 1K subs. That's huge, dude. Congratulations, man.
What have you
I'm at like 228 or something, I think. I'm on my way.
Yo,
Yo, what's up, Izzy?
oh boy.
Oh, just woke up feeling very anxious for no reason.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, my brain isn't allowing me to connect the two, but I'm pretty sure they're related. So in case you didn't know, I almost died 2 days ago.
No shit. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
What happened?
Body through a blood clot, and it got trapped in my leg and exploded one of my veins,
Oh,
and I got a big
fuck,
ass.
dude.
Yeah, man, me and my lady, and
What is that? The embolism, they call it, right?
it's a pulmonary
leg?
embolism if it's in your
Yeah.
lungs. It's a stroke or aneurysm if it's in your brain. If it's in your inner veins, it's a deep vein thrombosis. And if it's like what happened to me because it was in an anterior or what they call a superficial slash close to the surface vein,
Yeah.
I can't pronounce it. It's something superficial thrombolectolytis or something.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, basically I talked to the doctor the day. So I'll tell you the story of how it happened. So
Little blunt force trauma.
no,
somewhere, or-
no, absolutely nothing caused it. Me and my
Crazy.
roommate and my wife were just out on the balcony sharing a joint, and we were just chatting. I was showing them some of the new music I released. Don't know if you heard or knew that, but I've put out some tunes, and I don't know what kind of music you listen to, but I'd love to get your feedback on a song or two.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, so we were just outside chilling, and my legs started feeling funny, like kind of like when it falls asleep, but not quite like that. And so I looked down, and I was like, it feels funny. So I rubbed my leg, and that's when I felt the vein, and I keep looking down, and it starts switching from feeling funny to fucking hurting, and that vein started like, I'm not a vascular man because I'm overweight, right? I apologize to the stream because you guys just heard me go through this rant when someone else joined the stream, and I told them. But yeah, like I'm not a vascular man. None of my veins are like viewable in my body.
Right.
But this thing was bulging out like a fucking inch.
Ooh.
Like I just injected 10 doses of steroids. It was insane. And I was going to ignore it because it hurt. But it was like my legs started feeling cold. And cold and pain. And the pain started getting worse. And my lady was like, all right, dude, just come on, let's go to the hospital. Like, so we go to the hospital, and we go see, because here, Canada, free healthcare and whatnot. It was late at night, so like walk-in clinics were closed. So I went to the ER, and the ER triage nurse takes my blood pressure and looks at my leg, and we're waiting for like over 5 hours.
Holy fuck.
And that's pretty common when you go to the hospital, because free healthcare does not mean good healthcare. And because it's free, everyone and their mother uses it.
Yeah.
Oh, you got a sniffles? Let's go waste the fucking ER doctor's time for him to tell you to go home and have some soup. Like, you have the cold. Like, people, but this, I'm older now, right? I'm getting up there. I live a very sedentary lifestyle. Sometimes I stream for 24 plus hours at a time, right?
A lot of sitting.
A lot of sitting, right? And I know that can lead to blood clots and blood pooling and stuff. So, anyways, clearly they didn't think it was serious enough of an issue, because after like 4.5 hours, we're like, all right, I guess let's go home, and if it gets worse, we'll come back, I guess. So went home. Just basically stayed awake the whole night in pain. I had a doctor's appointment, like a scheduled doctor's appointment the next morning, thankfully. So I went to the doctor, and I was like, hey, yeah, so this happened with my leg. Here are the, you can look on the computer, the notes from the ER should be there. And I went
They
to
did
the
an
hospital.
ultrasound?
Nope. He did a physical examination and listened to how I explained the onset. And this is like my family. This is like my family doctor. We've never had, like, he got my blood work when I originally saw him, because I've been seeing him for several years now, but a year and a half ago, back at, not the January that just passed, but the one before then, when I was like super suicidal and really in a bad place, and I went to him to get help for that, because my dad was dying, right? That's basically what set off my whole spiral again. And so he got my blood work done, because I was pushing 400 pounds, right? He's like,
jeez. Yeah.
But yeah, over the last year, we lost 100 pounds. So
yeah, I remember all the updates.
Yeah. The squats are still going on. Now that I got this blood clot, I'm doing squats every hour or every 2 hours on the stream. Not only to burn down the amount of squats I owe, but just as a method of making sure I'm getting out of my chair and moving around and circulating that blood. But I will say, when we started, the doctor got all my blood work done. I got tested for diabetes and pre-diabetes and, fucking heart disease and all this other shit. And I wasn't even pre-diabetic, which I thought was insane. Right? Like, I thought for sure that was around the corner. My dad's diabetic, right? My wife's diabetic. Generally speaking, if you get to a point where you are obese, morbidly obese, and then whatever the category is I was in, because unfortunately being morbidly obese is only being like 40 or 50 pounds overweight, and I was
I know.
And I was like 200 pounds almost overweight. Like, yeah, so anyways, I talked to him and I asked him, like, did I do this to myself? Because I explained, I was like, I do
I do what I do.
I do
These are
sit a
the things that I
lot,
do.
and
Yeah.
and he was like, you don't have an issue of blood clotting in your medical history. It's not something that is in your family history. Um, he said, just a reminder: healthy people get blood clots and die too. he
Oh
said,
yeah.
he said this is not. He paused, and this is basically verbatim what he said. He said he paused and he said, look, any amount of exercise is beneficial. Doesn't matter who you are, what size you are, how old you are. Exercise equals good. That being said, healthy people get clots as well. So it's not so much a lifestyle or diet thing. It's more of
Yeah.
an age thing. And he said, because it's only happened once and it happened in a superficial vein, he said he's not going to worry about it. Like, we don't need to discuss blood thinners or any of this shit. He said if you start throwing clots, plural,
Like if it happens,
he said if it happens again, we
then
can
it might.
revisit stuff. But he said
Yeah.
for now, that's just one of those things that happen the older you get. And I was like,
Crazy, man.
okay. And I said, so like, obviously exercise would help the blood flow. But I was like, like with, heart disease or high blood pressure, like, is salt something that leads to blood clots? Do I need to, like, I know you say it's not something I need to really dwell on or focus on, because he's well aware I have anxiety now. And so
Yeah.
he could just be saying that. And I'm like, this is my health, man.
I
Like,
know,
be
man.
straight with me, even if it'll make me feel uncomfortable. Like, that patients really do have to advocate for themselves, and it's sad. And he assured me, he said, no, like, you don't live the type of sedentary lifestyle that would lead to, oh my god, it's 4:20 on the dot. Didn't even realize. Sorry, let me interrupt my story here. I sure do hope one places something heavy on my hidey hole. What, zombie dogs? Someone, chat is popping off, Izzy, I tell you what.
Oh boy.
So, anyways, yeah, he said not to worry about it. Said it was probably a one-off thing, and
Shit, man. Hope he's right.
I hope he's right too.
But that's fucking terrible. Like,
It
how
is
could you not be able to
terrifying.
sleep? Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
And not only that, but especially because, well, that's the worst thing about blood clots is they don't hurt until they're stuck, right? And so,
Yeah.
like,
And it's like a major problem. Yeah.
and then what's the thing? Like, if it gets stuck in my brain, there's no hope. Like, if I start stroking out, like, I'm gone.
Right.
There's no, and that's the worst part. If the stroke doesn't take you out, I don't know very many people who survive a stroke and don't have some lasting side effects from it, right?
Yeah.
Like,
True.
it's karma, I believe, Trox, and I'm really bad at my stream. I got to get one of my moderators to like set up proper commands and announcements and stuff. Yeah, that sucks, dude. My
Shit, man, that was not the good September news I wanted to hear. I wanted to hear that the stream anniversary went well and it was fun, and I'm sure it still was.
So yeah, the stream anniversary went, to me, exceptionally well. I'm gonna be honest, and this is just me expressing my feelings. It doesn't have to mean anything. I'm a little sad none of the regulars that we know were able to show up.
Oh, okay.
Hellhen showed up for a little bit, but like Chavo's in Qatar now, so his time zone and schedule is all fucked up. But I was like, it's a 24-hour stream, bro. You don't even have to stay. Just pop in and say hello, like when you get off work or when you're taking a shit or on your lunch break or whatever. But like, Chavo's one of my best friends. He didn't show up.
Feels bad, man.
Josie didn't show up. Dylan didn't show up. Bob Ross didn't show up. Plu didn't show up. Fucking basically all the new people I met on stream were there, but none of my, don't be offended stream when I say this, my real friends slash the people I've known for years and years, like who were there when I started my stream a year ago, like none of those people showed up, and that was kind of a big letdown. Not only because I DM'd everybody about it ahead of time, I then created an event like a week before the event. I was like, hey, Streamiversary's coming up. And yeah, so just felt not great. And again, I'm sure everyone had stuff to do. Like, they don't have to come to my stream, but like I thought one of them would show up.
Oh man, bummer.
Yeah, but the anniversary stream itself was fantastic. I think for over 20 hours, we maintained double-digit viewers, which is something I don't do. Right now,
Sweet.
I've got 2 viewers on Twitch and 6 on YouTube, and that's usually where I average about 4 to 8 viewers.
Okay.
And for the whole stream community night, basically, we had double digits. At one point, we were close to 20. A couple new people joined the stream because I was playing Fall Guys. I guess that's a pretty
Nice.
popular game. It's free to play, right? So I said I want to play some games where multiple people from the community can participate
That's
at
a
once,
good one.
right? And so we were supposed to play Among Us, but it costs money now. Among Us used to be free.
Oh yeah, it was on Epic for
No.
a little while.
Now you got to pay for it, and we just didn't end up having the time, honestly, because we played Rocket League for like the first 3 hours of the community night. Then we did some viewer submissions. That's where there's a new channel in Discord where if people find a video that makes them laugh, they can just dump it into the viewer submissions tab, and then I take like half an hour while I'm eating and watch, like try not to laugh type stuff.
Gotcha.
And we had a giveaway. One of our most active community members won the giveaway, so that's pretty hype.
Nice. Good stuff.
Fucking Ganks came out swinging with his big dick. Donated like 10 or 15 subs on Twitch.
Oh, that's sweet.
Itashi, a new supporter of the stream, who came over from another streamer's. Like, he said I'm his new project. So he's been donating.
Project. What
Yeah,
does that mean?
so have you ever used the Dunder command in my stream? Do you know who Dunder is?
Oh, I don't. I'm too old to know anything about streaming.
That's fair. Okay, so Dunder Dunder is a streamer who I met when he had under 500 subscribers, and I was having decent treadway on Twitch, and we actually bumped into each other in game, like,
Oh, nice.
because I advertise as I do when I'm playing. I was like, oh yeah, don't forget live on Twitch, blah blah blah, and then his friend, whoever he was queuing with, was like, oh, Dunder's live too, and I said, shit, yeah, drop that link, I'll come follow. I said I'm a new streamer, so I try to support new streamers as well, and showed up to his channel. I think I was around 481, I think. Anyways, he has a schedule, which is a big thing for stream success. But he is a very polite, friendly. I think he does
Wholesome.
he's a very
Definitely
wholesome
wholesome.
streamer. He's Christian. He doesn't swear much in his streams. He's not like super against it. Like if you accidentally slip up and say, oh shit, because you get demoed or
Right.
miss a shot, like he's not going to be like, yo, bro, this is a Christian Minecraft server. He's very laid back, but he's very chill. He's very supportive. Genuinely a great dude.
Good. That's
Me and
good.
him vibe very well, so we kicked it off. We had this like bromance right out of the gate, and his stream has since popped off. He hit the algorithm hard. He's like I remember he did a 1,000 subscriber montage as like a thank you, and like I remember making a big like congratulation 1K post in his Discord, and like 2 months later he's like at 2K. Now he's at like 7,500 or almost 8K now. So he's been snowballing, and
Crazy.
that wonderful, kind soul at the end of his streams, because he has kids and he works.
He raids. Wait, does he raid?
Yeah, he
I know
does.
about raiding. Nice.
Like five or
What a
six
guy.
5 or 6 times now. At the end of his stream, he's like, "Oh, Adept's live. Let's go raid him." And my numbers go from like 5 viewers up to like 17, and people chill out for like several hours before they start dribbling out. And you know what's crazy to me is that I think a lot of his amazing viewers are viewing just in support of him, you know, like they don't necessarily enjoy my content, because I've been playing a lot of Path of Exile, right? But they still hang out and chat, and like to me that's amazing.
What was he? Rocket League or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was there when he hit Grand Champ for the first time. Me and him used to grind 2s together. He's been doing a lot of 1v1s now.
Nice.
I'm hiding in a
just
toy
a
box.
free play main.
Droxton said he enjoys my content. I appreciate that, dude. We've had a couple of people who showed up and have been sticking around regularly. Donut's been around regularly. Zombie Dog's been around regularly. Troxton's been around regularly, like the last week or so. This guy, well, you might not see him. He posts in the Path of RPG's channel. His name is Surtas. He's been back regularly, so it's cool to have.
Yeah, for sure.
New faces sticking around and hanging out and chatting. It's always nice to get to talk to people and hear their stories and whatnot. Rocket League Man said, "I'm just in the background, free play clip, and just know that I'm here." Word. All right. Yeah, I asked you this before many times, I'm sure, but what type of music do you enjoy listening to?
Oh, I'll listen to a whole bunch of stuff, except for country. Nobody likes country.
Fair enough.
Well, bro country anyway.
Yeah. I agree. I like Whiskey in a Bottle, or Whiskey Lullaby. Is that the one? I think it's Brad Paisley.
But I don't know. I kind of like Tame Impala type stuff. Mac DeMarco. You know who Mac DeMarco is? He's a fellow Canuck.
I do not.
All right, he's a rocker.
I'll have to check it out. I always like hearing new music. I like asking, but I wanted to know what type of music you mainly listen to, because I have a couple different songs. Alexa's going off. He's rated me 5 or 6 times. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what I said. It's been a bunch of times. It's been awesome. Alexa, stop. Well, I stood up. I may as well bust out 5 squats. Nah, 5's too easy. I'll go for 10. God, it is gorgeous outside right now. I kind of want to take the stream out onto the patio.
Yeah, this weather has been too good.
It's like fucking 38 degrees on my balcony. It's like 90, high 30s is high 90s, I think, the conversion. fucking hot. Senior Adept Riz Giat. I liked the stream. I'm hiding in a toy box. Someone help. What are you doing, Ezra? What kind of toy box you hiding in?
Let's see.
Do you like death metal? Or is that too hard?
Nah. Well, I mean, I won't typically put it on. Don't mind it.
Okay.
A bunch of friends would always listen to. I don't know. Fucking. What was some of the more popular death metal? Children of Bodom.
Yeah, Children of Bodom, Cannibal Corpse, Slayer, In Flames.
Is that your music? Are you into the death metals?
Some of it for sure. I was just asking because I have one death metal song I wrote called The Hourglass. But I think I know which two I'll show you. I think I'm going to show you Whispers of the Reaper. Yeah, I'm going to show you 3 songs. Is that cool?
Sure.
Okay. Just blasting it on stream if you don't mind pulling up the stream to hear them.
Oh, I surely can. Oh, miss. What a miss. All right. So, what are you going to be on? YouTube's?
YouTube or Twitch, yeah.
Wow.
You're going to be right back. All right, zombie dogs. Oh, he said never mind. Y'all have. What was that?
The live stream. Oh, the Zero Button Build PoE? Is that what you're doing? Let's talk?
Yep.
All right.
And I woke up feeling all like anxiety for no reason. I was feeling all fucked up. I'm like, well, let's start the stream, talk to people. Alrighty then. Are you ready for the first one?
Send it or play it. Whatever you're going to do.
I'm going to DM you the lyrics in case they're not clear. I don't know if you're playing a game in case you want them.
Clock strikes 12, the night grows cold. In the shadows, stories untold of souls that walk, lost and known, in the grip of death's tight hold. Beneath the earth, the flowers bloom, while silence echoes in the tomb. And in the dark, there's only gloom as life meets its bitter doom. Will I ever see the light, or fade away into the night? These whispers haunt me every day, so close, so far away. In the mirror, a face I see, fading fast, it's haunting me. A ghost of who I used to be before the Reaper came for me. And the wind, it carries every name of those who've left and those who came. But in the end, it's all the same. We all return from whence we came. Will I ever see the light or fade away into the night? These whispers haunt me every day, so close, so far away. Will I ever see the light or fade away into the night? These whispers haunt me every day, so close, so far away. In the mirror, my face I see, fading fast, it's haunting me. A ghost of who I used to be before the Reaper came for me.
Right? Had you in that
The
first
wind,
half.
it carries every name of those who've left and those who came. But in the end, it's all the same. We all return from whence we came.
That's the actual end.
Gotcha. That's good. I can dig it.
You can dig it? I could hear that shit on the radio, bro. The second song is one I wrote with someone on stream the other day. I showed them one of my songs, and they said that they have a bunch of songs they've written as well. Same thing though, like never learned how to play an instrument, so it's been hard to kind of get your music out there.
I can see that being a challenge. Sure.
I guess his brother plays guitar and has helped him though. And apparently the stream would love to watch me learn guitar, so thinking about setting a donor goal for like a cheap beginner electric guitar, something I can plug into like headphones and practice without disturbing anybody.
Okay.
You can get one. You can pick one of those up for like $250.
Yeah,
Like a very basic learning guitar.
That's all you need.
100%, bro. I said I'll do that on a stream. Mondays Rocket League, Tuesdays exercise stream, fucking Wednesdays fucking music Wednesdays. It is Wednesday, my dudes. But yeah,
Learn to play some Weezer songs, some of the easiest ones, you know?
Are Weezer songs easy?
Yeah.
Everything that comes to my head when I think of learning the guitar is only because I watch The Do a lot. Fucking AC/DC Thunderstruck.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Smoke on the Water. Boom, boom, boom. Ba-dum, ba-dum. It's like 3 notes. And that Seven Nation Army one.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, let me find this next song. So this one is titled I'm Not Happy, I'm Not Sane, I'm Not Okay. And yeah, it turned out pretty fucking good. Alright, enjoy this one, Izzy. This one is a little bit harder, that's why I asked. It's not quite death metal, but it's still metal / rock. And start playing the song, and here come the lyrics again.
sky and scream, God, why me? Real, with all of this hurt, how could you read? Just fucking take me out, I'm praying now. Just take me out and stop the doubt. Anxiety, depression, control my thoughts. Control my thoughts, they're all I've got. All I wanna be is everything I'm not. As long as I have strength in this heart, I know I'll make my father proud. I'll succeed even though it's hard. Become the man he knew I could be. Scream this out loud. Y'all won't even fucking recognize me. Take these blows to bleed me. Stop tissue covering my body. This anguish bring me down. Stronger, I'll be the only person standing around. I'm not happy, I'm not sane, I'm not okay. But still I smile every fucking day. Cause you won't beat me, I won't let you defeat me. As long as I've got 2 feet beneath me, I won't be 6 feet deep. I won't be 6 feet deep. Empty bottles on my shelf, drown my problems and none of them helped. Now I'm cutting myself and I watch it glisten. Only ever wanted somebody to listen. Empty bottles on my shelf, drown my problems and none of them helped. Now I'm cutting myself and I watch it glisten. Only ever wanted somebody to listen. I'm not happy, I'm not sane, I'm not okay. But still I smile every fucking day. Cause you won't beat me, I won't let you defeat me. As long as I've got 2 feet beneath me, I won't be 6 feet deep. I won't be 6 feet deep. Empty bottles on my shelf, drown my problems and none of them helped. I'm just
Nice. I like that one.
All right, that one goes hard. Kind of has like an alternative rock feel to it.
Yeah.
It reminds me how you ever listen to Our Last Night? You ever heard of that band?
What was that?
Have you ever heard of Our Last Night?
Hours last night. Don't believe so.
Oh, buddy.
I mean, that song kind of reminded me of that band They Used a little bit.
Yeah, okay. I see it.
I mean, that's an old band. I'm kind of dating myself now.
No, I feel you. So, I pulled up a browser on the bottom of my
I got
screen
you.
there.
Mm-hmm.
And they do a lot of covers. They're actually doing a cover tour right now, which is fucking awesome. So, like, what's they did a cover of All I Want for Christmas. I bet you that's amazing. You know Benson Boone, Beautiful Things? Well, I know for a fact you know Limp Bizkit Rollin' if you used to listen to The Used.
All right.
Troxton said, all right, I got to go, Adept. Going to watch my school's football game. I'll be back later if you're still streaming. Sounds good, dude. I hope your school kicks ass. Enjoy the game, dude.
Go sports.
But yeah, here's their cover of
News. We just announced the cover.
Limp Bizkit Rollin'.
We've done this before. We're super excited. You're not going to want to miss it. Tickets are almost gone, so head to ourlastnight.com and pick some up. We'll see you soon.
all right, partner! Keep on rolling, baby! You know what time it is! Ladies and gentlemen, chocolate starfish, gonna keep on rolling, baby!
So I can't play it all because I'll get copyright stricken. But that's what that last song, like my song, reminds me of as well, because it has the screaming part, but then the singing part. I like songs to switch it up like that. So if you haven't heard of them, they do a lot of good originals as well. I recommend the song "Home" or "White Tiger." Both very great songs by those guys. And last but not least,
Were you a Linkin Park fan?
absolutely.
They're back with a new singer now, going back on tour.
I heard the bro when they released, what was it, Lost?
I'm not too big on their discography. I don't really know their albums.
Well, they released a song like last year. That was recorded when Chester was still alive. It was one of the songs that was going to be on their very first, maybe first or second, the Meteora album.
Okay.
Like, in the end, whatever album that was from, bro, I'm about to blow your mind if you haven't heard this song yet, because it is chilling to, knowing what happened and being a fan of their music, to hear Chester on a track again. It's wild. And the song is so much more meaningful or impactful now, knowing what he did. They used the AI to make the video for it, which I thought was pretty cool. I'll put that up on the stream. I don't even care if I get copyright stricken for this one. Seriously, bro, listen to the words. It's so heartbreaking. I don't know if their auto captions are any good, but
just a scar somewhere down inside of me, something I cannot repair, even though it will always be. I pretend it isn't there. I'm trapped in yesterday, where the pain is all I know, and I'll never break away, 'cause when I'm alone, I'm lost in these memories, living behind my own illusion, lost all my dignity, living inside my own confusion. But I'm tired, I will always be afraid of the damage I've received, broken promises they made, and how blindly I believed. I will never break away, 'cause when I'm alone, I'm lost in these memories, living behind my own illusion, lost all my dignity, living inside my own confusion. I try to keep this pain inside, but I will never be alright. I try to keep this pain inside, but I will never be alright.
bro, it breaks my heart. Those lives,
Yeah.
knowing
Crazy.
now. Like some shit I read about Robin Williams had me tearing up the other day. I posted it in Discord a while ago. If I don't know someone who isn't a fan. Fucking little fruit fly bastard. Okay. Is it? Maybe it was search. Yeah, well, it was just some story some kid shared where he won some contest way back in like the early 90s.
Oh, I think I.
You think you know what
That
I'm talking
sounds
about?
vague. Yeah, vaguely familiar. Yep.
Well, he was a pen pal with Robin, and he went to Disneyland or Disney World or whatever, and just so happened to be that Robin was there playing Genie, all dressed up in his getup, and you know, like any fan would say, like, "Hey, you probably don't remember this, but I wrote you fucking blah blah
Yeah,
blah."
like he cut the letter on him or something.
Yeah, and he
or-
pulled out the letter, and he's like, "What's
Yeah.
up, Mike?" or whatever the kid's name was.
Yeah, I got you.
Bro,
I-
that fucking hurt me so much, knowing what he went through. I feel bad for fucking Bruce Willis too, and his family. Like,
Yeah.
dementia and Alzheimer's and all that shit is fucking garbage. What's up, Itachi? Not much. I'm gonna share one more song with my boy Izzy, who's in Discord with us right now, and then I'm gonna go pick up my lady, and then I'll be back. Okay, let's see. Last one I wanted to show you was the one I finished most recently. Took me several iterations and revisions and stuff to get it to where I want it to be, but this is something I wrote a long time ago. What's up, Itachi? What's up, Vet? Yeah, but was recently able to put it to some tunes, so this one's more emo alternative rock.
I'm listening.
I watched you fade like whispers in the wind.
Nope. Incorrect. Much better.
I've watched you fade like whispers in the wind. Silent tears trace paths where smiles had been. A shadow in the place where light once shone. In this quiet room, I'm left alone. Your voice, it lingers, a ghost in my ear. But the words are hollow and the meaning's unclear. How do I breathe when the air is so thin? When the world outside no longer lets me in. Shattered wings, we tried to fly, but the weight of the world pulled us from the sky. In the wreckage of dreams, I'm searching for you, but the echoes are fading, my hope dies too.
Sir Test.
pulled us from the sky. In the wreckage of dreams, I'm searching for you. But the echoes of fate, and my hope dies too. Your touch, it lingers like a phantom's kiss, a haunting reminder of what I miss. In the pages of dreams, I'm searching for you, but the echoes of fate and the angels die too. So I'll light a candle and let it burn, in the hope that one day you'll return. But until then, I'll wear this pain, a bittersweet reminder of love's refrain.
How about that one?
Not bad, not bad.
Right?
Yeah. So now you gotta, like you said, grab a guitar, learn to play it on stream to these songs.
Hell yeah. I would love to learn my own music, as vain as that sounds.
Nah.
I've always enjoyed writing. I've always been told that I was good at it. Fucking writing was a huge outlet going through a lot of fucking trauma, dude.
Yeah, for sure.
Someone said it in one of the comments. Someone left a comment on one of my songs already that I uploaded to YouTube, and they're like, it really sucks that some of the most beautiful songs come from a place of such pain.
True. I mean, kind of like what you were saying about Chester. With
Yeah.
That song that they released, and, all that material comes from a place of despair sometimes.
Yo.
You don't really kind of realize and see it.
Oh, my spine. Oh, all right. I gotta go walk over and pick up my lady from work, so I'll be back in about 15-ish minutes.
True.
And
All right, man.
if you're not here when I get back, it was lovely chatting. I'm happy you enjoyed the tunes.
Yeah, I don't know. It's getting on. I gotta start doing some work around here.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to turn on the AC. It's 32 outside. We get the sun, and it's buildings made out of concrete. Our outdoor thermometer says it's 37.
Like a little oven in there, right?
Yeah. But all right, stream and IZ, I shall return
All right, man. I'll catch you later on.
later, buddy.
Peace.
Oh damn, that fell a lot. Wait, how did that fall down there? I don't understand. That piece is locked in place, and that piece... Oh no, that piece is not... No. Whoopsie. Everything is always user error. Don't you forget that, people. Most products are quality control tested. People just don't take care of them or use them properly. Case in point, your boy Adept is a fucking well-regarded person. You know what I mean? Well-regarded. Very regarded. Okay. Bam. Crank that AC. Alright, y'all, I'm gonna go grab my lovely lady from work. I shall return. Are you not... Oh, I just saw her. No, I'm on my way, babe. I said I was playing a song and then I'm leaving. What the? What a more decaying Vis. I don't know, man. I don't know. Who's doing homework, Aitashi? What are you talking about? I don't know what happened on YouTube, but everyone disappeared.
I've watched you fade like whispers in the
Alright, a
wind.
little bit of experience in the
Silent tears
background.
trace paths where smiles had been a shadow in the place where light once shone. In this quiet room, I'm left alone. Your voice it lingers, a ghost in my ear, but the words are hollow and the meaning's unclear. How do I breathe when the air is so thin? When the world outside no longer lets me in. Shattered wings, we tried to fly, but the weight of the world pulled us from the sky. In the wreckage of dreams, I'm searching for you, but the
Aitashi, are you still back?
and my hope dies too.
I don't know who all's here from YouTube.
Your touch it lingers like a phantom's kiss, a haunting reminder of what I miss. In the pages of time, our stories torn, a love once vibrant, now weathered and worn. The stars we wished on have all burned out. In the silence I hear my doubts, but I'll hold on to the fragments of our song, even if it means holding on too long. Shattered
What up, Ducky?
tried to fly, but the weight of the world pulled us from the sky. In the wreckage of dreams, I'm searching for you, but the echoes of fate and my hope dies too. Your touch it lingers like a phantom's kiss, a haunting reminder of what I miss. In the pages of dreams,
Welcome back.
searching for you, but the echoes of fate and my hope dies too. Your touch it lingers. We tried to fly, but the weight of the world pulled us from the
Hey, bro, thank you for subscribing. That's not necessary. Feel like I gotta earn that shit, bro.
searching for you, but the echoes of
Oh,
and my hope dies
from a Canadian brother. Freaking A, bud. Out for a rip, are ya, bud? What part of Canada are you from?
haunting reminder of what I miss. In the pages of dreams, I'm searching for you, but the echoes of fate and the angels die too.
Could you pack me a bowl, please? I'll bring it back. I got my lighter over there all. I gotta smoke a bowl for the guy that just subscribed. Okay. You're in Quebec? Okay. So what is it, like 7:30, 8:30 there for you? 8:30, I think, right? 7:30. I don't know the time zones, bro. I'm in Alberta. Well, that one was for you. I'm in Alberta, yeah. I've lived basically everywhere in Canada except for Quebec and like the very, very, very north. Like Nunavut, Yellowknife and stuff. Hey, I got to see a dump truck, one of those who pick up garbage off the side of the road, be pulled over by a cop. Dang, Itachi. Any idea what happened? Was his dump truck load not secured? Did he not have the proper Department of Transportation stickers and stuff on his vehicle? Thank you, Sweet Pea.
Horizons calling our name, guiding us onward in this endless game. No walls, no borders, nothing to confine. We'll sail through the stars, across the divine.
I ate it in shame. Whoops. While I'm up, I might as well do more squats. What was that? You're talking about for tomorrow, for her wedding? She said she wants you to help her afterwards or something? Yeah. Yeah, and then they go do pictures, and then they come back and have a dinner at like 5 and do dances, drinks, and all that stuff. Best man speech and whatnot. Unless they do that at the ceremony, but. Well, I can drop you off and pick you up, no problem. Yeah, it's down on the south side. Yeah, like I said, we'll probably take the Henday around the outside of the city, because it's more distance to travel, but way less traffic and way less stops, because if we go through the city, we're going to hit all the intersections and all the traffic lights. Is Jade going with you to Aaron's thing? Yeah. Well, yeah, if she can get to your mom's, we can drive to your mom's through the city and then just go west. Yeah, we're here, wherever. After the wedding? Yeah, when I pick you guys up from the wedding, we can go down the Henday to the west end. Shouldn't be a problem. At least I don't foresee it being a problem. Is there anything that you wanted to do with your tips tonight? Yeah, well, I don't need very much gas money. I'm pretty sure 20 or 25 bucks will get us to the south side and back twice. Where did you want to grab food from? Hmm? Oops. Sorry, one sec, stream. Alberta plus Quebec. Yeah, for real it does. What's up, Donut? I'm chatting with my wifey. Give me a couple of minutes. We're figuring out dinner.
Every heartbeat carries the sound of futures lost and futures found. In the rhythm of life we forge ahead.
In the echoes of tomorrow we'll live. No matter the distance, no matter the time. In the echoes of tomorrow, our destinies align. Forever timeless tomorrow, us no matter the time. In the echoes of tomorrow, we're in. No matter the distance, no matter the time. In the echoes of tomorrow, we're in. Ashes we ascend, through the fire we transcend. With every heartbeat we ignite, rising above into the light. We rise again like the sun on the sea. Through the shadows we're wild and free. No fear, no chase, nothing holds us down. We rise again, wearing victory's crown. In the darkness we find our way, guided by the dreams we won't betray. Every step we take we grow strong. In the rhythm of life we belong. When the world crumbles, when the night is long, we'll stand tall where we belong. Through every storm we stand and fight. We rise again towards the light. We rise again like the sun on the sea. Through the shadows we're wild and free. No fear, no chase, nothing holds us down. We rise again, wearing victory's crown. When the world crumbles, we find a way, guided by the dreams we won't betray. Every step we take, we grow strong. In the rhythm of life we belong. When the world crumbles, when the night is long, we'll stand tall where we belong. Through every storm we stand and fight. We rise again towards the light. We rise again like the sun on the sea. Through the shadows we're wild and free. No fear, no chase, nothing holds us down. We rise again, wearing victory's crown. In the shadow of the night we roam, wandering through dreams, never alone. Whispers of the stars guide our way. Until the dawn, we'll dance, we won't sway. We'll meet again where the sky meets the sea. In the heart of the storm, where we're meant to be. Hold on to hope, it's the shining light. We'll meet again in the endless night. Through the echoes of time we rise, breaking through the clouds, reaching the skies. Every moment's a step towards the dawn. In the rhythm of life we carry on. No matter the distance, no matter the pain. Breaking through the clouds, reaching the skies. Every moment's a step towards the dawn. In the rhythm of life
empty streets. Cold night air where my heart beats. Shadows dance to the bassline's heat. In the dark where the demons meet. Echoes of the night haunt my mind. Heavy bass hits leave the light behind. Can't escape what I can't find. In the shadows where I'm confined. Echoes of the night haunt my mind. Heavy bass hits leave the light behind. Can't escape what I can't find. In the shadows where I'm confined. Lost in the fog where the darkness swells. In the depths where the funk dwells. Bass hits hard like church bells. Ringing through these hollow shells. Lost in the fog where the darkness swells. In the depths where the funk dwells. Bass hits hard like church bells. Ringing through these hollow shells. Voices whisper through the empty streets. Cold night air where my heart beats. Shadows dance to the bassline's heat. In the dark where the demons meet. Echoes of the night haunt my mind. Heavy bass hits leave the light behind. Can't escape what I can't find. In the shadows where I'm confined. Lost in the fog where the darkness swells. In the depths where the funk dwells. Bass hits hard like church bells. Ringing through these hollow shells. Nighttime falls and the streets grow cold. Baseline thunder, stories untold. Shadows flicker, memories unfold. In the darkness where my heart's sold. Nocturnal, I goes deep and low. Heavy bass hits in the afterglow. Lost in the night where I don't show. In the shadows where the pain flows slow. New light fades as the bassline rolls. Lost souls wander with empty goals. Funk beats hit, echo in the holes of the night where the darkness controls. Nocturnal echoes deep and low. Heavy bass hits in the afterglow. Lost in a night where I don't show. In the shadows where the pain flows slow. Moonlight fades as the bassline rolls. Lost souls wander with empty goals. Funk beats hit, echo in the holes of the night where the darkness controls. Nocturnal echoes. Nocturnal echoes. Nocturnal echoes deep and low. Heavy bass hits in the afterglow. Lost in the night where I don't show. In the shadows where the pain flows slow. Moonlight fades as the bassline rolls. Lost souls wander with empty goals. Funk beats hit, echo in the holes of the night where the darkness controls. Nocturnal echoes deep and low. Heavy bass hits in the afterglow. Lost in the night where I don't show.
in the shadows where the pain flows slow.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay. Is there a heist going on? Did I miss it? Alright, how's everybody doing, y'all?
Cold breeze whispers through the night. Bass hits hard like a phantom's bite. Lost in the dark, out of sight. In the shadows where I take flight.
Did I finish that map? I can't even tell. Yes, I did. Natasha, you're still working for the next hour?
With breeze, the feeling like this. Hard, breeze at night. Bass hits hard like a phantom's bite.
I'm sorting through all the loot I picked up yesterday during my 20 map run. Let's see if I can do this invitation on this character. Probably not. He probably isn't gonna reflect enough. Congrats on the mage blood. Yeah, so I'm real bad at this game. I've never even come close to having a mage blood. This one's on loan from someone in the guild because they just went on, they're on vacation for like 2 weeks or something. Alright, yeah, this is oh, I have a portal. It's taking me down into the darkness. Does the poison shit not flow in the direction? Yeah, it does. There's like, doesn't that flow in the direction of the portal? Oh yeah, it's very nice to play with. I feel like I'm cheating. Yeah, this dude doesn't spawn any ads. This is my mapping character, not my boss's character. This is not gonna work. Man, my computer's slow. I never played Sanctum at all. So, which league did I play first? Ooh, that's a tough one. I'm just really bad at the game. I've been playing for like 8 to 10 years. I think I started back in like 1.8, 2.4, or 2.04, something like that. In the 10 years I've been playing, I've had a headhunter twice. To give you any idea of how good I am at usually generating currency, but my computer is also very limiting in terms of that. Alright, let's drop the Mage Blood in there. I played my main character this league has been this spider character. I never played Arakali's Fang before. Load, dang it, load. Forgot to bring the weed over here. That's tragic. Oh. Mordecane. Yeah, gotta remember how to say your name. Oh, finally I log in. Or load in. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Okay. Now, I need my medicine. For real, I don't know. I've been... Bro, if I didn't have weed to help calm me down, I would be fucking vibrating right now. I felt comfortable when I was cuddling my lady. Lightning Strike Slayer. I have at the moment exactly 15 divine. Oh, you guys can't even see my inventory. Oh wait, I'm talking to you on Twitch. You can see my full screen on Twitch. I forgot. Yeah, so I got 15 divine. I have a I was thinking about starting a Hex Blast miner, and so that's cool. This is my first league ever getting this far in the game. This is my first league getting to 24 challenges. I really want to get the Verisium Knight finisher effect. So I'm trying to grind challenges as I play. It's the first time I ever completed the Atlas, 115 out of 115. I haven't run any Sanctum though. I didn't really enjoy the Sanctum League. I didn't forget about YouTube. But the person I was responding to their question, they're talking to me in a place where they can see the screen, so I didn't have to adjust it. Whoops, I didn't put on my buffs before I went in here. Big mistake. Oh god, the lag. Alright, now melt this boss. Ah! He's hiding in his sludge. Bro, what a chode. And you can't, there's no way to avoid this. You just get sucked in no matter what. Well, that's just bogus. Which way is the slime flowing? That way. Yeah, there you go. Melt his ass. Now he goes into an invincible mode, pussy. I hate phase bosses so much, bro. It's so trash. I did Serious for the first time this league with Lightning Strike. Nice. I have, so I've been trying my best not to rely on having to buy gear this league. Obviously I had to on this character because it uses literally everything it rocks as a unique. But, I actually have a Lightning Strike character. It's level 92. I just never, I just like never stuck with it. Because when I found out that you could buy the Squire Shield, which is normally like 20 to 40 divine, it was like 1 divine at the start of the league. It was dirt cheap. And I was like, alright, I'm doing this spider build. Everything for it is dirt cheap for some reason. So I've got like a 50 to 100 divine character geared out for like 10.5 divine. It was nuts. Even the 5 awakened gems in my 7 link, they were all less than a divine. Bro, this game takes so long to load me in. And it's, believe it or not, this is, whoops. This is installed on a solid state. Not only is it installed on a solid state, it's installed on an M.2. I can't remember which mods you can or can't run on Lightning Strike. Sure, whatever this is. What scarabs we running here? Alva, June, Blight, Shrine. Not this pretty good, but YOLO. I had the Dying Sun flask, but I sold it because I'd rather have the 6 divine. I'll have to try get it again now. Oh my word, I'm getting 5 FPS. And I'm dead. And I have no frame. So unfortunately, there's a lot of things limiting me from playing Lightning Strike, and one of it is my computer just can't handle all the projectiles and stuff. Yeah, constantly drop down to like 2 FPS, if that. Yeah, like it's literally unplayable. Unfortunately. So that's why I never really stayed with that character. Just whoops. I did not mean to close my game. Alright, Discord, move the fuck over, you piece of shit. Bro, my computer be struggle busting right now. Let me relaunch the game. Okay, first of all, let me close. Why is Spotify open? We're not listening to Spotify. Close. Let's see if it relaunches properly. Holy moly, the lag is real. This is installed on a solid state M.2. Bro, there's no way my headset's beeping already. I've only been live for like 2.5 hours. "15 minutes ago he was online, I missed him." No, Uncle Franz. Okay, what map should I mass run next? E15 City Square, we got a bunch of those. Bang those out. I have a 1080, yeah. There's a hand-me-down from my brother. Quality, these bad boys. We want massive amounts of gold. I can only get like 15 gold per map. I'm running a gold farming strategy. I run out of chisels pretty soon. Yo, what up, Dunder? What's up, gender? Did your phone autocorrect? Autocorrect Dunder to gender? Sorry, Mordecai, if you hear me talking to different people, I'm also live streaming on YouTube. There just happens to be more people there right now. If I'm just saying random things, I'm not crazy, I swear. I identify as a Dunder. Oh, Dunder, if you're here, bro, you want to hear my latest tune? I don't know if you're into like emo rock / alternative rock, but I am very happy with how it turned out, my dude. No, that was another original. I have a playlist going right now, but the one I'm talking about is it's called Shattered Wings. I may have played it the other night when you raided. I'm not sure. But for anyone who hasn't heard it yet, here's an original song from your boy Adept. I wrote this shit when I was a teenager, revised it now as an adult.
I've watched you fade like whispers in the wind. Silent tears trace paths where smiles had been. A
Shadow in the place where light once shone.
In this quiet room,
I'm left alone. A ghost in my ear.
the words are hollow and the meaning's unclear. How do I breathe when the air is so thin? When the world outside no longer lets me in. Shattered wings, we try to fly, but the weight of the world pulled us from the sky. In the wreckage of dreams, I'm searching for you, but the echoes of fate and my hope dies too. Your touch, it lingers like a phantom's kiss, a haunting reminder of what I miss. In the pages of time, our stories torn, a love once vibrant, now weathered and worn. The stars we wished on have all burned out. In the silence, I hear my doubts, but I'll hold on to the fragments of our song, even if it means holding on too long. Shattered wings, we tried to fly, but the weight of the world pulled us from the sky. In the wreckage of dreams, I'm searching for you, but the echoes of fate and my hope dies too. Your touch, it lingers like a phantom's kiss, a haunting reminder of what I miss. In the pages of dreams, I'm searching for you, but the echoes of fate and my hope dies too. Your touch, it lingers, we try to fly, but the weight of the world
Pulled us from the sky.
in the wreckage of dreams. I'm searching for you, but the echoes of fate and my hope dies too. Your touch, it lingers like a phantom's kiss, a haunting reminder of what I miss. In the pages of dreams, I'm searching for you, but the echoes of fate and the angels die too. I'll light a candle, let it burn. Hope that one day you'll return. But until then, I'll wear this pain, a bittersweet reminder of love's refrain.
No, I need some fucking Val orbs.
Through the storm, the wind howls, now the skies turn gray. But we push forward, come what may.
I guess I don't quite need
Through
260
the rain,
Val
we'll
orbs.
find our way, we'll break the chain. Through the storm, we'll hold our ground. In the heart of the chaos, we're not bound. We'll dance in the rain, we'll sing our song. Through the storm, we'll carry on. Every challenge, every fight only makes us stronger, burning bright.
Oh,
In
it's a
the
new one.
eye of the storm, we find.
Yeah, dude. I was pulling them up on stream the other day. I have an old folder where I've written tons of things. I've got literal journals that I've written shit in that I didn't take the time to like ever type up and save. I've got so much content for like meaningful lyrics and songs that I'm very excited with the future of technology. Is this it?
Walking down the street, I've got the world at my fingertips and blood under my feet. Starving kids want something to eat, but all we can feed them is our greed. Ship our troops home, all wrapped with our flag. Would we even notice them as our own? Is this it? All there's ever gonna be? There's gotta be more to our existence than you and me. Is this it? All there's ever gonna be. Everyone talks about the war fighting overseas, but no one's talking about the battles that nobody sees. The driver of this vehicle gets off light, driving under the influence, it's a DUI. Punishment is minimal cause no one lost a life, but what happens next time when he hits a child? You think it's nothing, but how will he survive?
Okay, we got
killed a family
map
when he took
set.
a young life. The system is wrong. Life measured by the bank, all the days seem to be so far drawn. We forget to thank those who helped us all along. It's not the size of your pocketbook or anything else, it's who you love. And if you love yourself, or is a pocket full of lead, where'd all the money go?
Oh yeah, influence of the elder.
All there's ever gonna be, there's gotta be more to our existence than you and me. Is this it? All there's ever gonna be. I walk past the grocery store about 3:30, stand outside the door, man holding out his hands for something to eat. I thought I had some change, so I dug into my pants, but all I could find with my hands was a pocket full of land. Where'd all the money go to the government? I should have known. They say the war's about freedom, but we know better. Our country's no longer a kingdom. It's the first time bullets rained in this weather. Bombshells won't stop hurting. Never thought all because this much pain, but to doesn't know it's just a game. They know they'll win. At what cost? Though not much they say. Just a death toll of a few 100,000. Is this it? All there's ever gonna be. There's gotta be more to our existence than you and me. Is this it? All there's ever gonna be. Fuel the war with the taxpayers' money, send the innocent to their death. If we want a little black honey, and inner city problems are supposed to be meth. The world's problem is those in power, only if they had common sense, or listen if just for an hour. All for all, to make more cash. But how many millions men shot and burned to ash?
Bro.
the war with the taxpayers' money. Send the innocent to their death, and for what? A little black honey. And inner city problems are supposed to be meth. The world's problem is those in power. Only if they had common sense, or would listen if just for an hour. A war for oil to make more cash. But how many millions been shot and burned to ash?
Yo, yo, Paul Abraham, what's up? Alright, let's go back to the playlist. Play all original music so I can't get copyright stricken. How about that? Boom! Roasted.
Through the storm, the wind howls out, the skies turn gray, but we push forward, come what may. Through the thunder, through the rain, we'll find our way, we'll break the chain. Through the storm, we'll hold our ground. In the heart of the chaos, we're not bound. We'll dance in the rain, we'll sing our song. Through the storm, we'll carry on. Every challenge, every fight only makes us stronger, burning bright. In the eye of the storm, we find our peace. In the rhythm of life, our fears release. When the world crashes, when all seems lost, we'll stand together no matter the cost. Through the storm, we'll find the light. We'll rise again into the night. Through the storm, we'll hold our ground. In the heart of the chaos, we're not
Pibs, by the way, what's up, bro? Oh yeah, okay. Well, what's up, Pibs? Thank you for checking out the YouTube stream as well. It's been an hour. From when? I got back from... I sat back down at 2:20. I've been at my chair for 25 minutes. Ree. I think Dunder was asking Paul. But Pibs, yeah, check this out. Let me pull up the video for you. The dude makes funny ass videos. I just found out about his channel because I can't even load it. My computer's gonna explode. Never mind. Long story short, bulk up your town so it's farming the most crops it can, because crops just equivalent currency. And apparently, if you send a shipment worth of $40 million in crop and $10 million in dust, you have like a 75% chance to get a mirror shard in return. He's like, you send like 5 shipments like that, and you get mirrors, mirror shards and divines. And I'm like, I gotta try that out because I'm a broke boy and I'm tired of being a broke boy. What's up, Quokka? Thunder, you're asking how I was doing? I'm doing okay. I woke up feeling all anxiety ridden. Alright, let's go farm this map, yo. Let's see what's what. Oh, there's delirium in here too. Hell yeah. This has to be by far the best mapping and farming build out there. Like, you literally can't compete with just walking around and shit explodes on top of you. Not to mention, my build's not even done, and this character's basically near immortal. Fully juiced map, fully juiced Atlas. Just stand here on top of this fucking iron deposit and smoke a bowl. I gotta move a little bit because I can't kill the thing on the other side. We'll walk over there. Type stunned with an exclamation point for it. I'm playing PoE, guys. Cast when stunned. RF Chieftain. Why is your screen cut off? I'm doing a vertical / mobile stream on YouTube, and I do the full screen stream on Twitch. So yeah, I walk around, shit hits me, I cast a bunch of spells, they explode. It's a 0 button build. Literally, I have flame dash for travel, and that's it. You literally just walk around and shit dies. It's good for farming ritual and harbingers and anything where you can just add a shit ton of monsters on top of you at once, basically, because the more you get hit, the more you heal. Yo, Pibs, welcome to the Twitch stream from the YouTube stream. But yeah, like my defenses, all my resistances are 90. I don't even have capped chaos resistance yet. I have 1300 life regen. So basically, the more I get hit, the more I heal. You can see my health bar doing stuff in the corner. Just stood still and the whole thing's done. And if you have a bunch of ignites, which is your main source of damage, burning damage, if you have a big stack of ignites on you and you reach the bosses, well then it's even more LOL. What's up, map bosses? What's good? Oh, you're being witnessed by the Maven? That's cute. Oh my god, they're dead. How'd that happen? With double tormented? Oh, see, my ignites ran out and now his health bar is not moving. Oh, vitality boon. See, this is the problem, because this character's not meant to be a bosser. It's not a... Ooh, let's click this. That'll spawn a bunch of monsters, and then that bastard will explode. I need to grind more weed. Thank God I don't actually have to play the game. Seriously, like, I've never had an easier experience mapping than playing this build. Oh, shit! As I say that, get fucking exploded. Bro, you know what's crazy? My gems aren't even qualityed yet. They're not even level 20 yet. So, this build is fucking incredible. Beyond Scarab of Invasion. I'm done driving for the day. Be back in a bit. Sounds good, Aitashi. Thank you for swinging by. Old school RuneScape when? Oh, Dunder. I don't know, bro. I don't think I'll ever do an old school RuneScape stream. Ooh, all that chaos, explosion on death stuff, that's what got me. Oh, there's 27 monsters left. There's basically nothing left. Yeah, those chaos explosions, those heat-seeking chaos. You'll love it, trust. Alright, anything good in the ritual? Fuck no. Because why would there be? Harold Bash just hit level 20, let's go. Yeah, I haven't been a big fan of Ritual either. I'm just doing it for the gold farm. I'm trying to get gold for my town so I can hire better farmers and earn more gold per hour and try that mirror shard shipping strategy before it gets nerfed. Because you know they're going to nerf it. People are having fun. They found an almost guaranteed way to make currency and nerf. Alright, question. Should I... You know what? I answered that myself. I was going to say sativa or indica, but I smoked sativa last time, so... That's what was in the grinder, but I've already been having an anxiety-ridden day. I need an indica to help smooth me out, calm me down. Nailed it. You know what I need to run more of that I actually really enjoy? I've never really had it be profitable, but I enjoy it nonetheless. Is the whatchamacallit. Expedition. Dang it, Thunder. I'm gonna have to add a command just for you. Ooh, this stuff is harsher. Okay. Run around like a madman. Wait to get hit and then everything explodes. So you know what's crazy? Is I don't understand how a build like this doesn't lag more than the Lightning Strike build. Eldritch Minions, Eldritch Minions. Give me a frickin' Divine Altar, bro. I got a Divine Altar once my entire time playing this fucking game. And then they nerfed it. Haven't seen one since. I know you did. Oh yeah, so I talked to you about the whole blood clot thing, right?
The sooner this is over, the sooner you can go back.
My head just keeps trying to leave my shoulders.
And execute. Let's
Oh,
one
no.
there.
Whoa. Next time you see me, I'll be a new man.
Next time you see me, I'll be a new man. Let's exit out. Yeah, Thunder, I was asking you. That last night in our DM?
Horizons, horizons calling our name. Guiding us onward in the same escape. No walls, no borders, nothing to confine. We'll sail through the stars, across the divine.
So, Dunder, have you used... What's up, Topher? If you're here, where's Slipnut? Oh, you're okay, Dunder. You're all good. Yeah, we had some real conversations on stream yesterday. Atashi had always told me that I helped them through something when we had a discussion one night, but I had no idea to the extent of which my impact was. He said something on stream last night that shocked me, to be honest. And then our boy Slipnut. Topher, you should text your bro and tell him you love him. You can tell him that Adept said he loves you too, no homo. Not gay, you're just kissing the homies goodnight.
Horizons, horizons calling our name. Guiding us onward in the same escape. No walls, no borders, nothing to confine. We'll sail through the stars, across the divine. Horizons, horizons calling our name. Guiding us onward in the same escape. No walls, no borders, nothing to confine. We sail through the stars, across the divine. Oh, horizons, horizons calling our name.
Yeah, Slipnut's good shit. Me and him, bro. I don't know what it is about our communities, Dunder, but me and Slip, me and Certes, me and a couple other people, me and them have just been like bromancing hard, like when me and you first met. Like everyone is just such good company. You know what I mean? Like even if they're having a bad day or a bad whatever, right? Like I think it says it on my YouTube channel, but The whole reason I started this is for my own mental health, my own, you know, I've got anxiety and I don't like being outside and I don't like people. I like being outside, but not in the city. I love nature. I would live in the woods if I could. I don't even know where I was going again. I'm tired and big.
Every heartbeat carries the sound of futures lost and futures found. In the rhythm of life we forge ahead. In the echoes of tomorrow we live. No matter the distance, no matter the time. In the echoes of tomorrow our destinies align. Through every trial, through every pain, we'll find our path again and
My Pidgeys are here.
echoes of tomorrow.
I don't know if you'll be able to see it through the window. Do you see it on the balcony on the railing there?
Dreams begin. Through the darkest night we find our way.
It wants its food.
Tomorrow we will stay.
Oh, he's down on the ground. He's looking for food, but the trap is up. Where did he go? I can't see him anymore.
Every heartbeat carries the sound.
Pidgey, Pidgey, Pidgey.
Futures lost and futures found. In the
I had the camera hooked up earlier to watch them eat, but had to close that and turn the AC on. It's like almost lifeline. That's rude, bro. Oh, lifeline, brother. Let me know, because I know you like we like similar music, but I prefer the slower stuff. I know you like Our Last Night, so why'd you even pick a pigeon? It's a terrible mascot. They're non-threatening and they're everywhere. It's a staple in New York. They're carriers of disease. Might have my own pigeon soon, man. We're probably going to sell the house and get an apartment or townhouse or something until the housing market comes down. Yeah, that's rough, Dundee. You're good, Topher. What rank are you in Rocket League, bro? I was playing with your brother the other night. But because you like Our Last Night, Lifeline, you should listen to this song and tell me what you think. I haven't uploaded this one yet. So I'll stop talking and you can hear the song and jam out to it. I watched you fade like whispers in the wind. Silent tears traced paths where smiles had been. A shadow in the place where light once shone.
In this quiet room, I'm
I'm
left
left
alone. Your
alone.
voice it lingers, a ghost in my ear, but the words are hollow and the meaning's unclear. How do I breathe when the air is so thin? When the world outside no longer lets me in. Shattered wings, we try to fly, but the weight of the world pulled us from the sky. In the wreckage of dreams, I'm searching for you, but the echoes are fading, my hope dies too. Your touch, it lingers like a phantom's kiss, a haunting reminder of what I miss. In the pages of time, our stories torn, a love once vibrant, now weathered and worn. the wreckage of dreams, I'm searching for you. But the echoes of fate, and my hope dies too. Your touch, it lingers like a phantom's kiss, a haunting reminder of what I miss. In the pages of dreams, I'm searching for you. But the echoes of fate and the angels die too. So I'll light a candle and let it burn, in the hope that one day you'll return. But until then, I'll wear this pain, a bittersweet reminder of love's refrain.
Right? I could hear that shit on the radio. I don't know if you heard the other one. It's a little bit harder. Me and Topher's brother wrote it on stream the other day. It's called I'm Not Happy.
Everybody knows that I'm lying. Feel like dying or trying, but I'm tired of whining. One day I swear I'll be shining. I'm not happy, I'm not sane, I'm not okay. But still I smile every fucking day. Cause you won't beat me, I won't let you defeat me. As long as I've got 2 feet beneath me, I won't be 6 feet deep. I won't be 6 feet deep. I look up in the sky and scream, God, why me? Real, with all of this hurt, how could you be? Just fucking take me out, I'm praying now. Just take me out and stop the doubt. Anxiety, depression, control my thoughts. Control my thoughts, they're all I've got. All I wanna be is everything I'm not. As long as I have strength in this heart,
Everything I want to be is everything I'm not.
I'll succeed even though it's hard. Become the man he knew I could be. Scream this out loud, y'all won't even fucking recognize me. Take these blows to bling me. Stop this to covering my body. This anguish bring me down. Stronger, I'll be the only person standing around. I'm not happy, I'm not sane, I'm not okay. But still I smile every fucking day. Cause you won't beat me, I won't let you defeat me. As long as I've got 2 feet beneath me, I won't be 6 feet deep. I won't be 6 feet deep. Empty bottles on my shelf, drown my problems and none of them helped. Now I'm cutting myself and I watch it glisten. Only ever wanted somebody to listen. Empty bottles on my shelf, drown my problems and none of them helped.
Well,
Now I'm cutting myself and I watch it glisten. Only ever wanted somebody to listen. I'm not happy.
BRB stream, enjoy the music. It's just going to keep playing originals.
But still I smile every fucking day. 'Cause you won't beat me. I won't let you defeat me. As long as I've got 2 feet beneath me. I won't be 6 feet deep. I won't be 6 feet deep. Empty bottles on my shelf. Drown my problems and none of them helped. Hold me down! I'm calling to let you know that I need to let you go. I won't let you hold me down anymore. Take my heart, watch you walk out the door. Listen to the silence, to the tears, to the violence that chases away my fears. Away my fears. I wrote you a letter to describe. No longer will I let you hold me down inside. I need to make sure the pain is real before I let go of what I feel. Please hear these words I speak. Open up your eyes and see. Did you really think that it was all harmless? You've only left me with a heart of darkness. I'm trying to understand what it was I had, so my wounds could begin to be bandaged. But I was so foolish to believe you cared. You stripped my emotions down, left me bare. So think you're the one I used to trust when all you ever felt was lust. I confided my being into you, now I realize that I would only lose. Please hear these words I speak. Open up your eyes and see. Did you really think that it was all harmless? You've only left me with a heart of darkness. You're trying to trick me, hold me down, but now I say, listen to the silence, to the tears, to the violence that chases away my fears. Away my fears. You can't hold me down anymore. I'm leaving you so sore. I'm sorry you couldn't keep me undone, but I know you're not the one. Please hear these words I speak. Open up your eyes and see. Did you really think that it was all harmless? You've only left me with a heart of darkness. Please hear these words I speak. Open up your eyes and see. Did you really think that it was all harmless? You've only left me with a heart of darkness. You tried to trick me, holding me down, holding me down. I can find my being into you, now I realize that I would only lose. Only spent so many days lying alone in my bed, telling myself that it's okay, torturing the thoughts in my head. When any changes, I feel the cold steel bite into my flesh. But it's only my imagination. These chains aren't real. Why do I feel that grasp? These link upon my skin, so many questions to ask. Maybe that's my sin. Taking a step back so I can see your grin. You're loving this pain I'm in. I'm searching for a key or a combination, some kind of release from this abomination. These
Never thought I'd hear you say this. After all, it's been over a year. You said those 3 words, eternity. I couldn't imagine how much it hurt for you to lie to me. I couldn't imagine a moment without your touch. Lusting for a passion, I care too much. I'm searching for a key or a combination, some kind of release from this abomination. These chains hold so tight, you'll never be hard. And each time I think of you, I can feel that squeeze. I'm still in love, I'm still in love, I'm still being scarred. These chains hold so tight around my beating heart. But with time I began to see all the mistakes. You're not the one for me. I just wish I would've known mistakes, how high they were before I let you have these chains. So tight they hurt. I refuse to believe it was the end, but I knew inside it would only take a couple of days for your true colors to shine. I've made peace with my wrong choices, and I walk around these days reminiscing of those voices who told me not to stay. These days are beginning to rust. In due time I will break free, and they'll fall down as dust. Once again I'll be able to breathe. I'm searching for a key or a combination, some kind of release from this abomination. These chains hold so tight, you'll never be hard. And each time I think of you, I can feel that squeeze. I'm still in love, I'm still in love, I'm still being scarred. These chains hold so tight around my beating heart. It's not right, it's not tight, it's not right. What can you do? All you do is fight, and you're losing your insight. Destined to lose. It's not right, it's not tight, it's not.
Okay, now my mic's working. Hey Squidward, welcome back. Topher, I appreciate you saying that. You're digging the music. I really do. Trying to say is, I've got the best wifey. She just got off work. She's gonna go visit her friend. And oh, she's giving me pizza. Last time she went to visit her friend, there's a new pizza donair place that opened near her friend, and they tried it and they liked it, and then we went and tried it the other day, and they have a pretty good grand opening special on right now. We're gonna get a special. Hurting all the time, and you just don't know why. This could be the last time.
Hurting all the time, and you just don't know why. It's alright, it's okay. You're never far away. It's so real, it's alright. This is the last.
Did one of my map runners die? Apparently. I need a bunch of gear for
What
here.
have you got? We'll get to it right away. Let's make some dust.
Walking down the street, I've got the world at my fingertips and blood under my feet. Starving kids want something to eat, but all we can feed them is our greed. Ship our troops home.
Isn't there a bunch of unique things to get rid of too?
Is this it? All this ever gonna be? There's gotta be more to our existence for you and me. Is this it? All this ever gonna be? Everyone talks about the war fighting overseas, but no one's talking about the battles that nobody sees. The driver of this vehicle gets off light, driving under the influence, it's a DUA. Punishment is minimal cause no one lost their life, but what happens next time when he hits a child? You think it's nothing, but how will he survive? Knowing he killed a family when he took a young life. The system is life measured by the bank. All the days seem to be so far drawn. We forget to thank those who helped us all along. It's not the size of your pocketbook or anything else, it's who you love. And if you love yourself, was a pocket full of lead, where'd all the money go? Is this it? All this ever gonna be? There's gotta be more to our existence for you and me. Is this it? All this ever gonna be?
Gotta be.
I'll walk past the grocery store about 3:30, stand outside the door, man holding out his hands for something to eat.
Scourge, that was anything? 5 pounds.
But all I can find with my hands was a pocket full of land. Where'd all the money go to the government? I should've known. They say the war's about freedom, but we know better. Our country's no longer a kingdom. It's the first time bullets rained in this weather. Long shells will stop hurting. Never thought all because this much pain, but to those about it's just a game. They know they'll win. At what cost? Though not much they say. Just a death toll of a few 100,000. Is this it? All there's ever gonna be? There's gotta be more to our existence for you and me. Is this it? All there's ever gonna be? Gonna be? Fuel the war with the taxpayers' money, send the innocent to their death. If we want a little black honey, and inner city problems are supposed to be meth. The world's problem is those in power, only if they had common sense, or listen if just for an hour. All for all, to make more cash. But how many millions men shot and burned to ash?
Alright. Alright, we got pre-rolled maps here. There's a nice 8-mod map. Let's run that bad boy. Get my invitation and 2 more maps. Big W. You and me. Midnight creeping. 2. So Topher, I asked earlier, not sure if you replied, I might have missed it. What rank are you in Rocket League? And what's your like preferred game mode of choice? Yeah, this is all with the free version of it. It's just like ChatGPT. Sometimes you've got to run the prompt several times to get something that you like, but I mean, for a free use thing, it's doing a very good job. At least for a proof of concept. Oh damn, these bosses juice. Hurry up and explode, dickhead. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh my god, all their dudes escaped. Oh shit. The poison. It gets me every time. I'm not skilled, usually gold in 3, 2s. One's just gold or platinum. Bro and I have great game sense but no skill. It's a hard thing to transfer, man. Ooh, my spine.
I step out onto the ledge, afraid of what's below, afraid of what's below. Falling fast into the darkness, we reach all the way to the bottom.
So you ready? Gold is the hardest rank to get out of. You have to carry so much. Nah, Champ 3 is hard, but I'm gonna go drop my lady off. When I get back, if you're still chilling here, I don't know how much time you have, Topher, but I'd be down to run a game or two of Rocket League with you if you want. Even if it's just casuals.
Entering to our imagination.
Open my eyes to the world with just one thing in my mind. Never had I thought just what I would find. A feeling my heart so strong, a choice I knew could not be wrong. So I held it as high as my arms would reach. For all the wood to see, I found someone to fall in love with me. After all the things I tried, I never thought you'd stand by my side. I want you by my side every moment of every day. When I am laughing at something you might say, I want you by my side. When I am crying by my side, the day I am dying by my side is where I want you to stay by mine. I wish I could hold you now, run my fingers through your hair, but sometimes that's not possible. And I know life's not always fair, but soon I'll feel your embrace, and in my palm hold your face. The way your body clings to mine, sometimes I'm at a loss for words. All the memories we've made, sometimes one of them hurts, but they are so worth the pain. If
if I can hear you call my name. I want you by my side every moment of every day. When I am laughing at something you might say, I want you by my side. When I am crying by my side, the day I am dying by my side is where I want you to stay by my. All the things I've tried to express, words will not do, so instead I offered my kiss, and now I'm in love with you. I hope you'll stand by my side all my life, all my life. I want you by my side every moment of every day. When I am laughing at something you might say, I want you by my side. When I am crying by my side, the day I am dying by my side is where I want you to stay by my, by my. I want you by my side every moment of every day. When I am laughing at something you might say, I want you by my side. When I am crying by my side, the day I am dying by my side is where I want you to stay by my. All the things I've tried to express, words would not do, so instead I offered my kiss, and now I'm in love with you. I hope you'll stand by my side. Time betrayed us in a daze, as the hourglass counts our fate.
And in the twilight of our days, we'll look back on all the ways that time betrayed us in a daze, as the hourglass counts our phase. We ever stop the sand, or will it slip right through our hands? In the halls of power they feast on the hopes of men, the trust is ceased. But in the shadows there's a beast waiting for the corruption to cease. Will we ever break these chains? Or following the other ways? Let all of the corruption rise. We'll all just pause in the gates. Clock strikes 12, the night grows cold. In the shadows, stories untold of souls that walk, lost and known, in the grip of death's tight hold. Beneath the earth, the
flowers bloom while silence echoes in the tomb. And in the dark there's only gloom as life meets its bitter doom. Will I ever see the light or fade away into the night? These whispers haunt me every day, so close, so far away. In the mirror, a face I see, fading fast, is haunting me. A ghost of who I used to be before the Reaper came for me. In the wind it carries every name of those who've left and those who came. But in the end it's all the same, we all return from whence we came. Will I ever see the light or fade away into the night? These whispers haunt me every day, so close, so far away. Will I ever see the light or fade away into the night? These whispers haunt me every day, so close, so far away. Face I see, fading fast, it's haunting me. A ghost of who I used to be before the Reaper came for me. And the wind it carries every name of those who've left and those who came. But in the end it's all the same, we all return from whence we came. Chrome reflections in the light, swerving slow, it feels so right. Deep in bass we lose our mind, in this funk we truly find. Chrome reflections in the light, swerving slow, it feels so right. Deep in bass we lose our mind, in this funk we truly find. Chrome shines bright in the night, funked out rise, pure delight. Candy paint, never faint. In the south, we set the pace. Chrome reflections in the light, swerving slow, it feels so right. Deep in bass we lose our mind, in this funk we truly find. Chrome shines bright in the night, funked out rise, pure delight. Candy paint, never fade. In the south, we set the pace.
Desire. Determination. Drive. Imagination.
Enter into our dimension. Welcome, welcome. Enter into our dimension. Welcome, welcome. By meeting here.
This is the end. The final road we travel down. Open your eyes in a low reality. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We will fight forever. Defeat us never. Care to thrive. Unshakable drive. La 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 la.
we reach the sky. We'll dance forever, you and I. We're rising high, no looking down. Lost in the sound, we're freedom bound. Hearts on fire, we own the night. Dancing together, pure delight. Pure delight. In the music, we're all one. Chasing dreams until the sun. No more worries, leave behind. In this place we only find. Let go, just be free. This is our reality. Step by step, we reach the sky. We'll dance forever, you and I. We're rising high, no looking down. Lost in the sound, we're freedom bound. Hearts on fire, we on the night. Dancing together, pure delight, pure delight.
This goes out to a definitely. I'm Rocket League Man Thunder, Mr. Geo, the whole damn crew. That's right.
Cruising slow, the night is deep. Bass so low, it makes you weak. Swerving lanes, we ride with pride. In the south, we never hide. Cruising slow, the night is deep. Bass so low, it makes you weak. Swerving lanes, we ride with pride. In the south, we never hide. Crewed up beats, leaning right. Dark shades on, we own the night. Southern flow, we take it slow. Funk out vibes, let it show. City lights, they blur streets we claim, swinging wide, it's all the same. Candy chrome, it's how we roll. Funky veins deep in our soul. Swing left, swing right, glide smooth through the night. Chopped up flow, ride slow. In this life we let it show. Let it show. Moonlight shines, the streets we claim, swinging wide, it's all the same. Candy chrome, it's how we roll. Funky veins deep in our soul. Swing left, swing right, gliding smooth through the night. Chop the flow, riding slow. In this life we let it show. Candy chrome is how we roll. Funky veins deep in our soul, deep in our soul, and deep in our soul. Swing left, swing right, gliding smooth through the night. Chop the flow, riding slow. In this life we let it show. Candy chrome is how we roll. Funky veins deep in our soul, deep in our soul, and deep in our soul. Moonlight shines, the streets we claim, swinging wide, it's all the same. Candy chrome, it's how we roll. Funky veins deep in our soul. Swing left, swing right, glide smooth through the night. Chopped up flow, ride slow. In this life we let it show. Let it show. Swing left, swing right, gliding smooth through the night. Chop the flow, riding slow. In this life we let it show. 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 Swing left, swing right, gliding smooth through the night. Chop the flow, riding slow. In this life we let it show. Stars above, the night is ours. Cruising slow through city towers. Bass so heavy, it shakes the ground. In the south, we hold it down. Stars above, the night is ours. Cruising slow through city towers. Bass so heavy, it shakes the ground. In the south, we hold it down. Southern nights, pure delight. Can't
Funked out tunes, we on the night. Bass so deep, it hits the soul. Riding slow, we in control. Leaning low, let it go, slow and steady, feel the flow. Jump the screw, never lose. In the south, that's how we choose. Leaning low, let it go, slow and steady, feel the flow. Jump the screw, never lose. In the south, that's how we choose. Leaning low, the world is sight. Funked out tunes, we on the night. Bass so deep, it hits the soul. Riding slow, we in control. Leaning low, let it go, slow and steady, feel the flow. Drop the screw, never lose. In the south, that's how we choose. Up, 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 up. Leaning low, the world inside. Funked out tunes, we on the night. Bass so deep, it hits the soul. Riding slow, we in control. Leaning low, let it go, slow and steady, feel the flow. Drop the screw, never lose. In the south, that's how we choose. Leaning low, let it go, slow and steady, feel the flow. Drop the screw, never lose. In the south, that's how we choose. Up, 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 up. Why are people so cold? I've tried and I'm still alone. Where is my angel of love? She's probably drunk from the loan. So now who will miss me with death in my stead? It's all in my head. Will I determine the end in my bed? Or was I told while I slept? So many ends, I scoff at the scent, with none of them ending. Believe me, hell is bent. How can you not see devotion and love? I love you, collected. I bleed you my blood. Do you think I enjoy the pain while I cry? I hate it, I love you. These wounds never lie. I'll have it forever, scars out and within. The world is so cold, why do we want to live? Why are the people I meet always cold? The life I am bleeding is staining my clothes. I bleed and I bleed and I grow into sin. My love and compassion have all been frozen. Watching as others for riches and wealth forget them, forgotten. I give you my health. I love you more deeply than life in itself. My feelings are lethal, I murder myself. So lo and behold, all my goodness is true. Was it because of you, or does my God damn me alone in my room? So now I hate everyone, everyone but you. Immortal to strangers, but dying for you. Wasting your time ice cold. The life I am bleeding is stained in my clothes. I bleed and I bleed and I grow into sin. My love and compassion have been frozen. When did my faith in salvation erode? The house of the Lord burning down to the road. A dozen men gathered, so homeless from home.
Losing my touch, can't feel a thing. So why does this hurt so much? All of this, everything I'm holding on to, you're letting go. This feels so wrong and you'll never know. I've loved you for so long. Yeah, I've loved you for this long. Now I wish you'd let me bury this, leave it be, bury it beneath me. The hole you put in my heart is the same hole you've opened at the start. Bury it beneath me, bury it beneath me. Now wish you let me bury this, leave it be, bury it beneath me. The hole you put in my heart, it's the same hole you've opened at the start. Bury it beneath me, bury it beneath me, bury it beneath me, bury it. Now I wish you'd let me bury this, leave it be, bury it beneath me. The hole you put in my heart is the same hole you've opened at the start. Bury it beneath me, bury it beneath me.
My name is Ross Capicchione. I'm from Macomb, Michigan.
All right, we're ready. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right, my name is Ross Capicchione. I'm from Macomb, Michigan, suburb outside of Detroit.
Start with your story of you know,
How it happened?
Yeah.
Well, it happened like I was a junior in high school, 17-year-old punk shit. Just doing my thing, skating, hanging out.
What I mean is basically there's no.
This kid supposedly was supposed to be my friend, and I knew this kid for 10 years prior before this day. He asked me, hey, can you give me a ride to my cousin's house, down in the D? All right, yeah, well, like what part? Like the west side or the east side? And he's like, the east side. And I was like, nah, man, I don't got no business on the east side. He's like, no, it's cool, man. Like the east side, that's like 7 Mile, like, it's like a third world country. The police, they won't stop and get out the car. They won't pull you over. If there's gunshots,
All right, we're ready. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
all right, my name is Ross Capicchione. I'm from Macomb, Michigan, suburb outside of Detroit.
Start with your story of you know,
How it happened?
Yeah.
Well, it happened like I was a junior in high school, 17-year-old punk shit. Just doing my thing, skating, hanging out.
What I mean is basically there's no.
This kid supposedly was supposed to be my friend, and I knew this kid for 10 years prior before this day. He asked me, hey, can you give me a ride to my cousin's house, down in the D? All right, yeah, well, like what part? Like the west side or the east side? And he's like, the east side. And I was like, nah, man, I don't got no business on the east side. He's like, no, it's cool, man. Like the east side, that's like 7 Mile, like, it's like a third world country. The police, they won't stop and get out the car. They won't pull you over. If there's gunshots, they'll wait till everything's clear and they'll come pick your body up off the street and that's it. He's like, please, man, please. I'm like, no. So like a week goes by, I'm still telling him no, like, because I had a feeling like, don't go down there. Kept asking me, I'll give you $30 for gas, all this shit. I'm like, all right, whatever, you're my friend. I'll take you down there. I go to school that day and I get out and everything seems normal. We go to the gas station, he gives me the money for gas. We drive down there. So I get off and it's just like, I get that eerie feeling like you're in a bad spot. But it's like broad daylight out, beautiful day like that today. And we're driving and he's telling me where to go and we pull onto the street and there's people outside and he's like, all right, that's the house right there. So he's like, pull around back in the back. Like when I turned the corner to go right, like I seen it was like caution, like do not enter and all this shit, but I still, because I knew him for so long, I just thought, it's the D, it's, whatever. There was a fence, like a grass area, my vehicle, and then houses right there. So it was like, nah, I wasn't in the middle of nowhere or anything. And like I get out and he gets out and like, it's only a couple seconds, I'm looking around. My ears are ringing, I'm like, man, that was close. And I kind of just glanced down and my arm's just hanging off like a zombie. And I'm just looking at it, I'm like, yeah, this is, it's not real. And I kind of shake it off and look again and it's just hanging off my arm. And I'm like, okay, then it kicks in, like blood, like flowing, like an animal. And then I look up and this kid's just holding a shotgun, like 10 feet away from me, just holding it right at me. And I asked him, I said, like, did you shoot me? And he just blew a hole in my chest like this big. So after that, I just dropped to my knees. I lost all my air, I couldn't see. I remember like being on my on my hands and knees and I felt the barrel of the gun on my head. I felt this barrel just shaking still on my head and so I smacked it away. But there was a shotgun, so it sprayed. So it still like hit me in the head really good, but it didn't blow my head off like a watermelon, just to pieces. So after that, I got a little sight, and I was like, okay, I'm still moving. Like, I don't know what's going on with my head, but I know I'm alive. And I remember I looked up, and he was just staring at me. And he took the butt of the gun and like smashed me in the face with it. Knocks my teeth out. Like, I fall back, but I could still see at this point, and I don't understand like how I can see because I have so much damage to like my lung and heart. I felt like these hands like in my pocket digging for my car keys. Like, when he's trying to grab my keys, like I ended up on my stomach. And I look up and I see my Jeep Commander driving away, just driving away, flying away. And I said, okay, well, either I stay laid down in this spot right here and die, or I try to get up. So I try to push myself up, but like take my left arm, take it right out. So gunshot to the chest bigger than a soup bowl, and then my head all mashed up. And I'm trying to push myself off the ground. Kept trying, and I'm like, all right, you know what, one more. I'm gonna try it one more time. And I pushed up, and then out of nowhere, I felt these arms from underneath me pick me up. And I remember like swinging, trying to grab someone, and there was no one around. And I was just like standing up still, like a drunk, zombie, just like. And I got this like a shove, like someone shoved me from behind to go forward. I must have got about 7, 8 feet. I just fell straight down. Because I remember I hit the ground like on my stomach. I'm like, all right, well, I went as far as I could. This shit's hurting like too much. Like, let me just close my eyes and start relaxing. Sure enough, I closed my eyes and all the pain started going away. And then I'd wake up real fast and be like, this is not right. I just got shot 30 seconds ago. How's the pain stopping? And I'm like, don't worry about it. Go back to sleep. That's a good feeling when you're sleeping. So I'd pass back out a little bit, and then I'd be like dying. And then I'd wake myself up, like my own voice, third person. And, hey man, get up, man, you're dying. And then like, I did that, and then I heard, hey, hey. And I like started hearing this guy, and he's like running over to me. So when I fell, there was like a probation officer at a stoplight, and he seen me fall out of the woods, like all bloody broad daylight. And then I felt his hand on my back, like, hey man, you're fine, don't close your eyes, come on, the ambulance is coming, they're coming. And I'm like, man, like I just want to sleep, leave me alone, man. But then in my head, I'm like, no, you don't, because if you fall asleep, you're sleeping forever. And I remember like getting on the stretcher, and they're putting me in the stretcher, and just like the facial expression of the paramedic was just a stunned look on his face, but in the same time telling me I looked great. I looked beautiful, like you're gonna be fine. And then it just like blacked out, and I went to like I was outside of the ambulance on my skateboard, filming it, like rolling telephoto filming of the ambulance, and the doors open, everyone's panicking, and I see my legs coming out, and like once it gets to my head, blacked out. I was pronounced dead on arrival right there. John Doe had nothing on me. They said, Doc, this kid's, gone, and Doc said, no. I'm here, let me try. Like when I was pronounced dead on arrival, like throw him in the body bag, he's dead. Like the doctor said no, like, I'm gonna try to help him. This man doesn't know who I am. He could have said, yeah, he's dead, all right, I'm going back home. He said, no, like I feel something, I'm gonna try. Did the heart surgery, gave me 24 hours to, see if I was still breathing on the ventilator. After 24 hours, I was still alive. They fixed my arm and my head, and I woke up 3 days later. I remember like waking up and it was still all white, like white everywhere, and I'm like, dead. I'm 17, I'm dead. And then it starts to like come in, and it's like I see curtains, like a freaking oxygen tank, and I'm like starting. And then out of nowhere, bam, perfect vision again. I'm in a hospital, and then I'm like tied down to the bed because I got the breathing tube in me. I got this thing pumping air into my lungs, so I start freaking out. There was a nurse there the whole time, though. I didn't even notice her because I was all tied down, and I just hear screaming like, he's awake, he's awake. And I see her like running out of the room, and then like running back, like 3 more nurses and the doctor, just this woman just coming around the corner, flying, like throws her clipboard in the air, runs up to me, oh my God, you look beautiful. Like, and in my head, I'm like, what do you mean? I look beautiful. I can't even, what's going on? Like, am I tied down? And then she's like, all right, 1, 2, and like on 2, she pulled that thing out of my throat, man. I got to breathe again, like real air, like, and, of course I coughed up a ball of tar and BBs, but everyone was just looking at me like, you're alive. Like, you're breathing on your own right now. Like, what's your name? I don't know. What year is it? What? Who's the president? Huh? Is there any way we could contact anyone you know with a phone number? I was like, 2-7. Out of anything, my name, anything, the year, only thing I remembered after that was my father's phone number. For 3 days, my family didn't know. My father was outside, like, spraying out the garage, and he got the phone call from the hospital saying, I think we got your son, he's been shot, but he's alive. So, I don't know how my parents had it. I don't know how that feels, like, you're a father. Like, so, I don't know, it chokes me up, because, like, it's crazy, but they came down there, and I remember, like, I see my mom come in and my dad, and I'm looking at him, I was like, Mom, you can't get mad at me right now. She's like, mad? You're alive, you're alive. After like the 4th day, they were like, all right, get up, you know, start walking, like, let's go. I'm like, let's go where? He's like, you're going home tomorrow. I'm like, it's been 5 days. He's like, dude, you're going home. What do you want to live in a hospital? You want to go live your life again? I'm like, sir, I got a hole in my chest the size of a teacup. He's like, listen, Ross, I'll give you a tip of advice. You live through this, you're gonna be okay. Just go home, live your life, don't hang out with these kids anymore. After 5 days, they sent me home. So like, I'm shot, you know? My parents are asking me questions. My dad's asking, what are we gonna do about it? And I'm like telling him, like, Dad, I know who did it, you know? The next day, like, out of a movie, like, these men in suits came in, and my dad's like, yeah, can I help you? And they pull out their, you know, badges and FBI, you know. They say the kid's name. And I'm like, yeah, I know him, that's who shot me. He's like, oh, could you identify him through a picture? I was like, of course. Pull out a picture of the kid. I said, that's him right there. He said, Ross, we have him in custody. I said, how? I just woke up like 2 days ago. I just learned how my name again, like how to talk. He's like, the day blank shot you, he called blank and told him. So this kid shoots me and calls his buddy and says, hey, I shot Ross, he's dead. The kid's like, no, you didn't, you're lying. Because imagine another 15-year-old kid saying to a 15-year-old kid, you know? So after they hang up, the kid he told calls the police on him. And he was met by SWAT team right at his front yard. Got him. And like, all I had to do was go to court and testify against him. I went in there, man, in a wheelchair, head still stapled, no teeth, 105 pounds because of all the blood I lost, arm cast, and I sat in front of 40 of his family and him, and he couldn't look me in the eye. He had his head down the whole time, and I had to tell my story like this to everyone. That was the first one. I had to go back to final sentencing, and that's when I was healed. Like, so I walked back in the courtroom the second time. He comes out in a purple suit, top hat, cane, and sunglasses. This is the kid who shot me at court, smiling. While his family cheers him on, says, like, way to shoot Ross, called me a coward because I was taking the justice route. Like, I didn't lower myself to his standards and go try to kill him. I spoke, and the judge, like, looked at this kid and said, you know, said his name, and he said, yo, Ross, thank you. And the kid just looked at the judge like, what do you mean? He's like, because if you would have killed Ross that day, you would have got life in prison. But since Ross was a warrior and survived, you get a second chance, and you just slam the gavel on him. He said, go have fun in prison for 35 years. Well, I found out that the cause of the shooting was because he had to join a gang. That was his initiation was kill a random person. He had to pick someone, so he just thought I would be the guy to pick. Yeah, that happened in 2007. Been about 4 years. And I'm telling you, the first 2 were the hardest. It gets hard, like waking up and knowing like someone tried to like shoot you down, and you got to get through that every day. Like seeing people. Like I get on a bus, public bus, I'm freaking out the whole time. Like I don't trust anyone on the bus. For a while, my mother had to like take care of me as like how you do an infant, like washing, changing, feeding. Like I'm 17 years old and I got my mom bathing me. I can't move, I got no hand, I can't talk. I'm all weak. And my dad and mom were like, Ross, like come on, like the doctors say, like give it time. And then all my friends like coming to see me, hanging out with me. Like started getting more positive. one day I woke up and I felt different. Like, I was like, you know what, this is my world. That's what like every time in physical therapy, like I would try to do something, mess up, I'd be like, well, it's like a nollie backside flip. Like, you're gonna mess up until you try it and land it. When I'd mess up, I'd be like, nollie backside flip, and then I'd get it. Like, I'd do something with my hand and like put the thing in, and the doctor would be like, oh yeah, good job, like you did it. And I'd be like, So I like started living my life as like skateboarding. It's been working. I'm very blessed. I see it now. Like when before, I'm like, you know what? Like I'm so unlucky. Like I went through all this getting shot, and really, like I look at it now after like maturing and growing up. Like it just gave me like a whole new leg up on life and how I can live my life, and it's crazy. Like it's like makes me happy to be alive, and just like so grateful for everything. Like I just look at what I got. I don't look at what I don't have. Look at what I have.
This woman goes, all right, let's go back to 1997. Holy shit. And fuck, that time flies. And I'm a freshman in college. And Thanksgiving, remember Thanksgiving, everybody? That's the first time that you go, usually back home. That's your first break in your freshman year. And it's a big deal, because it's also like a mini class reunion, right? It's the first time you see everybody that you used to go to school with every day. You're back your first few months and everybody's recapping. And the big thing is the next day, the day after Thanksgiving, everybody gets together and parties their fucking balls off while acting like they're a new person, right? So I start off, I find one of the guys that didn't go to school, and he's like, I'm the new drug supplier. And I'm like, I remember you from math. And he asked me what I want, and I'm like, what do you got? And he goes, I have ecstasy. And I go, yeah. Everyone says, that's fun, let's try it. And I start taking it, and oh, I forgot to mention, before I went to college, senior year, I got really into a drug that was making its way, especially through the South, through Florida, called GHB. And I'm sure, I don't know if you know what it is. It's a gamma hydroxybutyric acid. Your body naturally produces it. Sometimes there's some places where they regulate it as an anesthetic, but basically when you get it, somebody made it in a bathtub, and that's the good stuff, all right? And they sell it to you, and they get it in a water bottle. They also call it the date rape drug. I didn't do that. I gave it to myself all the time. And it does have an amazing effect on sex. On masturbating, let's be honest. On masturbating. I really had some crazy masturbation seminars as a senior, and then I passed out, and I'm like, who jerked me off? Oh yeah, it was me. Okay. So, anyways, okay, so I get the ecstasy into my system, and then I take it. I'd never taken it, so as soon as I take it, I go like, hey man, fucking, I don't feel anything. He's like, you just took it, man. Like, give it a minute, all right? All right. So I'm hanging out at this party. We're at a party, everyone's together, and then we're gonna go to a bar. And at the end of the house party, on the way to the bar, I go, hey man, I don't feel anything. So he goes, all right, when we get to the bar, come find me, and I have GHB. So I'm like, okay. So I find him, and he's like, all right, let's go to the car. And that's always the big move when you go to the car, right? You're like, this is where dreams come true in the car. A drug dealer's car is where it all lives. So I'm expecting what I know, which is a water bottle, and then a dose is the cap. So all you do is you pour the water into the cap and you drink it like that. It tastes like ocean water, like seawater, right? Salt water. And then it's immediate. GHB, if it's good stuff, it's like, we used to call it permagrin, because you just be like, and if someone's like, fuck you, you're like, So I'm like, all right, where is it? And he goes, it's right there. And he has a gallon jug, right? And I'm like, wow, that's not a water bottle? He's like, yeah, I haven't even put it into the water bottles yet. That's the full thing. And it's a full gallon. Now, if you think about a full gallon, you know that A, the cap is much different. It's flatter. You're not going to sample. And it's also heavier. So I don't know how to pour it. So he's like, just take a shot. And I'm like, all right. So I put it up. And then I go, in my mind, oh shit. I have like 9 shots in my mouth right now. So the options are, do I spit it back into the main jug, which I feel like he's gonna be like, not cool with that, you know, being that he's a drug dealer and all. The other thing would be spit it out on the ground, and I don't wanna be rude, right? So I just go like, and I'm like, holy fucking shit. I have taken way too much GHB. Now, I'm leaving out the point that you're not supposed to mix GHB and alcohol. It is potentially fatal. You may have known this. If you didn't, it can be. At this point, I am on 13 or 14 drinks, right? Like, and it's liquor, like, you know, vodka drinks, and I'm just pounding them. I get the 9 shots into me, and then I walk back into the bar, and I'm like, what's up, everybody? Like, I'm fucking, they're like, where does all this personality come from? This is natural, man. So, and then I sat down, I remember sitting down, and the girlfriend came, and she sat on my lap, and then lights out. Like, I just don't remember anything. Like, I went to sleep. All I remember is that I wake up, and I'm looking at lights on a ceiling, right? I'm just like, oh shit. Is this heaven? And then I see a woman come into frame, right? Because I'm laying on my back. I can't talk. I can't move my arms. And this woman goes, hey Tom, you are in the emergency room and you overdosed on drugs and now you're coming out of a coma. And I'm just like, like processing it, but the process literally was just eyes closed, like, oh shit. And my only thought was like, I hope nobody knows. That's the only thing I'm thinking. I hope nobody knows. And then I open my eyes again, and my parents come into frame. And then I'm like, everybody knows. And they look so just like, we thought you were a good kid. What the fuck? So I'd never been in trouble. They won't let your arm out because I pull out the tubes. I have a tube for breathing. I have another tube that's pumping liquid charcoal into my stomach because that makes the chemicals and the drugs like come together, and then you also can't digest it, so you vomit, which is what they want you to do. So as I'm like, I'm also like, I'm throwing up, right? So they give me a piece of paper and a pen that I can't really write normally because I'm strapped down, but I can kind of chicken scratch. And they're like, what did you take? Because they're trying to figure, they don't even know what I took. So I write, heroin. And they go, are you serious? And I write, JK. Right? They're not like, good one. They're like, what the fuck, are you joking? So, then the kid in me, I'm looking at my parents and I'm like so worried about them. I write on the paper, I go, are you mad at me? And my parents, at that moment, my dad reads it and he goes, no, buddy, just disappointed. And I'm like, can you save that for when I'm breathing on my own? Like, so I'm in that emergency, I get moved to critical, then ICU. In the ICU, a doctor comes in who I hadn't seen yet. And I'm later told, this is a doctor, they tell me this is the doctor that saved your life. So I'm sitting there in the bed and he comes in and he goes, are you in a band? And I was like, what, man? What? And he goes, are you in a band? And I was like, no, I'm not in a fucking band. And he goes, well, you had enough in you to take down 2 drum players and a bass player, man. And I'm like, you now with the fucking jokes, really? And I go, well, he goes, what did you take? And I go, I had, I don't know, I took a couple pills. I told him honestly, I had some drinks. And I took, you know, some GHB, probably enough for like a lot of people. And he goes, what about the heroin? And I go, no, I was just joking. And he goes, no, you have heroin in your system. And I was like, really? And he was like, yeah, you have heroin, you have cocaine, you have PCP. He's like, you also have the same chemicals that are in like cleaners, like some of the super duty cleaners. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? And he goes, where'd you get your GHB from? And I go, one of my buddies from high school. He's like, hey, he's a good friend. He gave you some fucking WD-40 to put in your system. So I you know, eventually get to breathe on my own and all this shit. And then he comes back and they're like, you know, the nurse tells me the doctor that saved you wants to talk to you. And I'm like, all right. And I asked him, like, how did I survive? And he was like, honestly, because you're fat. Like, you're pretty fat. And I was like, what, man? And he goes, I mean, a smaller person would definitely, like a 120-pound person would die halfway through this. This is just one of the only times where it's good to be fat, right now. And that's, yeah, that's why I still haven't lost the weight, you guys.
Okay. Hey, my butt. Okay. Nailed it. Let's turn YouTube off here. Dun, dun, dun. And I can close that. And I need to switch audio back to the headset. Okay. I can't believe I just got murked like that, bro. Yo, there's a hole in the ground over there? Did I miss something? Oh, is that the June thing? Oh, it disappeared. What the hell? Weird. Oh, hell yeah. Loot for days! Want to do Heat Seeker tourney in 2 minutes? 2 minutes? There's a Heat Seeker tournament? But yeah, we could do that. I'm not very good at Heat Seeker. We're going to get absolutely destroyed. Second chance, okay. So they have the tournaments for you, for me are usually like 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Did they add extra tournaments in between? I spent chaos rolling these maps. I gotta finish it. Give me all that gold. Put your epic name in chat again. How much time is left? A minute, 2 minutes? Disflastendochten. Alright, that's basically completed enough for me. Right? Can I buy anything good? Basically never. 2 minutes left? Okay. Sorry, pick up my looties. As long as Epic doesn't take 5 years signing in, we should make it. I can't care anymore? Okay. Exit Path of Exile. Close that. Close. Awaken PoE Trade. Close PoE Overlay. Double click Rocket League. Open Baki's mod. Controller. Check. It says it's injected Epic Games version, so hopefully the game launches in time. We should be... I've got to get more water. You gotta invite me again. My game wasn't open. Says the party's no longer available. There we go. 20 seconds left. Let's go. Nailed it. You're fine, dude. You're fine. So yeah, I don't really ever play Heat Seeker. I played it for like the first time the other day with someone on stream. Generally, it looks like there's one person who plays up front and one person who plays in net. How would you like to play this game? Also, my Discord is public in case any of y'all ever want to hop in. I'm down for whatever, man. What I'm down for is a bowl. That's what I'm actually down for. No, see, I'm trash. We about to lose so hard, bro. I guess this will help me with my defense, though, because my defense is not very good. No, I went the wrong way. I'm a fucking potato, bro. Can't believe I let that in. Yeesh. Nice, dude. Shit. That was clean. Oh yeah, sorry, after we're done this tournament, Certes, you want to help me craft some gear for my Lightning Strike character? It's dunk, bro. Bro, I can't. I'm not used to the ball curving, dude. Also, because I have the Mage Blood, should I use the Mage Blood on the Lightning Strike? Or, because Headhunters are like 10 Divine, should I use a Headhunter? Or are we doing the version that requires that perseverance belt? Okay, I have a couple of them. I'll have to see if I have one that's rolled well. Bro, I suck so much at this, dude. Oh yeah, I've got credits to make new songs, so just out of curiosity, what style of song should we make today? Or what styles? Welcome back, Squiddy. I tried playing Lightning Strike earlier and it broke my computer. You should make a rap song. You know, it's funny, I have written raps too. Country music? I made a test country song earlier, maybe like the third or fourth song. Nice bump, let's go. I don't like any game mode that's not regular. Because I've been trying to play it competitively for so long. This stuff throws me off so much. Oh! Puckering buttholes, Batman! I don't... Bro, that thing is moving. Oh shit, it changes color? Yo, what's up, Monera? Welcome to the stream, brother man. I got hardcore carried in that game, not gonna lie. Yo, I seriously do have the best wife. I got the best lady ever. Still pizza sauce all over my shirt. Heat Seeker's your main game mode? Oh my god, Squidward. Yeah, this is an actual tournament. Excuse me. Bro. What the hell were season rewards? I didn't get them the previous season, so I didn't play it all last season. I just loaded up and realized it was a whole new season. I'm like, I missed an entire season? Banners, yikes. My bad, I was packing another bowl. Alright, they're heat seeking. What just happened? Yeah, I think it's Diamond. Diamond or Champ. No, you got me again, bro. What a bump. I forgot there's infinite boost. I should just be hovering in the sky. Why am I letting them bump? Oh, he got me too. Babushka. Nice one. There's a mad curve on it, dude. Alright, we're tied up. Now they're taking turn. Oh, no! I'm sorry, bro. I fucking side flipped instead of jumping up. I just realized my Twitch isn't working. Just a black screen over on Twitch. No. Alright, we got this. We got this, bro. Ooh, that was so close. Alright, I'll stay back. I'm pretty trash on offense. So rap. Someone said I should create a rap song. What style of rap? Because there's like Juice WRLD / hip hop rap. There's Tech 9, rapid fire stuff. There's like Eminem. Like there's. I don't know which genre would fit me best. I don't even think. Nice demo. Hell yeah, nice bump, dude. Clutch, came in clutch. Oh, he got me landing. Fuck. My bad. I gotta stop getting demoed like a fucking noob, bro. I should be able to dodge these. I hit that on my screen, hello? This game's so sick. Hit it on my screen, then get demoed, then the ball resets. Love it. Oh yeah, because they force us to play on these shitty central servers, bro. I'm trash! Alright, now I'm selling, bro. Oh wait, I thought we had time left. What the fuck? Thought we still had a minute 30 left. Or am I just baked? It's 1st to 7? Oh, that's fucking whack. Because we're already in game, if you want, we can run a couple threes games if you want. Since you don't care about your threes rank. Or we could run twos if you want. This account's not placed in twos. I'll play like another 15 or 20 minutes of Rocket, and then I'm gonna try and get Certes's help crafting gear for my lightning strike character. It's gonna feel so weird now that the ball doesn't go fast and it's not bouncing in my favor and stuff. What a save, bro! Corner drill, we practice those. Oh, it's wide open and I fucking whiffed. I thought that dude was going back, but he messed up his recovery. I couldn't get back in time. Oh yeah, sorry Topher. I forgot you did say you were back. Shit titties. Nice, good power touch. Controller, please. Alright, we gotta be a little bit more aggro. Okay. I'm fucking hot dog water right now. And I don't mean hot dog flavored water, I mean I'm dog water that's been sitting out in the sun. I didn't get the bump. I got bumped up into the moon. Whee! We're just playing too passively, that's all. Nice fake. Bitch. I did bump the shit out of me. First one's warm up. Oh, he got a good bump too. He landed and happened to bump me. I don't even think he was trying to bump me. Unfortunate, unfortunate. I'm trash, bro. I missed the net. How about that shot, bruh? How about that shot? Taking. Oh shit, I got no boost. I have not seen Sai in about 5 days. I haven't seen him since community night. In fact, I haven't seen him reply in our group chat either. I hope he's okay. What a bum. Ah, I missed. What do you mean you're bad? It was a great pass. Oh, that was risky play, dude. No, I missed it. I love when people spam what a save and then get shit on. Ooh, yeah. They have no boost. Corner drill, baby. All day long corner drill. I'll stay mid. Let's go. They both went for boost just then. That dude went for corner boost. That dude turned around for mid boost. Just left their net wide open. Oof. That was a nice shot. I didn't quite get to it in time up on the wall. So, how's everyone doing in chat today? I'm feeling considerably better from when I woke up. A lot of that has to do with being able to talk to my lady and feel her kisses and hug, and she just has so much affection. She makes me feel better. The indica definitely helps as well. You're doing amazing? Hell yeah. Ugh. I hit that horribly. Ooh, snaked it in there. Let's go. Alright, Topher, did you want to hop in for some threes? If you haven't added me yet, Topher, my username is Keep Crying Kiddo. Or you can post your epic in the chat. You can put your epic in chat, and I can add you if you'd like. Man, my skills are so rusty after not playing the entire season. Yikes. Yo, Adeb, don't forget you're stretching, please, bro. You remember health first. Absolutely, brother. In there like swim. Thank you for the reminder, by the way, Monera. Ah, I missed that. I'm bad. I'm trash. I'm trash. I'm really, really trash. Dang, that's my shot. Okay. Hell yeah, nice big power touch, Topher. That's what we're talking about. Yeah, get in there, be somebody. All three of them are in the corner. Let's keep that going. Oh, he's going for the redirect, bro. These guys are crazy. Bumped him. That dude was hunting me down for the demo. Yoink. Sorry, Topher. Jacked your boost. Ah, I got bumped. Shit, yeah, Topher, that's what I'm talking about. Them big power touches, big monies. How did I not get a save for that? Game is rigged. I almost saved that. Oof. Oh, bro, I didn't get those clips from earlier. I thought I had Gift Your Game open. But apparently not. We got this. It's all good. I saved Topher, let's go. First one's a warm up. Bro on the Rocket League W. What up, Moo? I'm being ass at Rocket League, bro. That's what I'm doing. How you been, Moo? I should really put some tunes on. Nice save, Topher. Let's go, nice shot. Bro, I'm excited. PC will come probably next week. About to be streaming. So clean. Hell yeah, dude. It's always exciting when you get a new computer. Where'd you order it from, Moo? Or is it, is it you building it at home? Just ordered the part type thing? Probably get over 100 FPS on Rocket League while streaming. Hell yeah. Somebody just howled outside. How do you get the boost? I call shenanigans. Sorry, Topher. I cut you off there. Good instincts to go for it there, though. You like that top right corner? Whee! Let's go, Topher! They're paying us back from when you did it to us. LOL. All three of us just go flying by. Alright, good luck with the Rocket League. About to go to bed, got work in the morning. Alright, Muazona, have a good evening, dude. Thank you for stopping by. Much love. Bro, Topher, you keep getting good, powerful touches, man. If you learn how to aim those, you're gonna be fucking dirt nasty at this game, dude. Nice, let's go, dude. $102 kph. What up, King Lonnie? Let's go, Topher. I love that speed, bro. I shot it too high. Titty. How you doing, Goon? W. Tired, chillin', have had the stream up for a while, been out. Well shit, Goon, did you hear the new song I made? not your style of music, but it turned out pretty dang good, bro. Not gonna lie. Hell yeah, we did. Teamwork makes the dream work, baby. What's good? I'm watching a movie. Nice.
I watched you fade like whispers in the wind. Silent tears trace paths where smiles had been. A shadow in the place where light once shone. In this quiet room, I'm left alone. Your voice, it lingers.
Alright, Squidward, have yourself a good night, dude.
Hollow and the meaning's unclear. How do I breathe when the air is so thin?
Enjoy your movie.
Your touch, it lingers like a phantom's kiss, a haunting reminder of what I miss. In the pages of time, our stories torn, a love once vibrant, now weathered and worn. The stars we wished on have all burned out. In the silence I hear.
Yo, what up, Hamburger?
But I'll hold on to the fragments of our song, even if it means holding on too long. Shattered wings, we tried to fly, but the weight of the world pulled us from the sky. In the wreckage of dreams, I'm searching for you, but the echoes of fate and my hope dies too. Your touch, it lingers like a phantom's kiss, a haunting reminder of what I miss. In the pages of dreams, I'm searching for you, but the echoes of fate and my hope dies too. Your touch, it lingers. We tried to fly, but the weight of the world pulled us from the sky. In the wreckage of dreams, I'm searching for you, but the echoes of fate and my hope dies too. Your touch, it lingers like a phantom's kiss, a haunting reminder of what I miss. In the pages of dreams, I'm searching for you, but the echoes of fate and the angels die too. So I'll light a candle and let it burn, in hope that one day you'll return. But until then, I'll wear this pain, a bittersweet reminder of love's refrain.
And yeah, that's that one. Let's go. How you doing tonight, Hamburger? No. Sorry, what? Volume was too low? I was just asking how you were doing. How was your week? Are you glad it's the weekend? That was nice. They're all trying to like freestyle this. Mad fake. Topher comes in with another huge banger. My bad, thought it was a pass. Nice challenge, Topher. Oh, he's so lucky he touched that. That was going deep in their net. Hell yeah, get it, Topher, get it, yeah! Oh, I landed, or he landed right in front of it. Ah, they put it in! Adapt, do you have the air roll button combined with your drift button? Yeah, my free air roll is my drift button, but I have air roll left and air roll right bound as well. No, bitch ass. Flip reset. Nice, oh, nice shot, Topher. Wide. Ah, I missed it. I'm trash. Oh, woo! That was a speedy boy. What did you do for brakes? Oh my! I just noticed my controller overlay. My controller over. Controller overlay is hidden slightly. Reverse is left bumper. Sidewall drill. Hell yeah, Topher. Justice for Gotham. Let's go, Topher! Yes, boy! Hell yeah, Tofi. Let's go. Let's go. Alright, I'm gonna smoke a bowl. I got one more game in me, boys. Then I'm gonna stretch. I'm gonna do my stretching and excuse me. I will absolutely play again sometime for sure. I've enjoyed myself. Teammate saved it. Get fucked. Nice, good challenge. I'm getting tossed around like a cheap hooker. Oh, garbage touch, garbage touch. Trash. I'm the trash man. Skibbity-bop-bop-ba-da-da-bop-bop-ba. I should make that remix and put it in a fucking YouTube short. Ooh, the triple, man. I like it, I like it. Nice save, Topher. No, I wanted the boost. Damn, bro, they all out for blood. Let's go, nice shot. Soft touch into a hard touch, classic. I'll read that in a second, Quokka. Don't be afraid to get in there, Taforis. I wasn't trying to steal that. I just wasn't sure if that dude in net was going to be able to get back to it. Also, ball chasing is how you win games. Hamburger. You gotta learn how to control the pace of the mat. Sometimes if your teammates aren't putting enough pressure on, you just gotta go for it. Oh, I almost saved that. Woo! That was so close, bro. Alright, GG's, guys. Oh, I got you. Someone chasing for like demos and stuff. Bum ba dum. Bum bum ba da dum bum. Okay. Yo, what up, Stinky Pete? Alright, I'm gonna head out of depth. It's almost midnight. For sure, dude. Thank you for hanging out today. Appreciate it. Have yourself a good night, dude. GG's. I was in Heat Seeker tourney with Rocket League Man, and his trigger reverse snapped off, and he couldn't break, so we lost. One dude in the finals was chasing as well. Hey, most of the time I'll be down to do that, Troxton, so no worries. I don't know who else is thinking they Pete, bruh. Topher, you played really good considering those were like diamond lobbies. Okay, let's open that. And then we open that. Yeah, they were like plat 3 or diamond 1 and 3s. Most people were diamond 1 or 2 and 2s that we were playing against. Right? Hey, got a gold room. Let's go. And a screaming invitation.
We've much to discuss.
All right, Hamburger, have yourself a good night. Thank you for stopping in and checking out the stream. Have yourself a good night, dude.
Yes, enter. Decisions must be.
Oh, hello there. Hello? Oh, it's you. Let's make some dust. Let's make some dust. Oh, it's you. Not bad, not bad. Let's make some dust. Let's make some dust. That'll do. Not bad, not bad. What have you got?
Certes, you still chilling in the stream, brother? Ugh, I finished all my water. Alright, I gotta get up and stretch and grab some water. Ugh. Ooh.
Maybe if I attach several blades.
Okay. Oh. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Go. There's something on in the background. You like
Maybe if I attach several blades.
some of them can be pretty. Okay. Excuse me. For real, where'd that other water jug go? We used to have 4, and we had 3. Now I think we're down to 2. It's not out here by her chair. Oh, I wonder if it's in the bedroom. Yeet. Oh, you know what? Yo, so who just started typing in Twitch chat? I'll come back and read that in a minute. Dun, 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 dun. Nope, water bottle's not in there either.
What was I thinking about just now?
Okay, gonna move this plate. Alright, Topher, have a good night, dude. Oh. That sucks, bro. Control. I hate when. Yeah. That's why I haven't been playing much Rocket League, because my controller's fucked too, right? I hate that shit. Alright, Certes. Um. Let's switch over. Because companies are greedy, bro. They're designed to fail like that. So you have. Look, I have fucking 4 or 5 dead controllers here. You've got 4 dead controllers. Fucking practically every person you know has dead controllers. They're made like that to fail. Because almost every single person who plays Xbox is going to go through a couple controllers, bro. Ugh. Nah, bro. Look, I would vote against that because that's what my buddy sent me. That's what the viewer sent me, and I broke it pretty quick too. I can't remember where it is now. I think I moved it while I was cleaning. All right. I guess I'd have to. This is my lightning strike character thus far. I've got tri-res and life gloves with +1 projectiles. I've got the Ralakesh's boots or whatever he said to get. I've got the Perseverance belt. In this guide I'm following, it says to use 2 tamings. I paid like 100 chaos for this claw. Or something like that. I crafted the helmet. Attempted crafting on my gloves, but well, I don't know, that's what the guide said to use. I'm following Lubgun on YouTube. I'm following his guide. I don't know what that is. Yeah, that sucks, Rocket League, man. I'm sorry you guys had to deal with that, especially in the finals. That shit sucks, bro. My armor's 917, and my evasion rating is 10,000. Yeah, you gotta pump those numbies up. Okay, so I have a bunch of maps rolled to farm on my Explodey build. What basis should I be looking out for? I'll gather all the basis and then we can go through a little crafting thing. I need a level 21 Grace and 21 Determine. Worm scale? Alright, yeah, let's do it that way. I'll find a couple basis and then we can try crafting some shit. What about for armor? This one says it's using a Death Hide Supreme Leather. That's endgame. What's mid-game? Zodiac Leather. Yeah, but I just want to try and do what I can by myself. Alright, y'all, if my computer doesn't explode. Okay, I just refreshed this stash page. My dump tab is currently worth 3 divine. From what I've checked in there. See what it's worth after I'm done running a couple maps. I might still level a Hex Blast Miner, because Sanctum, but... I have one of those, I dropped one of those omens of whatever it is. I can 6-link something. I'm rocking a Tabula right now on my other... Farm up heaps of Harvest Juice. Oh, I just spec'd out of Harvest for this gold farm strat, LOL. What color juice do I need?
Makes right, Vane. That means we agree. I should be in charge.
Fight for a lie, you kids. Go home.
I don't want to be caged again.
Last chance, General. A truce, Karui.
The Syndicate is strong and reasonable. I like you, Exile.
Yeah, I've got to change that MTX because the other one still looks cooler. Transcendence is OP. What about for gloves and stuff? Oh hell yeah, and it gives me a speed shrine? Let's go, baby. I'm fast as fuck, boy. So harpy skin boots are probably, is that the new base? Because that's got high ass evasion on it. Hurry up and die already, bro. This no single target shit is whack. Wait, what? Prefixes are most important since your damage scales off the lowest of your armor. Wait, we scale our armor for damage? Armor and evasion? An amethyst, warlord ring, and roll blue juice defense roll. Fuck, I'm just stuck in this ritual because I can't kill all the stuff. It's slowly dying. So what's up, everybody? What up, Artin? Okay, so you said I want worm scale gloves. Can you stream like in 3 hours? I'll probably still be streaming in 3 hours. Wyvern scale. This build's so good at exploding shit, I need to set up the proper oils on my rings, and I could AFK Blight with this thing too. I don't even think there's anything good for sale inside this ritual. Don't do Eldritch then until you get 3 pieces you really like. All right, I don't give a fuck enough to do this. Wasting so much time.
Tactics and cunning. Sword wielding.
I can't even kill them. Sweet Christmas.
What's once more?
Leave the mask on.
I'm afraid the owners will only garner from
The Syndicate. There could be no simpler exchange.
Also gonna need to fuel the fight, feed the fury, any third notable, 8 passive large cluster. I think thought I had some already, but okay. Let me pull up the entertainment for you guys while I'm hunting for these items. All right. This is says for mature audiences only. Places you can't go, but people went anyway.
Today's story is a places you can't go and someone who went anyways type of story, and it is pure nightmare fuel, especially if you're claustrophobic. At 12:20 a.m. on August 17, 2020, a police sergeant named Kevin Bingham was sitting inside of his cruiser in a parking lot in Scottsdale, Arizona with the windows rolled down when he heard a strange sound. He couldn't place exactly what it was. At first, it sort of sounded like a woman screaming, but then it kind of morphed into more of like a screech, like a cat would make in a fight. But at the same time, this sound was sort of echoey, almost like it was in a cave or something. But Sergeant Bingham is looking around him, and there's a school and a baseball field, there's houses and apartment buildings. I mean, he's in a typical American neighborhood. There's no caves anywhere near him. But regardless of where specifically this noise was originating from, what was clear to Sergeant Bingham is that whoever or whatever was making this noise sounded like they needed help, and so he decided he would go investigate. So Sergeant Bingham left the parking lot, turned right onto the road, and began driving roughly in the direction of the sound. But again, remember, the sound is kind of echoey, it's very hard to place where it's coming from. But as he continued driving down this road, Sergeant Bingham realized the noise was getting louder, and so he must be getting closer. And so just ahead of Sergeant Bingham at the end of this road is this huge health club. There's a big fitness center, and then behind it, kind of attached to it, was an outdoor pool area, and then surrounding the pool area was a 12-foot tall brick fence. And so Sergeant Bingham thought, based on the proximity to this noise, maybe the sound, the screeching sound, is coming from somewhere in this health club. And so Sergeant Bingham drives up to the health club, parks his cruiser, he gets out, turns on his flashlight, and right away he hears more screeching, and immediately Sergeant Bingham can tell it's coming from inside of the enclosed pool area, behind that 12-foot tall wall. And so Sergeant Bingham can't see into the pool area, but again, he can tell, whatever it is, it's in there. And also, at the same time he's kind of pinpointing the sound, he can tell that this noise, this screeching sound, really doesn't sound like an animal. It sounds like a person. And so Sergeant Bingham runs up to the brick wall and he listens really intently to see if maybe in addition to the screeching sound, if he can hear, splashing sounds or some other activity inside of the pool area that would kind of give away what's actually happening. Maybe somebody snuck in after hours and now they're struggling to swim in one of these pools. But as he strained to listen, all he heard over and over again was the screeching sound, but nothing else. There's no splashing, there's no other activity, it's just the screeching sound. And so as Sergeant Bingham was wondering how he was going to get into this pool area to see what was going on, he looked over and he saw there were two gym cleaners coming out of the fitness center. And so Sergeant Bingham ran over to them and he asked them, hey, are you the only two that are working in this health club right now? Or is there somebody out in the pool area? And the cleaners looked at Sergeant Bingham and just shook their head and said, no, we are the only ones working right now, and we've been listening to that screeching sound too. We don't know what it is. And then shortly after they said this to Sergeant Bingham, suddenly the noises, the screeching sounds, changed. And it went from just being these guttural, high-pitched screeches to somebody yelling out a single word: help. And so the second Sergeant Bingham heard this, he grabbed his radio and called for backup. About 2 minutes later, another officer showed up, and right away the cleaners opened up the doors to the fitness center, and Bingham and the other officer ran inside. They cut through the huge gym to the very back where there were doors that led out to the pool area.
That's the chess piece we need,
isn't
it, Sir Test?
It's actually the biggest part.
Marshall's Brigandine.
So they open up the doors, they go outside, and both officers are expecting to, see this person that's calling out for help. But instead, once they get outside, it's eerily silent, and there's absolutely no activity anywhere. Right in front of them are these two pools. There's this huge lap pool, no one's in it, the water is calm, and then next to it is another pool, a smaller pool that has a water playground right in the middle of it, but that one as well is devoid of people and totally calm. And so the officers are looking at each other like, where is this person that clearly was calling for help a second ago? But just then, the cries for help began again, and this time they were able to kind of pinpoint where it was coming from. It was coming from a third pool, kind of in the back of the pool area, beyond these two pools and beyond some cabanas. There was this third shallow pool with two water slides going into it. And from the sound of these screeches, it sounded very much like this person must be in or near these slides. And so at this point, Sergeant Bingham became a little bit skeptical that whoever this was really needed help. He felt like it was more likely that, somebody had just snuck in after hours, who maybe was high on drugs or mentally ill, and now they're just kind of causing a scene inside one of the slides. Or maybe it's somebody who snuck in just to play a prank, to screw with the cops and act like they were in trouble when they really weren't. And so Sergeant Bingham looks at the other officer and they kind of are like, okay, let's go see what's going on here. And they make their way over to the slides. And when they got there, there's two slides. There's one slide, which is blue, and it's an open top, so if you were sliding down it, you'd be visible the entire time you're on the slide. And there's nobody on this slide, so whoever is making these sounds, they're not on or in the blue slide. But the other slide, the red slide, was a tube slide, and so if you were going down this slide, you'd be hidden inside the tube. And so both officers are thinking, okay, the person who's yelling out for help has got to be inside of this red slide. And so the two officers went to the base of the red slide and they looked up inside of it.
This bowl goes out to anyone who's still watching the
stream. It was
stream.
possible they were, just beyond their line of sight. And so Sergeant Bingham just yelled in like, hey, are you okay? And the person did respond to this, but they didn't respond with words. They just responded with more screeching. And so Sergeant Bingham tells the other officer, you know, hey, stay right here at the foot of the slide. I'm gonna go up and go down the slide. We'll meet in the middle, we'll find this person, and we'll get them out of here. And so the other officer stays put, and Sergeant Bingham goes downstairs, makes his way up to the top of the platform that led to both slides. He went to the top of the red slide and he looked down into it, but he couldn't see anybody. But again, the slide was long enough, you know, it's possible that from both sides, looking up and looking down, your line of sight would not allow you to see the person right in the middle. And so Sergeant Bingham yelled into the slide like, hey, I'm coming down and my partner's coming up. We're gonna find you here. Like, if you're in there, go down, get out of the slide. But again, the response they got was not words, it was just more guttural screaming and moaning. And so, feeling kind of annoyed, Sergeant Bingham gets his flashlight and aims it straight ahead of him, and he begins slowly making his way down the slide, and at the same time, his partner at the bottom began making his way up the slide. And so as they're doing it, both officers are yelling like, hey, if you're in here, we're coming in, like, let's go, you gotta get out of here. But again, all they're hearing is more screaming, and as the officers get closer and closer to the middle, they're expecting to see someone. But then suddenly, both officers come face to face right in the middle of this red slide, and there's nobody there. It's just them. And so at this point, both officers are totally freaked out. This did not make sense. They've been listening to this person screaming out for the last few minutes, and it sounded so much like they were in this slide. Like, how could they not be? And so Sergeant Bingham and the other officer get out of the slide, and they start screaming out for this person, like, hey, tell us where you are. But in response, they just continued to get more and more desperate sounding screeches. And it sounded like the screeches really were in this red slide, or at least somewhere really close by. But there's no one anywhere near them. There's nowhere for this person to be. It didn't make any sense. And so, having no other ideas, Sergeant Bingham went over to the blue slide, the open top slide that very clearly nobody is on. But he hopped on it and thought, let me just check, and he began going up the slide. Now, this slide was not a straight slide. It actually went around in the middle like a corkscrew. And so as Sergeant Bingham began walking up the slide began to turn, and so he began walking along this corkscrew section of the slide on the way to the top. And about halfway up the corkscrew section, when he's basically halfway up the slide, Sergeant Bingham just stopped and just kind of scanned around, because now he's at a higher position, you know, a better vantage point across this outdoor area, and he's looking all around him, despite still hearing these screams coming out of what feels like right where he is. He doesn't see anybody, but then, right as he's about to continue going up the slide, something catches his eye just below him. And he stops and he kind of leans over the edge of this blue slide and looks straight down, and he could not believe what he saw. It would turn out earlier that night, so right before 12:20 a.m., which is when Sergeant Bingham first heard that screeching sound, a 32-year-old man named Ryan Kelly, who was naked and high on meth, snuck into the pool area. He climbed over that wall, jumped inside, and eventually he found his way over to the stairs that led up to the platform that allowed you to go down the red and blue slides. And once he got up there, instead of, sliding down the slide, he began walking down that blue slide, the open top slide that has a corkscrew section in the middle. He began walking down it, and when he got about halfway down it, around the part where it began to corkscrew, he stopped, and at some point must have looked around him and noticed there was a support beam basically running from the ground straight up, basically as high as the blue slide was, where there were all these arms branching off of it that supported the corkscrew section of the slide. It was just holding the corkscrew up. And from where Ryan was standing, he would have had the ability to see the top of this beam. And he would have seen that the top of this beam was open. It was a round beam with about an 18-inch diameter across. And to any sane person, it would be very apparent that you're not supposed to go inside of this support beam. But Ryan, being high on meth, decided he would go inside of this support beam. He climbed up to the top of it and then wedged his feet into this narrow opening. And Ryan's a pretty skinny guy. He's naked. He's slick with sweat. And he began lowering himself into this pipe, this hollow pipe that goes all the way to the ground. And after he got his feet in there and his legs in there, he's forcing himself down. He finally got most of his torso in, and then he would have realized his hands would not be able to fit unless he put them over his head. And so he put his arms over his head and just continued to wiggle himself down into this pipe. And at some point, probably around the time that his shoulders cleared the pipe, he kind of slipped pretty quickly about halfway down the pipe. Not to the ground, basically suspended right in the middle of this tiny, tight pipe. Now, we don't know for sure if Ryan intended to get out of this pipe at some point, but once he was about halfway down the pipe with his arms up over his head, there was absolutely no way he could get himself out again. There was just nowhere to pull or anything. He's completely wedged, barely able to breathe, and on top of that, he's in Arizona. It's one of the hottest places in the world, and on top of that, they were experiencing a heat wave, and his body, his naked body, is pressed all against the inside of this metal pipe that conducts heat. And so he's basically in this really tight space, cooking alive, and there's no way to get out. And so at some point, as Ryan is likely realizing that he is completely screwed here, and he's beginning to literally cook to death, he began trying to scream out for help, but he was likely in so much pain, and also again, under the influence of meth, that he couldn't quite yell out words. He just let out those horrible screeching sounds, and those were the noises that Sergeant Bingham heard. But then when Sergeant Bingham and his partner got into the pool area, they were able to identify roughly where Ryan was stuck, but Ryan, again, couldn't make words. He's so messed up, he's in so much pain that he just continued to scream, and because he was in that pipe, it kind of created this weird echoey phenomenon where when he would scream out, his voice would come out of the pipe and almost kind of get thrown around the park. That's why Sergeant Bingham and the other officer couldn't quite figure out where he was, and at one point it sounded like he was in that red slide, when obviously he wasn't. And so finally, at some point, Sergeant Bingham walked up the blue slide. He's halfway up, he's hearing Ryan screaming, and he turns and he looks down, and from his perspective where he was standing, he was looking down into that pipe. And looking up at him inside of this pipe is Ryan, arms up over his head, wide-eyed, screeching, trying to be saved. But unfortunately for Ryan, his rescue was a very technically difficult thing to pull off. He was too far down the pipe for anyone to reach him to pull him up, and when they threw a rope down to him inside of the pipe, Ryan was too weak to grab onto the rope. And so for hours and hours, rescue crews tried to get Ryan out. The whole time Ryan is panicking and screaming and cooking to death, basically. You know, they couldn't get him out, and so finally at the 7-hour mark after he was found, they had to bring in a crane, and they had to fully dismantle the slide and pull that pipe out of the ground. But unfortunately, by that point, it was too late for Ryan. He had passed away. An autopsy would show that ultimately what killed Ryan was the combination of the meth in his bloodstream and the extreme heat he was exposed to inside of that pipe.
Bro, for real, Arden, for real. They could have saved that dude, but
In 2003, 27...
taxpayer aren't going to waste their money on a drug addict, you know? And also, you're at a fucking fitness center that has a goddamn water park in it. How did that dude overheat? How are you not just pouring water over him to cool off the metal pipe and to cool him off? Like, how do you not have a hose or something just like... like, what do you mean he fucking overheated? That's fucking ridiculous, bro. Must have been the crowd. So I think I found the chess piece we need. Precursor, that's armor. Infiltration, that's evasion and energy shield. Oh yeah. Bro, this build is literally cheating. Evasion and energy shield. Yeah, I fucking... I find that shit laughable because they do that shit here, Certes. The government will issue a notice like, please refrain from using water because there's a shortage, or please, don't run extra fridges or air conditioners because there's extra strain on the grid. Meanwhile, you got casinos fucking open 24/7 with like a billion lights and machines going, but I, the individual, I've got to turn off my fucking air conditioner. Suck my fucking cock, bro. Eat a bag of dicks. Like, that's the most bullshit shit I've ever heard. And it sucks for places, because some places, they'll just do like rolling brownouts or whatever. They're just like, oh, people aren't listening? We're just going to shut off this part of the grid for a little bit. You're like, what? Oh, is this the one we need? Full Werven scale? Full Werven scale. Wait, I'm baked, I can't say that word. Breach scare? Val breach? What? What you talking about, Willis? I think there is a variation that uses Val breach, but are Chimera scale gauntlets, are those the new... Are these things the new ones? It has armor and evasion. Oh, okay. But does that mean that this Werven scale armor is... Whoops. Do I need a full Werven scale set? I've got a... Is that Elder or Shaper? I've got a Maelstrom Visor Conquest helmet that has 400 armor and 400 evasion. Item level 83. Bro, if I cut my hair and wore my hair backwards, got some contacts, did up the little pedo stash, I'd kind of look like this guy, especially if I wore one of those plaid shirts. Okay. Oh, hell yeah, I've got a better perseverance as well, with an 8% life roll. 1% off perfect for cold, and mid-ish on the top one, but I can reroll that with a frickin' Orb of Blessing or whatever. Hell to the yeah. Can I just buy a breach gem and slam it with Val Orbs.
I cannot do this yet.
Bro, I can't defend my trees for shit. Stop hitting my tree. I wonder how much they are right now. Did I not open PoE overlay? An awakened PoE trade? Why did everything just disappear on my computer? What is happening? Okay, my computer's just having a stroke. Got it. Okay, so they are open. Why didn't the keybind work? Apparently it didn't fucking load. Now did it, dickhead? 4 divine for Val Breach? Sheesh. Sounds like once I get my lightning strike dude together, I need to set up a tree for farming Breach. Also, I love this armor set. Alright, these dickheads aren't gonna die, YOLO. Breach on the Breach map? Do I have any of those? What is that under fragments? Breach? Oh, I have a Blessing of Zoth. I can upgrade my Breach Stone into a... Yeah, let's do that. Item cannot be upgraded while in special tab. S my D, bro! Zoth's Flawless Breach Stone. Bam! Nailed it. Okay. These maps are dropping a shit ton of scarabs. I'm loving it. Even though I never use them. Alright. Let's grab, okay. How do I do this? How do I want to start rolling this? What does Lightning Strike need? I have some essences, not a lot though. Bum, 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 bum. Defense harvest. Order crafting station. Bam. Whoops. I typed in defense and everything disappeared. Is it this top one here? The 75? Yeah, I'd have. Is bullying bad in like America or Canada? Yeah, it's bad in America. That's why they have fucking massive school shootings every goddamn week, bro. Bullying's a huge problem. We got a tier 2 life and a tier 2 lightning. You said I want armor evasion or flat armor and evasion? Oh, that's a tier 5 armor and evasion. Tier 6 armor, tier 1 lightning. Trash. Real flex damage, tier 1 cold. Yeah, there's a delay on the stream, so I don't know which one you're talking about when you say that's decent. Ow. Keep going, alright. Tier 1 stout. No, that's tier 9. I'm blind as shit. All of those are bad. Increased armor and evasion, tier 1. But then it also gave us a tier 6 armor roll. Sanguine, tier 1 life. So I have a tier, it says I have a tier 1 mammoth, tier 1 sanguine. So that's a tier 1 armor and a tier 1 life. Do you want to keep that? That's a pretty, it looks like a pretty shit life roll. Why is that tier 1? Or is it saying tier 9? Am I just blind again? Oh, it's tier 11. I am blind as shit, boy. Tier 2 life, tier 4 armor. There's 3 tier 2s and a tier 3 on this one. Watch the number at the numbies at the top. It should be 2,500 before you even stop to consider it. Like combined, it should be above 2,500. Dang, I tried. Each should be 2,500 plus? Are you for reals? Oh my word. Okay, let's try it. Whoops. Defense. That makes it way easier for... Ah, they were both over 2,000. I was clicking too fast. I don't need to craft something that's like super duper though. Just something that'll allow me to like comfortably farm T16s and start getting my feet wet in T17s, and that's probably more... Oh, that one's ugly. A +7 life. Yeah, I do have the idea. Thank you for the tips, bro. I have no idea what I'm doing in this realm. Like, I honestly don't. It's a low dex roll, low life roll, low fucking... Yeah. And I'm out of the sauce. Rip. Put that back in the lightning strike tab. Okay, I was going to show you the other thing I had. But I guess I need juice for that as well, so... YOLO annul? Wait, where did I put that? Did I already roll it off? Is it too late? Oh yeah, I already rolled that shit off. Too late to YOLO annul? Okay. Hit me better, monsters. You're supposed to be exploding. Although this is an 8 mod map, so shit is going to be a little bit... Dwarven scale boots. Is those the ones we need? Because I don't have to use them Ralakesh boots. Doesn't Lightning Strike get their charges up pretty fast? So I don't really need to be considered always at full charges. I don't understand what those boots do for the build. Look at all them drops, boy. Fuck, just from maps and scarabs alone, this shit makes hella money. Not that I've sold any of my scarabs yet. What's your ultimatum this time, bitch? You always give me bullshit, you suck. I don't know how anyone enjoys doing this. Shut up and explode. Are they insane? Again, I don't know what anything does. Damage penetrates, increase life, damage when access, freeze. Does anyone do freeze and bleed? Is that worth anything? Couple chaos at least.
Slay them amongst the flames.
Oh no, there's something that's gonna hit me with fire.
The wind conspires with the flames.
Crit resistant, cold and chill, freeze resistant, exploding orb, lightning and shock resistant, extra chaos damage, lightning storm. Okay. Why don't you just make the dude impossible to kill then, boy? Well, we're gonna be here a while, so I'm gonna put the video back on.
7-year-old Kurt Smith was employed as an engineer for the German shipping company called Hapag-Lloyd. Over the past year, he had completed 2 separate 4-month-long deployments with this company, and he enjoyed the work enough that he asked for a contract extension. It was granted, and on July 11th of that year, he boarded the CM London Express to begin his 3rd deployment. 3 months into it, one of the ship's pistons broke. The piston is the part of the engine that goes up and down inside the hollow cylinder of the engine block. They would need to turn off the engine in order to make this repair, and so they made an unplanned stop in Savannah, Georgia. Once they got there, Kurt, along with 7 people under his command, headed down to the engine room to begin the process. Over the next several hours, the men were able to extract the broken piston and put in the new one. But this was back-breaking work. It was so hot in the engine room. What they're moving around is so heavy and cumbersome, and they're all bickering with each other. And at some point, Kurt called out the foreman for being lazy, and the foreman did not like that, and he was very popular amongst this group. And so by the end of getting the piston back in, everybody in there just totally resented Kurt. But ultimately, they got it done, and Kurt cut everybody loose except for the foreman. He told him he needed to stay back and help him ensure all the pistons were properly installed. To do that, they would need to go inside of something called the scavenger air receiver, which is this tube that's 55 feet long by 5 feet wide with access hatches on either side, and it sits right next to the engine block. Each hatch on either end had 3 latches on the outside that were called dogs. And so Kurt undid the 3 dogs on his hatch, and he opened it up. He crawled inside of the tube with his flashlight, and he began crawling. And on his left side were these square cutouts, these windows called scavenger ports that looked into each of the engine cylinders. And so Kurt crawled along counting the different cylinders until he got to the 6th one, which is where they had replaced that piston. Meanwhile, the foreman went around to the aft hatch. He undid the 3 dogs, he opened up the hatch, and then using a remote controlled device, he was able to bring the pistons into position safely so Kurt could inspect them through the scavenger port. The procedure on the ship was if you were inspecting one cylinder, the expectation is you would inspect all of them. And that entire process took about an hour, and Kurt just didn't feel like doing it. He was tired, he had a bad day, he was hungry. And so after he was certain the new piston was working just fine, he kind of rushed his checks on the other cylinders, and after only about 20 minutes, he told the foreman that, yep, we're good, we can leave. So he and the foreman got out, they dogged their hatches, and they headed up to their rooms to change. Their captain had been told they had to leave port no later than 9:30 that night because a huge tanker was coming in and there'd be no space for them. But at 8 p.m., as everyone is running around prepping the ship, somebody noticed Kurt was not at his workstation. The chief engineer called down to the engine room to ask anyone down there if they had seen Kurt, but nobody had. So a sailor was sent down to Kurt's cabin to see if he was in there, but he wasn't. At this point, because they only had about an hour until they were departing, they had to find Kurt. So they sounded the alarm on their ship, which was a little bit premature, but they figured, let's get everybody involved and just find Kurt. And so everybody stopped what they were doing and began searching the ship. During the search, a sailor was down near the scavenger air recovery space, and he noticed on the forward hatch there was a little piece of rag poking out of the top right corner of the forward hatch, and the lower two dogs were not set. He knew they were having issues getting a good seal on this particular hatch because there was a divot in one of the O-rings. And so he figured someone must have put a rag right over that divot to try to help seal this hatch, and they just forgot to shut the two lower dogs. Now, it did cross this sailor's mind that Kurt could have gotten inside of the scavenger air recovery space and then somehow got locked inside, and so he did want to investigate. However, there was a very strict policy about who was allowed to actually open up the scavenger air recovery hatches. And it wasn't the sailor. It was only the foreman, the chief engineer, and Kurt. And so this sailor decided to play it safe and just close the lower two dogs, and then told his superior that there was this weird rag poking out of the forward hatch and that someone should go down there and open it up and see if Kurt's inside. And so his superior went and told the chief engineer. And so as the chief engineer is making his way down to check on this strange rag situation, the foreman, completely independently, had gone around to the back of the scavenger unit to the aft hatch, so not the one with the rag poking out of it, and he unlocked the three dogs. He opened the hatch, he looked inside and shined his light, didn't see anyone, shut the hatch, locked all three dogs, and then began to walk away right as the chief engineer came down and saw him. And he saw him securing the scavenger air unit, and he said, "Hey, I was just coming down here to check to make sure Kurt wasn't in there, and you just checked, right? He's not in there?" And the foreman said, "Yeah,
all those
no one's in there,
conquest
it's all
helmets,
good."
maybe one
And
of
so
them
the two of them, the
be
foreman
rolled
and the chief
well.
engineer, did not check on the rag. They just left. The search for Kurt continued on the ship, but they could not find him. And so as 9:30 was approaching, the captain called the port authority, and he said, "Hey, we're down someone. Can you please send someone out to look around?" And so a search on the land began, but they couldn't find Kurt. And so finally 9:30 came around, and the big container ship that was supposed to come in and take their place was just waiting right out in the water for them to leave. And so the captain did his best to linger for another 10-15 minutes, but finally they were forced to leave, even though they had no idea where Kurt was. So they fired up the engine and they left. The general consensus on the ship was that Kurt must have fallen overboard and drowned, or maybe he ran ashore and ran off, but that was very unlike him. And so an investigation was launched, but it would probably be a while before anybody found out what happened to him. Finally, 2 days later, they arrived in port at Norfolk, Virginia. They powered off the engine and they got the ship ready to be put into harbor mode, where basically they open up all the hatches and they prep it to sit there for a while. And during that process, the foreman went down to the scavenger air recovery space and he opened up the forward hatch and he found Kurt. Although no one has all the details of what happened to Kurt, the leading theory is 2 days earlier, when he had done that abbreviated check of the engine cylinders, when he had basically cut it short with the foreman because he just didn't want to do it, he had gotten back up to his room and started to think to himself that if anything goes wrong with any of those pistons, that I'm going to be to blame, because the foreman was with me and I called the foreman lazy earlier and he doesn't like me, and so he's bound to turn me in. So Kurt decided he would go back down and do a more thorough check. But he didn't want anybody to know he was second guessing himself, and so he was going to do this alone, even though it was a huge no-no to go inside of the scavenger air unit by yourself. Because if you manage to get stuck in there by yourself, horrible things are going to happen to you, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. But Kurt was confident, so he headed down, he undogged the forward hatch, he swung it inside, he climbed in with his flashlight, and then somehow, once he got inside, he managed to fall backwards and hit the hatch door so hard that it swung shut, slammed, causing the upper dog to swivel and rotate down and lock him inside. He knew that nobody knew he was in there. He had made sure that nobody knew he was in there. He screamed for help, but nobody could hear him. The ship was so loud as it was, and being inside of this tunnel, no sounds getting out of it. And so he's looking around thinking what he should do, and he looks back at the door, the one that's sealed right behind him, and he sees the very top crack, there's a tiny sliver of light. Because even though one dog had sealed him in, because the other two had not, there was a little gap in the seal. And so he thought if he can just wedge his dirty rag into that little space and push it out onto the other side, someone will see it, will clearly recognize there's a foreign object hanging off of the forward hatch, and they'll have to open it up and they'll find it. And so once he wedged his rag up and through, he was confident he would be found, and so he slouched down against the back of the hatch and he just sat there waiting to be found. And then a little while later, he heard the sound of somebody not opening the hatch behind him as he thought they would, but but instead locking the 2 dogs, making sure it doesn't open. He must have got up and turned around and screamed for them, but again, they can't hear him. And then a couple of minutes later, on the other side of the tube, 55 feet away, the aft hatch opened up briefly. Somebody shined their light in. It didn't hit him. He tried to yell for them. They didn't hear him. And then he saw them shut the hatch, and he heard the sound of them locking all 3 dogs. At this point, you got to figure that Kurt's fear is at a primal level. He knows at any moment, if somebody doesn't get him out of here, this is going to become a death trap. And so as he's looking around, just wondering what's going to happen, he would have felt the incredible pressure start to build up in his ears. It would have taken him to his knees, it would have been crushing in his skull, and he would have heard the sound of each of the hatches being pressed up against their O-ring as the room began to pressurize. And then he would have heard the sound of the pistons beginning to churn inside of the engine cylinder right next to him. And at that point, he would know there's no hope. And slowly, horribly, that room would begin to heat up until Kurt was cooked alive.
Dang, Kurt. All because
Midday
you
on
called
June
out the
10th,
foreman.
1981, an Italian man and his 6-year-old son walked to the edge of their property in Frascati, which is an area in Italy known as the hub of Rome's local wine industry. The father needed to repair a section of their fence, and his son, who he said had the soul of Huckleberry Finn, wanted to tag along. But as soon as the work began, Alfredo just wanted to go play in the vineyards, and so he ran off. And the father didn't think much of it because his son always played in the vineyards and just figured he would see him back at the house. When the father finished up the work around 7 p.m. and walked back into his house, he was surprised that Alfredo wasn't there. And so he asked his wife, have you seen our son? And she said, no, can you go out and find him? Because dinner's going to be on the table any minute.
Oh my,
So
is
the
it
father
12
goes back
o'clock, you
outside,
guys?
expecting to see Alfredo come running out from behind some hiding place, but he doesn't. And he yells out for his son and doesn't get a response. And so he begins walking his property and yelling for Alfredo, and he's not finding him. And so after 2 hours of looking, he finally just calls the police. The police arrive, and initially it's just a couple of officers with flashlights, and they spend about 2 hours looking as well. They can't find him, so they call in backup in the form of officers with sniffer dogs, and the dogs began searching the property for another 3 hours, and they still didn't find him. A little after midnight, the fire department, known in Italy as the fire brigade, they joined in as well. Shortly thereafter, a fire brigade officer was on the edge of Alfredo's property when he discovered a small hole in the ground. It would turn out Alfredo's neighbor had dug an illegal well, which was a common practice at the time, and generally, if you dug one of these wells and you struck water, you would report the well. But if you dug down and you didn't find water, you would just cover it up with a girder and you wouldn't tell anyone. In this case, however, the hole the officer was looking at did not have anything covering it. And so he knelt down and he yelled Alfredo's name into this hole, and at first he didn't hear anything. Then he yelled again, and he heard Alfredo yell back for his mother. Alfredo must not have seen the opening as he was running around playing, and he fell feet first into an 80-meter deep shaft. After Alfredo was found, the fire brigade took over rescue efforts, and so additional fire brigade units were called to help. But as soon as those additional units showed up, the captains of the different units began arguing with each other because it wasn't really clear how they were going to get him out. And unfortunately, the fire brigade immediately made a very bad decision. They decided to lower a plank into the shaft attached by a rope that he could grab onto, and they could pull him out that way. But when they lowered it at about 24 meters, the plank got stuck inside of the tunnel. And when they yanked on the rope to try to free it, the rope came off of the plank, but the plank remained wedged in the tunnel, blocking the tunnel. By the following morning, TV crews had swarmed the area, and one of them offered up a two-way microphone that could be lowered down into the hole so they could talk directly to Alfredo. When the microphone was finally lowered down next to his face, he was crying and pleading for them to get him out and that he missed his mother. Amateur spelunker Tullio Barnaby, a 23-year-old, had come over and joined the vigil that night. The plank plan shocked him for its foolishness, and so too did the scene. It was like everyone and no one was in charge. The well opening had been widened in hopes that a very skinny person would be willing to be lowered down to remove the piece of wood that was obstructing the tunnel. And since Tullio was a spelunker and was comfortable in confined spaces and was pretty skinny, he volunteered himself to do it. As he was lowered down, he quickly realized the inside of this tunnel was not a straight shot. It was more like a corkscrew. And so because of its windy nature, he was not able to get down to the wood. And so he signaled to go back up again, and when he reached the surface, he didn't have the wood in hand, but he told the fire brigade that because of the windy nature, it's unlikely Alfredo fell all the way to the bottom. He's probably stuck somewhere in the middle, which is a good thing. But we have to be really careful as we pull him out that we don't do anything that unintentionally causes him to slip farther into the hole. Tullio's suggestion was they go out and recruit professional spelunkers to be involved in the rescue because they would understand how to get someone out of such a tight space so far down in the ground. But the
Stop
fire
smoking.
brigade disregarded his advice and
You're
said
gonna
we don't
start
have
a
enough time
fire?
for that. At 6
No, I'm
a.m.
not,
the next
bro.
day, about
What's up,
12 hours
Dixter?
after Alfredo's fallen into the swell, the fire brigade would make another very poor decision. They decided they would drill down another hole parallel to the one Alfredo was in, and they would drill down past the point they believed Alfredo was, at which point they would turn and drill laterally and connect to the tunnel Alfredo's in,
Oh my
grabbing
God.
Alfredo, pulling him across, and back up the new tunnel.
That doesn't
Tullio
sound
objected,
good.
and he said the vibrations from this drill are almost certainly going to dislodge the boy and cause him to slip farther into the tunnel. But once again, the fire brigade did not listen to him. The drilling began about 2 hours later, and by that afternoon, Alfredo's plight had become major national news, with every single TV station playing a 24/7 live broadcast of the well, watching the drilling take place. Even the Italian president made a special trip to the well to see how it was going. But the drilling was very slow, and Alfredo, he had that microphone next to his head, and he was crying half the time, and the other times he was just pleading with them to get him out and saying he was cold or that he was tired, and the rescuers would say, "We're going to be down there to get you, don't fall asleep, we're going to get you out of there." Finally, after 36 hours, they had drilled all the way down to their intended stopping point, and they began drilling across into Alfredo's well. When they finally broke into Alfredo's well, rescuers rushed in with flashlights and looked up and looked down, and there was no sign of Alfredo. And they called it up to the top, and they said, "He's not here." And then all of a sudden, they heard a faint voice coming from all the way down at the bottom of the well. The vibrations from all of the drilling had indeed caused Alfredo to slip all the way to the very bottom. They estimated he was approximately 30 meters below this new parallel tunnel, and at that depth, the temperatures would be freezing. And so now Alfredo, on top of everything else, was facing hypothermia. They quickly lowered the microphone again down to Alfredo, and they told him, "We're going to get you out of there. We're sorry we dropped you, but we're going to get you." And Alfredo's voice came back weak. He was tired, he was sore, he was freezing, he was crying. It was like the situation was just getting so much worse by the second, and rescuers knew they had to get to him probably in the next couple of hours, or that was it. And so another skinny man volunteered to go down into the hole, and they lowered him, and he would go all the way down to the bottom where Alfredo was. And he would call up that he found him and that Alfredo was alive. But Alfredo was stuck waist deep in this mud that the guy could not pull him out of. And so every time he'd begin to raise him slightly out of the mud, he'd lose his grip and he would fall back into the mud, going deeper into the mud each time. And after the 7th time of not being able to do it, Alfredo was getting dangerously close to being neck deep in the mud. And so the guy had to be pulled back out again. As soon as he was pulled back out again, more men volunteered themselves to go in there and try to yank him out, but many of them were not able to even get down to Alfredo. They would get stuck along the way. A couple did get to Alfredo, but they said his condition was worsening, he was weak, he wasn't even assisting, trying to get pulled out. It was clear they were reaching the end. Finally, at 6:36 a.m. on Saturday, so 2.5 days after Alfredo fell in, they could not get him to respond on that two-way microphone. And so they sent down a sonar probe, and they could not detect a heartbeat, and doctors declared him dead. The next day, liquid nitrogen was poured into the hole to preserve the body, and then 31 days later, they were finally able to extract it. After it was all over, the 25 million plus people that watched this take place live on television were crushed with what happened to Alfredo. There was a general sense that lots of people let this poor child down, which led to his death. But the person who was ultimately held accountable for it was the neighbor who had illegally dug the well. And so the neighbor was charged with manslaughter and was sent to jail, but their sentence is not publicly available online. If you hop in a boat just off the coast of Aberdeen, Scotland, and you cruise eastward, after about 7 hours, depending on your speed and the weather, you would come across this massive man-made structure jutting up out of the ocean. It looks like a cross between a construction site and a corporate office building sitting on top of 100-foot-tall metal stilts. It's called Magellan, and it is an offshore oil rig, and it will remain in place until all the oil has been sucked up in that area. The people people who work, often for weeks or months at a time, on rigs like Magellan are known as roughnecks, and they have one of, if not the most dangerous job in the world. All exterior surfaces on these offshore rigs are always slick, either with water or oil, and so there is a constant risk of falling, sometimes hundreds of feet. If you're up on a higher platform, you could fall to a lower platform, which could be fatal, or you could fall clean off the rig all the way to the ocean 100 plus feet below. If you add in some bad windy weather, the risk of falling increases tenfold. Also, the crude oil that these roughnecks are drilling for is highly combustible, and so fires are a huge concern as well. And if that wasn't risky enough, there's also this phenomenon known as a blowout, where basically the oil well that the drill is actually drilling into will just explode. Now, all rigs have some sort of mitigating equipment to try to save themselves in case this occurs, but in reality, if it happens and you are unfortunately near the drill when it happens, you are likely to be killed or maimed. While the downsides of working on an oil rig are fairly obvious, the upsides are too, namely your pay is fantastic. In 2000, a 41-year-old father of two named Gordon Moffat was a roughneck working on the Magellan. His primary job was to perform maintenance on the drill. Now, these offshore rigs work great most of the time, but they do have a habit of breaking down fairly often. And for a drilling company, anytime they are not sucking out crude oil, they're losing money. And so it was just a known thing when you worked on one of these rigs that as soon as there is an issue that causes the drill to stop working, it must be fixed immediately. Whether it's day, night, horrible weather, good weather, it didn't matter. It had to be fixed right away. And so on the night of October 9th that year, Gordon had just gotten back to his quarters to end the day when he got a call on his radio that he was actually needed to come back out to fix a problem that had stopped the drill. Now, Gordon was a seasoned roughneck, and he had grown quite accustomed to these late night calls to go out and fix things, and so he wasn't annoyed. He just put his stuff back on, turned around, and he headed out the door. When Gordon got to the main deck, which is this wide open metal platform right in the middle of the rig where the drill actually passes down through it on its way to the ocean, when he got to the main deck, he was met by some of his co-workers who told him where he would need to go. The cabling that needed fixing was located right below the main deck. However, it was not accessible from the main deck. In order for Gordon to get to it, he would need to go down to the next lowest platform from the main deck. Basically, he would need to hop in an elevator and go down one floor. And from this lower deck, the crew on the main deck would lower down a harness attached to a long wire. They would feed it down through this hole in the main deck platform called a mouse hole. It was about 10 inches across, and they would feed it down, and he would grab the harness, he would put it on, and then he would signal up to the main deck crew who could literally see him through this mouse hole. They would turn around and they would signal somebody called the hoist operator, and they were located above the main deck, slightly back. They couldn't actually see Gordon, so they're relying on communications with the people on the main deck. And the hoist operator would start their winch, and a winch basically reels in the wire that was connected to the harness that was on Gordon. And so once the hoist operator was informed, he'd turn on the winch, and then Gordon would be raised up until he could access these cables, and then he'd do his maintenance and be lowered back down, and that would be it. Now, Gordon and the crew had done maintenance using this winch system many times before, so this was a very routine fix. So Gordon made his way from the main deck down to the slightly lower deck, and he looked up at the mouse hole, and he watched as the main deck crew members lowered the harness with the wire attached to it down through the mouse hole. And so Gordon grabbed the harness, he put it around his waist, and he secured it, and after he was sure it was on correctly, he signaled up to the crew on the main deck that he was ready to start, and they in turn turned around, they flagged the hoist operator who started the winch. And so very slowly, Gordon was lifted off the platform he was standing on, and he was brought up after several minutes, all the way up about 10 feet to access these cables. And as soon as he was parallel with them, he waved to the main deck crew, who were not far from him at this point, and he said, "I'm good." And so they turned around, they told the hoist operator, who stopped the winch. And so Gordon got his tools out and he began working on these cables, and the whole time he's trying to stay in one place because the wind is whipping through and he's kind of dangling and swinging around. And then eventually he finishes the repair, the cables are good, and so he signals the crew on the main deck through the mouse hole that he was good to go. "You can lower me back down now." And so the main deck crew, they turn, they wave to the hoist operator to go ahead and lower Gordon, and the hoist operator, he gives the thumbs up and he starts the winch. However, the hoist operator accidentally forgot to switch the direction of the winch. And so when he started it again, instead of the winch spooling the wire out and lowering Gordon, it continued to reel the wire in, pulling Gordon upward. Now, the winch did not move very quickly, and so it wasn't like Gordon is rocketing up towards the mouse hole. However, this problem was immediately recognized by Gordon and the main deck crew, and so they're frustrated. They're yelling up at the hoist operator saying, "Stop, stop, stop, reverse the winch." They're all waving and flagging this guy down, but the hoist operator, after he had hit start on the winch, had just kind of turned around, because this is a routine thing they've done a million times before, and so he's not looking at the crew on the main deck, so he has no idea what's going on. And it was so windy and loud that night on board the rig that he couldn't hear their cries, and so the winch just continued to reel in the wire, slowly raising Gordon closer and closer to the mouse hole. Now, Gordon could not get out of his harness unless he was on the platform below, so there was no way to escape the situation he was in. And so Gordon, after a few seconds of this not stopping and him continuing upward, he starts screaming. He's not annoyed anymore, he's terrified, and so is the crew on the main deck. They are now frantically screaming at the hoist operator to stop the winch, but nothing is working. And so one of the main deck crew members, sensing that they need to do something different to get this guy's attention, he runs away from where the mouse hole is to this nearby phone, and this phone is connected up to the hoist operator station, and he picks it up and it starts dialing. Up in the hoist operator station, he's still not paying attention when the phone rings. He grabs the phone, puts it to his ear, and immediately he's hit with screams to stop the winch. And so the hoist operator, totally confused, whips around and hits stop on the winch. But it was too late. Just a few moments earlier, Gordon had finally been pulled all the way up right to the entrance of the underside of this mouse hole. And as he reached this hole, he tried to position himself in a vertical position so that maybe he could slip his upper body into the hole and he could just kind of slide through the hole. He'd still be hurt by it, but it would limit the damage. However, because of his harness being on his waist right in front of him, he couldn't get himself into a vertical position. He could only lay back in a horizontal one. And so when he reached the underside of the main deck and he's looking right at this mouse hole, he just put his arms and his legs out and tried to push himself back as if he could fight the winch and keep himself from going into this hole. But there was nothing he could do, and so his pelvis first was pulled into the 10-inch hole. And as his body begins to literally break in half, he's screaming out in pain, and then by the time the hoist operator had hit stop, Gordon was already deceased, and only a section of his torso actually made it up through the hole. Gordon's company was found guilty of being blatantly delinquent on many safety protocols.
Hell
so
yeah!
They were fined
How about having a
£60,000,
fucking radio for
and then
the
they
operator,
paid
bud?
an undisclosed amount to Gordon's family.
They're a fucking oil company. It better been a massive fucking payout.
In 1974, 18-year-old Debbie Stone landed what she considered to be an amazing summer job. She was hired to work at Disneyland in Anaheim, California. Her specific role was to be a hostess at a brand new attraction called America Sings. Disney had basically converted an old carousel, which is a ride that spins around in a circle. They had converted it into a rotating stage, and they put up partition walls all along this rotating stage to create 6 distinct stages on this rotating stage. And so on each of these 6 stages were different sets of these robotic animals that played different songs about America. And so the way this would work, if you were in the audience, is you would walk into this theater that looked like a single theater with one stage right in front of you, but really what you were looking at is one of these 6 stages. And so the audience would sit down, they would see one of the acts, they'd see one performance on one of the stages, and then the stage would rotate. And so the audience would remain in the theater until all 6 stages had rotated in front of them and played their 2 to 4 minute long act. Debbie's job at America Sings was at the beginning of these shows where the audience would watch all 6 acts. She would go up before the very first act, she'd go on stage and she would greet the audience. And then the show would start, it would filter through all 6 of the stages, and then Debbie would get back on stage and she would say goodbye to that group of audience audience members. It was a simple gig, and Debbie seemed to like it. And so on July 9th
What kind of stats
that
do I need
year,
on my
which was
helmet
9
there,
days
Tess?
after this attraction had opened, and so it was 9 days after Debbie had started her job, Debbie was asked to come in for an evening shift. And so she left her house and she made it out to the attraction at about 10 p.m., which was right at the start of a show. And so she went right inside, she hopped on stage, she greeted the audience, and then she left the stage and the show began. And so over the next 30 minutes, all 6 of the stages performed their acts. And then after the 6th act was
Big
done,
defense
Debbie
system,
dutifully climbed back onto the stage. She said goodbye to the audience. And then as
Can you
that
roll the same
audience was
stats?
leaving the theater, she turned around and walked towards the back of the stage she was on. What happened next requires some additional explanation. Each of the 6 stages that made up this attraction had a fairly tall back wall. And behind each of these 6 back walls that were kind of in a ring was the center of the actual attraction. And in the center was this circular, fairly tall storage room. This storage room did not rotate.
What type
It
of
was
numbers
stationary.
aside from
These
Big Life
stages and their respective
should I be
back walls,
looking for
they
before I bother
rotated
stopping
around
to check
this
out the
storage
stats?
room. And the gap
Like 600,
between the outside
700
of the
for each?
storage room and the back of any of these back walls was only a few inches. It was very narrow. But it was big enough that a person, in theory, could
For the
get
helmet.
stuck back there. So it was a real hazard. However, Disney did not put any specific safeguards in place to
dropped
prevent
a
their
bunch of
staff
Conquest
from
helmets, but I was
intentionally
just
or
checking them all out.
unintentionally going into this space. They just told their staff to not go back there and
I have
be
this,
careful.
like I said,
so
this
back
Elder-
on July 9th, after Debbie has said goodbye to the audience
I have an
and she's
Elder
walked towards
version.
the back of the stage
I
she's
got,
on, she decides to move from the stage she's on to the adjoining stage. And
Worm
when
scale
she
boot.
does that, she either trips or
Another-
falls or something happens which
What kind of
causes her to
Marshall
fall
Brigadier?
into the narrow space between the 2 back walls of the 2 stages she was on. And so she falls through that gap and then gets wedged between the outside of the storage room and the back of one of the back walls. She tries to pull herself up and pull herself out of the space, but she realizes she's stuck. And so she starts to panic and she starts screaming for help. None of the staff hear her, or they don't recognize that this is a real call for help. And this new wave of people that are coming in, the new audience, they're all talking loudly. There's music playing. They don't really hear her. And anyone that actually did hear her calling for help, they would later say they thought it was part of the show. And so as Debbie is screaming bloody murder, she cannot get out of this gap, this narrow gap she's stuck in. These stages, they start to move because the show is going to start. And because Debbie has nowhere to go, when the stage began to rotate, she got forcibly dragged and twisted and rolled, and her body began to contort, and bones started to break, and she was forced to continue moving through this narrow space because the stage was just going to keep on going until it reached its next position. And so finally, after it dragged her all the way to its next position, Debbie didn't die. She was grievously injured. She probably had dozens of broken bones, but she was alive and she's still totally stuck and she's screaming with every ounce of energy she has. But again, the audience, even though they heard her screaming, they assumed it was part of the show. And apparently the staff also heard her screams and convinced themselves it was just no big deal. And so 2 to 4 minutes later, when the act was complete, the stage began to rotate again. And so Debbie again is rolled and contorted and crushed and dragged and smashed and broken as the stage again rotates to its next position. And she's still not dead. She's screaming out for help. No one is coming to help her. And so the entire show would play out with the stage rotating through all of its sections. And then finally, at the end of the show, when one of the audience members alerted the staff that, hey, you should really go check out that screaming we heard. And at that point, they went for a look and they discovered Debbie, and she was very obviously deceased. Disney would pay a small settlement to Debbie's family, and then they would put up a number of safeguards on the America Sings attraction to make sure something like this never happened again.
A small settlement? Come on, Disney. It's criminal how little companies have to pay for shit like that. You literally destroy someone's family, you should have to give them stock options, for fuck's sake.
Today we have a really cool video for you guys. It'll be a collection of 4 stories that are all fan favorites, and they all share a theme: camping horror stories. These stories have all been totally re-edited, so even if you've seen them before, it's gonna feel new and improved.
Is it now? I'll be the judge of that.
In April of 2020, a 17-year-old named Sam, who was an avid outdoorsman, decided to go on a one-night hike in the Superstition Mountains in Arizona. The mountain's name has a bunch of supposed origins, but the one that's generally accepted is people are afraid of the Superstition Mountains because of all the mysterious deaths that have occurred there. And so because people would avoid these mountains in fear of mysterious death, it became the Superstitious Mountains. But Sam was not superstitious and regularly came out here to go hiking, in particular on this 8-mile loop that went through a canyon. And so this one night overnight he planned on doing was going to be on that 8-mile loop, where he'd do 4 miles in, camp out, and then 4 miles back. And he planned to do it with a friend, but his friend at the last minute canceled, and so Sam teetered on not even doing it, but ultimately decided, okay, I'll just do it by myself because I'm very familiar with this area. On the day he was supposed to go do this hike, he had planned on getting there early in the day to have maximum lighting, but due to some unforeseen circumstances and traffic and bad road conditions, he didn't get to the trailhead until 5:45 p.m. that night. Sam knew it was a bad idea to start this hike so late because he was going to run out of daylight. He probably was not going to make it 4 miles to the point where he planned on camping out, but he figured with his good health and fitness, he could probably quickly make his way to the 2 or even 3 mile mark, and there were some suitable campsites there. And so he decided he would kind of risk it and just try to go as fast as he could and use the daylight he had to reach a suitable campsite. But he wasn't able to move as fast as he thought he could, and soon the sun was down and it's totally dark, and he's got his flashlight, but that only is able to shine like 10 feet in front of him. And then at one point, he nearly falls off of this rock, and he knows had he fallen, he would have gotten really badly hurt. And he's 15 miles away from the nearest help. And he's in a bad cell phone service area, and the roads getting out here are treacherous. No one knows exactly where he is, and it dawns on him that he made a pretty bad choice, and you should stop right now.
I don't know if I've done regular theory.
And not try to risk it.
Pretty sure I did regular theory with my scooter build.
There was this forest right nearby, and he could see there was a clearing about 30 feet off the path when he shined his light. And so he walked into that clearing, and he found it was a great spot to make camp. And in fact, on the edge of this clearing was the remnants of a fire pit. It was very old, but it at least showed someone had camped out right here, and they seemed to have made it just fine. So suddenly he was feeling pretty smart, and he felt pretty good about where he was staying for the night. Now, Sam intentionally did not bring a tent. He liked to sleep on a sleeping pad with a sleeping bag over that, and then he would string up a tarp over the top of him in case it rained. And since this clearing was surrounded by a bunch of pine trees, he was able to string up his tarp over the top, and it was perfect. And pretty soon he had a fire going, and then he cracked open a can of beans, and he began eating his dinner. And as he was eating, he started to get a sense that something was off, something was not right. He began scanning the tree line as if he was going to find something out of the ordinary, but his visibility was incredibly limited because he was sitting right up against a fire. And if you've ever sat next to a fire in a dark forest, your visibility is like 5 feet in a circle around the fire. You really cannot see beyond that. And his vision was also limited by all the pine trees that encircled his clearing. So he really could only see what was immediately around him, nothing else. And he starts thinking, that's gotta be it. Maybe I'm just nervous because I have no visibility. But as he's rationalizing this kind of bad gut feeling, a rock the size of a marble comes soaring into the campsite and lands at his feet. And he looks down at the rock, and immediately he connects that to that sense of dread he had. And he's looking around a little more aggressively now, but again, his vision is very, very limited. And so for the next 15 minutes, Sam is really aggressively scanning the tree line and listening really intently, and he doesn't hear anything, he doesn't see any more rocks get thrown. And so he begins to rationalize and convince himself that there's nothing wrong here. That feeling I have, oh, don't worry about that. He starts telling himself, you know, I must
trust your gut, bro. Gut instinct is real. If you have a bad feeling, there's usually a reason.
It's something totally explainable, and you got nothing to worry about. And after a little while, he convinced himself, and he got into his sleeping bag under his tarp, and he went to sleep. A couple of hours later, Sam wakes up, and he has that same sense of dread, and now it's back with a vengeance. And he can't hear anything, he can't see anything, but he's definitely feeling like something is wrong. And at that moment, as he's listening really intently and looking really carefully, he hears the sound of rustling leaves. It sounds like someone walking through leaves about 30 or 40 meters away from his campsite. And initially, he can't tell if this person or animal is walking towards his campsite or away, but over the next 30 seconds or so, the sounds start to fade, and he convinces himself that, okay, they've left and everything's fine. But just in case, he wanted to grab his flashlight and shine it in that direction, and so he reaches next to him where he had left it when he had gone to bed a couple hours earlier, and he can't find his flashlight. He's looking around for it, and he can't find it, and he's like, man, that's weird. I had it right here, right next to my body, and it's not here anymore. And that's when the alarm bells start going off in his head, because the only way this flashlight moves is if he moved it. And if it's not here, how did it move? And so he jumps out of his sleeping bag, he ducks out from under the tarp, and he's looking around on the ground in the immediate vicinity of where he was sleeping to find this flashlight. And as he's looking, out of the corner of his eye, he sees some light. And he turns his head, and in the same direction that he had heard those footsteps, those rustling leaves, when he was still laying down, he sees his flashlight laying on the ground about 10 meters away, which means someone or something had been less than a foot away from him to get this flashlight that was right next to him while he was fast asleep and totally helpless, and had moved it all the way over there. And immediately, Sam thinks to himself, that's a trap. They are trying to lure me away from my campsite. Suddenly, he felt so scared he wanted to vomit, but he knew in order to survive this situation, he needed to keep his wits about him. So he puts his boots on and he grabs his knife, and he knows he's not leaving this campsite. In fact, he's going to build the biggest fire he can. He's going to stoke that fire as big as he can get it, and he's not going to go anywhere near that flashlight. For the next several hours, Sam just stood in the middle of his campsite holding his knife, preparing to confront whatever the heck is out in the woods. And over those several hours, he would hear footsteps approach his campsite, turn around, and leave. Every time the fire got lower, he noticed they would come closer and closer and closer, and when he would stoke the fire, they wouldn't come as close. But at about 3 a.m., he ran out of firewood, so unless he went into the woods to get more, he'd be out, and he's certainly not going into the woods. That's the whole point, is to avoid the woods where this thing is. And so as the fire died down, Sam prepared himself mentally for whatever happened next, because he knew that with that fire gone, this thing was comfortable coming all the way in, coming all the way up right next to him to get the flashlight. And so finally, he hears the footsteps approaching, and before this, the closest they had come was maybe about 15 meters away. They were far enough away it didn't feel intimate. It was terrifying, but he had some distance. This time, they walk right up to about 3 meters away, but they intentionally come behind the thickest group of trees, so he can't see them. And it's still dark outside, and he's in that bubble of light near the fire, so he's blind to whatever's on the other side of those trees. But he knows they're there, and they've stopped. And for 2 hours, this poor kid is standing in the middle of this campsite, facing in the direction of whatever is behind the trees. Probably his imagination is going crazy at this point with what could be behind those trees, just waiting for whatever happened next. But ultimately, the only thing that would happen is the sun would eventually come up, and right before it actually popped over the horizon, this thing on the other side finally moved, it turned around and ran away, and it did not come back. And so when the sun finally did come up, Sam didn't just charge out of there because he's still thinking there could be a trap. He waited until it was totally full sunlight, and then he packed up everything he had, and he practically sprinted back to the parking lot, back into his car, and he drove nonstop for 20 miles until he got to a gas station where he could park and collect himself. And when he got there, he got out of his car and he went in and he got a drink. And when he came out, he noticed someone had written something on the dust on the back window of his car. And he walks over and it just says, "Sleep well?" ? Sam is confident whoever was stalking him at his campsite is the same person or group of people that wrote this message on his car. And now Sam just wonders, what would have happened if I retrieved that flashlight?
That's someone taking the piss. That's how you get shot out in the wild.
Recently started dating, decided to go camping in Maine. Around 1 a.m. on the first night they were there, the girl wakes up because she has to go to the bathroom, and she's about to unzip her tent when she stops because she hears some strange noises coming from outside their tent. It wasn't that loud, but it sounded distinctly like
buttermilk biscuit flatulence I farted in
church. Really
church.
had to go, and she figured, you know what, it's probably just some small animal or something. And so she begins to unzip the tent, And there's a little bit of moonlight that night, and there was a clearing outside of their tent. So the moonlight's pouring through, so she has plenty of illumination. And so she looks through this tiny hole, and she can't believe what she sees. It is a grown woman squatting down about 2 or 3 feet away from their tent. Her back is to them, so she can't see that she's looking through the tent. And she's feverishly digging into the ground in front of her. The girl literally falls backwards into her tent. She's so startled by what she sees. And she lands on her boyfriend, who immediately gets up and he's like, "What's going on?" And she goes, "Shh." And she points at the little hole where she had unzipped the tent and she goes, "Look." The boy is confused, but he can tell his girlfriend is very serious. So he sits up quietly and he looks through the little opening in the door and he sees the digging woman. The boy recoils and looks at his girlfriend and he's like, "What is going on out there?" He takes a flashlight and she's telling him, "Don't do it." And he opens up the tent a little bit more and he aims his flashlight directly on this woman. And this gets her attention and she stops digging and she stands up slowly and she turns around and faces them.
Red and blue.
And she's got no expression. She's not giving them any indication why she's there. She's not acting aggressive. She's not acting scared. She's just completely neutral. And she stands there staring at them for quite a while before turning around and just walking away from their campsite. And after a little while, when they were pretty certain she was gone, they open their tent all the way, they go outside, they kind of scan around with their flashlights and she's nowhere to be found, and they go to where she was digging, and it's just this weird 4-inch deep hole in the ground. There's no rhyme or reason to why she was doing that. And so after sitting there wondering what they should do, they settled on, well, tomorrow we'll tell the park rangers that she was here and maybe they'll do something about it. And so feeling pretty confident that this woman's not going to come back, they both go back into the tent. They zip
I picked
it
up
shut,
Star
put
Wars
their sleeping
Outlaw,
bags,
played maybe
and
20
they're about
minutes
to go
of
to
it. Then a
sleep,
friend
and
wanted
they
to play
hear
Rocket
someone
League.
running towards their campsite, and they know it's this woman. They immediately unzip the tent and they look out, and now the woman's not digging anymore. She's rummaging through some of their stuff that's outside of their tent. And the way she's doing it, they described as monkey-like. She'd pick something up, look at it, and throw it over her head. She'd pick the next thing up, throw it over her head, back and forth, just throwing things behind her. And so the boy gets out and he shines a light on her and goes, "You need to leave." And she doesn't react. She just keeps flipping through all their stuff until he gets pretty forceful and says, "You need to leave right now." And at that point, she kind of stops and looks at him like, "Huh, what are you doing here?" And then she gets up, turns around, and walks away. Now the couple really doesn't know what to do because she's clearly willing to come back after being confronted. But they stayed outside their tent.
I'm
for about
doing
15
better
more minutes,
now,
shining
yeah.
their light and
When I
making lots
started
of
the
noise
stream
and treating her like she's an animal. And they're just
almost
trying to
9
scare
hours
her
ago,
away
I
from the
was not
campsite.
doing so hot.
After a little bit of time, they thought, okay, there's no way she comes back now because, you know, we were pretty aggressive with her this time and she seemed to really get it. They both do go back in the tent, and as soon as they zip it shut, they hear her come running straight back to the site, like she was literally waiting in the wings for when they went back in the tent. And this time she runs back to the hole in the ground and she's just feverishly digging into the ground as fast as she can. And this time they come out of their tent and they're mad and they are screaming at this woman to get the F out of here.
Yeah,
What are
I don't know. Were you
doing? And
were you
this
here
seems
the other
kind of-
day? I had a panic attack on stream the other night. I started my stream and like 10 minutes in, I fucking lost it. And then, like 2 days ago, I almost died. Well, could have almost died. I guess I'm being fucking dramatic, but yeah, dude, I had a, long story short, I had a blood clot in my leg that ended up rupturing one of my veins, so I got a giant bruise on my leg. But yeah, not cool. Not cool, bro. Went and sat in the emergency room because it was late enough at night when it happened. Because I'd never experienced anything like this. Yeah. So I'll tell you the story, I guess. The short version was blood clot exploded my leg. The extended version is I need to grind up some weed. The extended version is me, my wifey, and our old roommate, we're chilling on the balcony because it was a nice sunny day or sunny evening, and we were just chatting, and my legs started to feel funny. And so I kind of looked down and I rubbed my leg like just kind of off to the right of your shin. 100%, but that's all I've been thinking about because I've got really bad anxiety, and I'm like, when's the next clot coming? Is it going to be a pulmonary embolism? Is it going to be an aneurysm? Am I going to have a fucking stroke? Like, this is not... I'm getting myself worked out. I really need to grind some weed up, dude. But I had the same thought. Definitely better. But I went to the ER, and the triage nurse fucking checked me out and, you know, told me to sit in the lobby and wait to be called. And like 4.5 hours later, me and my wifey were like, well, it can't be that serious. Let's get out of here. Because they were, again, it's the ER, right? So I'm not trying to sound super like entitled or ignorant. I realize that an ER waiting room is based on necessity. So it doesn't matter how long you've been waiting there if you have a broken foot, if someone comes in with like a gunshot, right? So, but they clearly weren't concerned, so I was like, all right, I'm gonna fucking go home. And then I had a doctor's appointment, thankfully, the next day, and I went in and saw him and showed him my leg and explained what happened and how it happened and everything, and he called it something I can't remember the name of because it's too hard to... I asked him about like deep vein thrombosis and stuff, and I was like, I'm pretty sedentary. I told him, I was like, I sit in my computer chair for hours on end. Sometimes I do 24-hour streams, and, you know, he asked me, he's like, well, you get up in between that time and use the bathroom, move around? And he said, well, yeah. And he said, because he could tell I was like, the anxiety was getting to me. And he was like, this is very unlikely to be lifestyle related. It's more genetic based. And he said, he told me this. It was like a point that he had to say, and he was like, just remember, healthy people get blood clots too. It's just something that can happen the older you get. And I'm like, well, okay, well, you know, if it's not lifestyle based, like, is it like high blood pressure? Like, is salt bad for me? Is salt going to lead to a blood clot? And he told me to stop freaking out. Because it was in an anterior or a vein close to the surface of the skin. And what's up, real DJ? What's happening? But yeah, he said not to worry about it. He said obviously doing any exercise is beneficial regardless of how old, young, or fit or unfit you are. Any exercise is good. And no, so the DJ, I like I said, I was just explaining that to Red and Blue. We didn't get that far yet, but I was asking the doctor about that. I'm like, do we need to consider stuff like this? And he was like, fucking chill, bud. Coming in here with my doctor Google PhD pissing off my doctor. But could it be this? Could it be that? Are you sure it's not this? But yes, that is a good thing. But for the last 2.5 days since that happened, I haven't been able to properly feel rested. The other night when I ended my stream, because I had a panic attack on stream, bro, I was so fucking sore the next day I woke up. And it's because I just, like, my whole body, like, I was just, like, shaking. My whole body was just tense. And, oh, bro, I've got stress for days. It has nothing to do with my health. But yeah, my my lady's on her way home, and she makes me feel very good. I'm very comfortable and feel safe around her. And roll a bowl, light one up, and relax. That's what I'm doing right now. Can I make a polite and respectful suggestion? Absolutely. I probably have to do it again soon. It's probably been 2 hours. Every hour and a half or 2 hours, I'm getting up to do some stretches and do some squats. I'm telling you, it was unreal how, because like after I take my PTSD and my sleeping medications and I can sleep semi-okay for a little bit, when I wake up and I'm not high anymore, this is going to sound like such a drug addict thing to say, but it still blows my mind how good marijuana is for anxiety and stress, because I can't, it's like a factor of 5. I swear that's just in my head because you said that I should get checked for factor 5. This is coming from a super anxious person. Like, you wouldn't believe, but I had to quit smoking for a little. So I have... Yeah, but so, just so you know, the real DJ, before I was fucked up to the point where I couldn't hold down a regular job. No, you're fine. Like I said, I was a welder and a pipe fitter for 15 years. I had to get drug tested all the time, so I'm out, Big Daddy. I'm passing out. All right, bro. I'm gonna try and look back up in the stream chat to see what you said about some of the rolling options or how to do it. But I've got. No, wait. We already have the armor. Is the armor still in the crafting bench? I think it is. I've got a bunch of Conquest helmets. It's either Conquest or, where the hell did this other one go? The Haunted Bassinets? Alright, sounds good. I'm gonna keep on this mad farming. I need more gold now. I just spent all my gold upgrading my town. I still need to complete that for one of the challenges. Yeah, tremendous township. Anyways, the point I was saying, real DJ, is that I have stopped smoking before for like extended periods of time. I definitely don't feel like my anxiety gets better or easier to manage. Oh, 100%, dude. I understand what you're saying. I'm very well educated around cannabis, actually. I used to have to talk to customers and stuff when I was running a dispensary. There was a lot of old ladies that came in for medical stuff, even though we weren't allowed to give medical advice. We always had to like word stuff really dumb. Oh, 100%. I appreciate that, real DJ. And just because it didn't work before, it doesn't mean it wouldn't work this time. It's definitely something I could consider. But I didn't have anxiety until COVID, man. Literally, it just spawned. One day I woke up not feeling okay. And I really couldn't figure out why. And I just haven't been able to not feel that way since. And it's really shitty. I've been dealing with depression since I was a teenager. That's old news. But looking at like memes, COVID brain. For real, bro. I understood what you meant, the real DJ. I understood what you meant. Yeah. My memory's been shit because I've been getting garbage sleep for the last 20 plus years. Okay. Gotta finish these last couple maps. I need more torment and more influencer scarab. I just want you to get everything under control so we can keep enjoying your streams, brother. What's my Cash App? I'm in Canada, so we don't have Cash App or Venmo or anything. I think right now, because YouTube hasn't made me an affiliate yet, or I haven't earned that, the Streamlabs link might work if you have PayPal, I think. But anyways, earlier today, speaking of getting my stuff under control, real DJ, earlier today I was talking to the stream about wanting to get a couple free weights. You know, look on Facebook Marketplace, pick up a couple weights, and then start doing like a do you have a PayPal account? I have no idea. PayPal is just the thing everyone's always used. And that's what Streamlabs recommended setting up. It's been working for Itachi, but I don't know, again, all the ins and outs of it. I just have it set up as I'm like a PayPal customer. I use PayPal for Amazon and stuff like that. Places that don't accept my shitty debit Visa card. Oh yeah, but what I was trying to say. Oh yeah. What I was trying to say is, I think I might start doing like a. That's exactly what I said on my. That's exactly what I said on my stream. I said I want to get some of those big rubber bands and some free weights. And I said I want to get the resistance band so I can make my squats more difficult. And just for extra stretching and stuff. And then I wanted to get some of the free weights just for doing very basic, like full body movements. But start doing like an exercise stream 2 days a week or something. Just don't stand over it and let it snap your cojones. Yeah, I've seen enough TikToks and fail videos. I'm not going to be doing any of those silly workouts, bro. Stop attacking me, I'm trying to charge up this thing. Yeah, kettlebells would be sweet too. Oh, whoops, I just realized you guys can't really see anything, can you? Alright, let me start this video back up.
Frighten the woman, who gets up and she looks at them like, why are you yelling at me? And she runs away, and it looked almost animalistic the way she was running away, like she was feral. The boy and the girl are totally shaken up at this point. It's about 1:30 in the morning, and this woman just keeps coming back to their site, and they don't know what to do about it, so they turn on some lanterns and they turn on their flashlights, and they decide, we're just gonna stay outside until the morning. That way we know she doesn't come back and doesn't steal anything from us. But by about 3:30 in the morning, they've been outside for 2 hours, they're getting cold, they're super tired, the woman's nowhere to be found, and so they finally say, you want to go back in and get some sleep? I think this time she's really gone. They get back in their sleeping bags and they go to sleep. They don't hear her again. The next morning when they get up and they unzip their tent, they look outside and all of their stuff has been thrown all over the campsite. And the hole in the ground that the woman had dug that was previously about 4 or 6 inches deep is now well over a foot deep. And they realize this woman must have been lurking in the shadows in the woods, watching them from 1:30 to 3:30 in the morning. That whole time they were out there kind of warding her off. She was just waiting, just watching them the whole time in the shadows. And as soon as they went into their tent, she must have given it a little bit of time, but then she ran right back over and she ransacked their site. But the strangest thing was, after they looked through all of the stuff she had chucked around, nothing was missing, and there was some pretty expensive stuff that was laying out that she could have taken but didn't. After they picked up their site, they went to the park ranger and they told them about what had happened, but the ranger has no idea what to make of it. He's never heard of such a thing. And so the couple just leaves that day because they're not about to spend another night here. And to this day, they have no idea why this woman was running onto their site and digging into the ground and rummaging through their stuff. It was like she was just a wild animal.
I'm gonna jet though. Have a good one, bro. Alright, Red and Blue, have yourself a good evening. Thank you for stopping by and checking on you, boy, Adept. I do
In the
appreciate
early
it.
2000s, a teenager named
Hope you
Evan
have
and his father
a
would
wonderful
regularly go
weekend, my
hunting in the
dude.
Georgia backcountry. When Evan turned 14, his father befriended a very wealthy landowner in Georgia who offered them access to one of his best private hunting areas. And just a couple of days later, on October 5th, Evan and his father would take him up on the offer. They woke up super early and they drove out to the edge of this property that was actually fenced in. And they went to a main gate where they had the combo that this guy had given them. They punched in the combo, opened up the gate, drove in, shut the gate, locked it, and then continued down the access road. They followed this road for about 2 miles where it came to a stop right outside of this huge forest. They parked their truck, they got out, they put on their gear, and in the pre-morning darkness began hiking into the woods. Even though they were there primarily to hunt, Eben and his father secretly enjoyed just hiking around the woods and camping out, and any chance they got to extend their hunting trips, they would, even if the hunting wasn't good. And so since they spent a ton of time in the woods together, they noticed almost immediately when they walked into this particular forest that something was off. There's no birds, there's no animals, silence. It's just totally silent. The only sounds they heard that were not them was a single plane that passed overhead. Although they found this very odd, they figured, you know what, this is private property, not a lot of people are out here. I'm sure as soon as we showed up, the animals were aware of us and they've scattered. They finally make it out to the hunting stand that the owner had told them about. They get all settled in, they're getting ready to see some animals, and all day long, they don't see a single animal. They don't hear a single animal. In fact, again, it is just completely silent. Frustrated, they began packing up their stuff, making their way down off the stand, and they started looking for a place to make camp for the night. And Eben's father suggested, well, hey, you know, there's obviously nothing over here. It's been quiet all day. Why don't we walk deeper into the woods a little ways, set up camp there, so tomorrow we have a better chance of seeing some animals. So they hiked for about an hour farther away from where they parked their truck, and they reached this clearing, which is perfect for setting up their camp. And so they set up their tent, and Eben's father says, hey, you know, we still got some daylight. Do you want to go try our luck and see if we can see some animals out here now? Eben's like, yeah, why not? So they hike a little ways away from their campsite, and they set up their blind, and once again, they don't see any animals. It's totally quiet. And so they turn around and they start heading back. As soon as they could see their campsite, which really was just their tent, they noticed that their tent was now collapsed. And Eben's father turns to him and says, oh, it must have been the wind. And Eben says, no, it couldn't have been the wind, because all day today we have been commenting on how quiet it is and how the fact that there's no weather, no wind, no anything is heightening the fact that it's completely silent. So it could not have been wind. So Eben's father is like, well, when you set the tent up, did you not put the posts into the eyelets? Did you not build it correctly? And Eben's like, no, I've made that tent like 1,000 times. I know it was set up correctly. They walk into their campsite and they look down at their tent and they're really confused at what they see. The 2 rods that go in an X over the top of the tent that thread through nylon loops and then anchor at 4 different points on the base of the tent, well, they had been removed from the 4 corners. And if you know how a tent works, it works on tension. And once you have a rod anchored in 2 points, it doesn't just pop out. It's anchored at 2 sides. It's actually difficult to remove each anchor. Once one is out, the other comes out easily. But basically, the rod would need to break in order for it to come out of those anchor points, or someone would have to come over and remove it. And they didn't remove them, and none of the rods were broken, which leaves them with either they failed to set up their tent, even though they had distinct and clear memories of setting it up and double checking it was set up because they put gear inside of it, or someone came over to their campsite while they were gone and undid the 4 corners. They decide, you know what, it can't be some stranger coming over here because we're the only ones with the gate combo. This is private property and no one could have been here. And why would they do that if they came to our campsite? Why would they randomly collapse our tent and then vanish? So it had to be us. We must have not made the tent. And while they didn't really believe that they had not made their tent, they convinced themselves that that's what happened because the alternative was just too bizarre and frankly terrifying to consider. So they build their tent and they make a little fire and they stay up for a little while chatting before being tired and saying, okay, let's just go to bed. They extinguish the fire, they get in the tent, and they both fall asleep. A couple hours later, Eben wakes up suddenly and he's not sure if he's dreaming or not, but he thinks he hears someone laughing a couple hundred meters behind their tent off in the woods. Eben instinctively turns to make sure his dad is still in the tent with him, and he is, and then Eben starts listening really intently to what's happening outside. and all he can hear is silence, like it's been since they got in the woods. He doesn't hear any more laughter, and so he says, okay, I must have just been dreaming, and there wasn't any laughter out there, and eventually Eben goes back to sleep. A little while later, Eben wakes up suddenly again, except this time his dad is already awake and looking around anxiously. And Eben sits up and goes, what's going on? And his dad goes, shh, and he goes, can you hear that? And Eben listens, and to his horror, he hears laughing. He wasn't dreaming before. Eben also realizes the laughter is not coming from the same area he heard it. It's now coming from the opposite direction, and it's a lot closer to them. Eben very quietly and carefully explains to his dad that he actually heard this laughter a couple hours earlier. And Eben's father turns to Eben and says, before we came out here, I asked the owner, should we expect any other hunters or campers or anybody nearby? And the owner said, this is private property and it's fenced in. There is no one there but you guys. After this revelation, they both turn their attention back to just listening because they're hoping this is just gonna stop and whatever this is just gonna leave. But it doesn't leave. They hear footsteps running towards them from way off in the forest. And it's so quiet, it's really easy to hear these footsteps. And whatever this is charging towards them. And then it comes to a complete stop right at the edge of their clearing. At this point, Eben is now grabbing onto his father. Eben's father is holding onto his rifle and he's getting ready to open the tent to confront whatever is out there. And right before he grabs the zipper, this person, whatever it is, starts laughing again. And it's practically right on top of them. It's so loud. They can hear it clear as day right there, right outside their tent. And Eben's father takes a deep breath. He grabs the zipper, and as soon as he begins moving it, the sound the zipper made causes the laughter to stop. They don't hear footsteps, so they know probably something's still out there. But the laughter stops like it's recognized that they're making noise. They're right there. There they are. They're in the tent. Eben's father freezes with his hand on this zipper, and he's debating whether he should go outside or not. And before he can even make that decision, whatever this thing is turns around and runs back into the woods, and it's just gone. And for several minutes, they just sit like that in total silence, praying that whatever this is gone for good. And after several minutes, when they don't hear anything, there's no more laughing, there's no more running, Eben's father re-zips up the tent, puts his hand back down, and they're both left just sitting there thinking, what the heck just happened? Eben and his father would stay up all night, and they would barely speak, because whatever this thing was had heard them when they moved the zipper. And so they were really afraid of making any sound, even little sounds, because it's so quiet, sound travels really far, and they don't know who or what is out there. And so in silence, holding their guns, they're just waiting for the sun to come up. And as soon as it did, they were up and out of there, literally running out of the forest, checking over their shoulder the whole time all the way back to their truck. And so to this day, they have no idea who or what the heck was running around out there. And they told the owner of the property about it, and the owner just said, it's not possible. We have a totally gated in private piece of property, and there are cameras watching the only entrance. And you are the only ones that went in or out over that time period. And prior
yeah, because
to that,
you can't jump a different fence.
Nobody else was in there.
So dumb. You definitely ain't covering all your fucking property.
In 2016, a 25-year-old Wall Street banker named Matt was camping near Mount
Also,
Rainier
if no
in
one was supposed to be
Washington
out there
State.
and
His job
some
was so
fucking
hectic
psycho
that
starts
in the rare
laughing
times
outside
he
my
got a
tent,
chance to,
I'm
he
just
would
gonna start
disappear into the
blasting,
wilderness
bro.
For a few days to clear his head. Despite living in one of the biggest cities in the world, Matt was actually
America.
a very competent outdoorsman. And so for this trip, he decided he would stay way off any trail, deep in the backcountry in random locations. On the first night, he found a nice clearing in the trees, and so he set up his campsite there. He ate some food over his fire, he pitched his tent, climbed inside, and within a few minutes, he was fast asleep. Several hours later, Matt woke up to some strange sounds coming from outside of his tent. It sounded like a couple of animals or maybe one animal moving around right outside. And so after a while of just hearing this constant sound, he rolled over and he barely unzipped his tent flap just to look out and see if he could see whatever animal it was. And what he saw shocked him. There was a man sitting in front of his fire pit. There was no fire in his fire pit. And the guy was just sitting there with his hands on his knees, looking straight down. And periodically, he would just kick his feet in the ashes of the fire pit. And Matt didn't even know what to do, so he's just looking at him through this little tiny gap in his tent. And this man all of a sudden looks up directly at Matt and makes eye contact with him. And the guy's eyes go wide, and he stands up, turns around, and runs away from Matt's campsite. Matt has no idea how to react to this, and so he just quickly unzips his tent, jumps outside, and shines his light into the forest looking for this guy. He's thinking to himself, Who is this guy? I am in the middle of nowhere in the backcountry of Washington State. How long was he sitting outside there for? What does he want? And so as Matt is trying to make sense of this totally weird thing, he's thinking, okay, I'm gonna look out and I'm gonna see his flashlight somewhere, or I'm gonna see his campsite. You know, maybe he's set up nearby, and he's looking around into the total darkness. He's looking through all the trees, any light source anywhere out there he would see. And there's not one. There's no fire, there's no flashlight, there is nothing. And so eventually Matt goes back inside of his tent, he zips it up, and he's just left kind of dumbfounded. He can't understand how some person was just sitting outside of his tent for no apparent reason and then vanished into the forest without even turning on a flashlight. And so after a very restless night, finally the sun came up again and Matt was very relieved. He stepped outside, and after a little bit of time now from this strange incident, Matt started to tell himself that all that was is some guy happened to set up his campsite nearby. It is possible, albeit rare because we're in the backcountry, and maybe he was just intoxicated and he wandered over here, and you know, stranger things have happened, so that's probably all it was. And so Matt felt like there was nothing to worry about. He packed up his campsite and he began hiking into the forest. Matt didn't have a planned route. Instead, he had a map and a compass, and he began just kind of wandering in the forest, kind of exploring wherever he wanted to go. And over the next 2 days, he covered at least 10, maybe 15 miles in kind of random zigzag directions. He found a nice clearing and he set up another campsite. That night, he set up a fire and he was eating some food near his fire. And then as he's sitting there, he hears rustling coming from behind him. He's pretty sure it's an animal, so he turns around and he doesn't see anything. And he goes back to eating his food. And then a little while later, he hears some more rustling behind him. And this time, he can't really just write it off. Clearly, there is something behind him that's moving around. And so he stood up, turned around, and remained motionless and just listened, expecting to see maybe a deer come out of the woods. But instead, he hears a man's voice come out of the darkness that says,
"Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?"
And Matt's heart starts racing. He knows that even though he can't see him, it has to be the same guy he saw 2 days ago, because they are in the middle of nowhere. He hasn't seen any other hikers or campers or anyone, and clearly this guy has the ability to sneak up on him. And so he's thinking, what does this guy want?
Well, clearly
I
not
just spent
sneak
the
up
past 2
on him.
days hiking in random directions for 15
15
miles, and he must have followed me. And so Matt, not knowing what else to do, just says, I don't know where Bell's Canyon is. And then there's silence. And Matt, one part of him is thinking, I hope this guy does not come into the light. I hope he just goes away. The other part of him is thinking, well, you know, maybe this is a different person that is lost and they're looking for this place called Bell's Canyon, and they'll come into the light. It'll be a big relief. I'll send them on their merry way and everything will be fine. But as Matt is having this wishful thinking, the voice from the shadows does not come any closer, but instead asks the same question, a bit more forcefully this time.
"Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?"
This time, Matt did not respond. Now he was scared. This is not some friendly hiker looking for directions. There's something wrong. And so Matt, knowing he's all alone out here, he knew he had to do something to try to take control of this situation. And so he took a deep breath, he reached down and grabbed his flashlight, and in one swift motion, he lifted his light up and shined it in the direction of this guy's voice. And what he saw was this guy from 2 days ago looking out from behind a tree right in Matt's direction. He was hiding from him. And when the light hit him, the man barked at Matt to aim it away. And Matt kind of instinctively lowered his light, but now he was too scared to raise it again, and now he knows it's the same guy. This guy has been following me for 2 days. And so for several minutes, Matt just stood there absolutely terrified, and this guy, he just stayed out there. Matt didn't hear him move. It was just a complete standstill. And then the silence was broken yet again by this voice, except somehow he had moved even closer to Matt. And when he came through asking the same question,
"Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?"
his voice was so close to Matt that Matt got scared and raised his light up, and the man was standing just a few feet away from him. And this time, the man's eyes got wide like they did the first time they saw Matt, and he turned around and he ran into the forest again. Matt, not knowing any better, just began running after him, but he only ran for about 30 seconds before he realized the terrain out here is so rough. He's gonna fall, get hurt, he's gonna get lost, and this guy's already long gone. He somehow managed to run immediately so far away. And so Matt just goes back to his campsite, and he's thinking to himself, what do I do? I have no cell phone service. I'm at least 3 days away from my car, and I'm in the middle of nowhere. No one even knows where I am because I didn't chart a course. I didn't tell anyone where I was going to be. And so Matt just grabbed his knife and stood in the middle of the campsite, and for hours and hours he just kept looking around, expecting this guy to just show up again or start speaking to him from somewhere out in the darkness. It was absolutely horrifying. Finally, by about 3 in the morning, Matt was so tired that he had to go to sleep. He hadn't heard this guy again, he didn't see him again, and he figured, I need a little bit of sleep because tomorrow he's gonna pack up his campsite and begin this epic journey back to his car. And so he climbed in his tent and he had a very restless next couple of hours. And when the sun came up, Matt jumped out of his tent, packed up his stuff, and began practically running in the direction of his car. All day as he was hiking, Matt kept looking over his shoulder, expecting to see this guy, because clearly he had followed him for multiple days, over 15 miles, and so the likelihood that he's still following him was really high. And so all day, Matt just felt like he was being watched, he was totally terrified, and then the sun started to go down, and Matt knew he would have to camp out again. And so he found a clearing in the trees, he set up his campsite, and he was so tired from running basically all day and being so mentally exhausted from this experience that he just got in his tent and fell asleep very quickly. But several hours later, he woke up to the sound of somebody walking around his tent. And he knew it had to be this guy. He's still in the middle of nowhere. He's not even close to the parking lot yet. And so this guy is still following him. And so Matt sat up in his tent, he clutched his knife, and for hours and hours and hours, all night, this guy just walked around his campsite. And then around 4 or 5 in the morning, he scampered off. When the sun finally came up, Matt leapt out of his tent, packed up his stuff, and literally just began running in the direction of his car, hoping that maybe he could get there before needing to camp out one more night. And so all day as he moved, he's looking over his shoulder, knowing this guy is following him. At this point, it's not even a question. He's somewhere in the forest, but he could never see him. And unfortunately, as the sun was setting, he knew he was not going to be able to make it to his car. He was just too far away. And so at some point, when it got too dark to keep moving, he had to find a clearing and set up his tent again. And so Matt climbed inside of his tent, he zipped it up behind him, he grabbed his knife, and he sat there, expecting to hear this guy come walking around. But after several hours, he didn't hear him. And Matt started to wonder, maybe this guy has left me alone, finally. Maybe he's not following me anymore. And so Matt, who was totally exhausted, laid down to go to sleep. And then, as he's laying there from somewhere out in the woods,
Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?
Matt immediately sat up. His heart began racing so fast that he actually was concerned he might have a heart attack. And he didn't know what to do, he didn't know what to say, so he just sat there holding his knife. And then this guy began running past his campsite, making animal sounds, and he would stop periodically and moan and grunt, and he'd kick up leaves, and then he'd run past his campsite again, over and over and over again, until the sun finally came up and this guy scampered off back into the woods. Matt didn't waste any time. He leapt out of his tent, packed his stuff up, and ran all the way back to his car. When he finally got inside of his car, shut the door, and locked it, he cried tears of joy. He was so unbelievably relieved. And he peeled out of the parking lot, he got to a nearby hotel, he finally got cell phone reception, and he considered calling the police about this guy, but he thought, what am I gonna tell them? He didn't commit a crime, he was just terrifying. And so he decided not to call the police. He finally flew back to New York, and he just had to accept that there was some strange guy out in the wilderness of Washington state who was able to hunt him over 3 days and 30 miles in rugged terrain without the use of a flashlight, without any gear, and all he ever said to Matt was,
Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?
Okay, so what's Bell's Canyon? Did anyone
Wait,
Google
don't
it?
go anywhere. We actually have a bonus story for you. This final story has quickly become one of the classics on this channel. It's a story about a forest in Connecticut that is actually illegal to enter, basically because of maybe paranormal activity out there, we don't know, but it is actually illegal to go into this forest. There's a whole crazy story around it. I actually told the story on a live stream recently about Dudleytown, and so we went ahead and took that footage, we edited it, made it really pretty, and now you get to watch it in case you didn't see it live. Enjoy.
Ghost Town.
In the summer of 1906, there was this couple, Dr. William Clark and his wife Harriet, and they were up in northwestern Connecticut, and they're driving along this winding country road in a place called Litchfield County. And as they're driving along, it's so scenic and beautiful with rolling hills and green everywhere.
And what they were doing is they were looking for a location in this area that could serve as a location for their second home. So Dr. Clark was an oncologist, and they lived back in New York City, where he and his wife lived kind of a fabulous life. You know, he was super successful. He was not only an oncologist, he was a big-time professor as well. And so they lived this amazing life in New York, but, you know, their lives were really hectic. You know, New York City is a hectic place. Add in the fact that they were very social people, always going out and going to functions and this and that. And so they had some extra money, and they wanted to, you know, buy or build a second home that would kind of serve as their retreat away from the city. And after, I guess, looking all around the country, they found Litchfield County was kind of like the opposite of New York City. I mean, very few people were living there at the time. And again, it's this beautiful scenic place. And so it just seemed kind of like the perfect spot. So again, Dr. Clark and Harriet, they're just driving along, beautiful day. And they eventually, in Litchfield County, they eventually reach this beautiful red wood-covered bridge. And they go over it. And when they get to the other side, their field of view opened up because there weren't as many trees right on the other side of this bridge. And they suddenly had this view up and to the right, maybe, you know, half a mile away or something, of this weirdly shaded forest. Now you got to remember that basically everywhere they're looking, there's trees everywhere. I mean, it's very densely forested everywhere, but there was just this one kind of rise, like a pretty big hill, a prominent hill that was really dark, like totally shaded. And it was because there's two mountains or two hills on either side of it, almost creating like a valley. And so it just looked like, wow, that's a very shaded forest. And as you'll see, it's actually called the Dark Entry Forest, in part because of how shaded it is. And so they've just come out of this bridge, and they're seeing this area up on this hill. There's no buildings, nothing. It's just trees. And there was just something immediately about it that really stood out to Dr. Clark and his wife. And they noticed that the road they were on, there appeared to be like an access road that kind of splintered off the road they were on that appeared to go up into that forest, the Dark Entry Forest. And so they look at each other and they're like, hey, let's go up there. Maybe that's the place where we can find our spot for our second home. And so Dr. Clark pulls off the main road, goes on the access road, and he begins making his way up towards this kind of darkened forest area. And really quickly, the road itself was very overgrown. You know, at first it seemed like it was relatively well maintained, but the farther up they went towards this dark forest, the rougher it got, to the point where Dr. Clark couldn't even drive on it. There was too many potholes and everything. So they end up pulling the car over and parking. And at this point, they're actually in a bit of a clearing, and they can actually see up ahead of them where they parked. It looks almost like an entry point to the forest. The tree line is right in front of them, and there's kind of like a gap in the trees where this rugged road kind of continues into the forest, and they continue walking on foot towards the entry of this forest. Again, it's beautiful, scenic, very sunny, beautiful day. They're super excited, and they walk into the shade of the forest. And right away, it's like all the sunlight basically vanishes, but not in a spooky way, kind of like they lowered the brightness slightly, and it's very quiet. And, you know, the canopy in Dark Entry Forest is known for being really, really thick, and so not much light was pushing through, but it created almost like, it was like they were walking into a bubble. You know, it's just pure, unadulterated silence and peace. And as they're walking on this road, which quickly becomes mostly like a little path, it doesn't even look like a road at some point. It's just kind of like grass that's been pushed down. Clearly, not many people or anything is coming into this forest, at least not from this direction. And as they're walking along, they're looking around and they're like, this place is so beautiful. I mean, it was already beautiful, but this is especially beautiful. Like, they walked maybe a couple hundred feet into the forest, and off to their right is this apple orchard, untouched. No one's taking these apples. It's just like a wild apple orchard, and there's deer that are just eating the apples off the tree, and they're looking over at Dr. Clark and his wife, and they're completely unafraid. They don't see people, so this is not terrifying for them. Deer just eating their apples, and then, you know, on the other side of the road, there's these huge, you know, fields full of flowers that are, again, trees are everywhere, but there's all these flowers at the bases of the trees, you know, lilies and roses and yellow bitter tansies, or I think that's what they're called. So all these beautiful flowers. And then at some point, as they walked a little bit farther into this Dark Entry Forest, the sunlight that was poking through, it was hitting the ground in such a way that it was actually sparkling, because This forest was actually on a hillside, and there was this mineral called mica. If you're familiar, it's like this little translucent, it almost looks like kind of clouded glass. That's actually a mineral that comes from the ground. And when the sunlight hits it, it kind of looks like it sparkles. And so they're looking around at these wild animals that are unafraid of them, and flowers, and there's, you know, babbling brooks and streams. I mean, it's like out of a Disney movie. This is like a perfect place. And so by the time the couple came out of Dark Entry Forest, this is only, you know, like they walked around for maybe an hour or so. By the time they were coming out, they were completely sold that that was going to be where they went ahead and bought their land to build a second home. And so they go back to New York City, and they put in the paperwork to buy the land, and they buy 1,000 acres in this forest, which it's ridiculous to imagine just casually buying 1,000 acres anywhere. But they did. They bought their 1,000 acres. And as soon as they had it, as soon as it was finalized, Dr. Clark began calling around to all these builders, local builders in Connecticut, that could help him build his home. And he had no intention of building some humongous home. They bought a huge amount of land, but they only wanted to build a small cabin. But despite the job being relatively simple, and despite Dr. Clark offering quite a bit of money to anybody who was willing to go out there and build this for him, none of the builders would do it. They never really gave a straight answer to Dr. Clark about why they would not go into Dark Entry Forest, but universally, you know, no one would do it. And so, you know, Dr. Clark, he definitely was discouraged by that, but he just kind of chalked it up to, you know, okay, so obviously it's kind of an isolated place. It's relatively hard to get into Dark Entry Forest, and where they had bought this land, it was pretty far into the forest. And so he just decided, okay, it just might not be worth it for them. It's logistically kind of a nightmare. They don't want to do it. And so Dr. Clark is undeterred, and he decides he will just build the house himself. Dr. Clark, he grew up on a farm in New Jersey. He was a very handy guy. He had built buildings before, so this was something he could do. And so over the next several months, every weekend, Dr. Clark would make his way on his own to Dark Entry Forest, and it also was full of owls that were hooting all the time. So there's like this audio side of being in this forest, which is really intense. Like there's owls hooting constantly. And actually, Dr. Clark and Harriet thought it was really cute that these owls, it seemed like they were almost personally greeting them as they came into the forest. And so Dr. Clark, every weekend for several months, he would go into Dark Entry Forest and be greeted by the owls, and he would go to the land where the 1,000-acre land, and actually he had identified this one kind of flat spot in the 1,000 acres that was good for building a home. And so the first thing he did over these several weekends he was out there is he just cut down this massive swath of hemlock trees, just kind of clearing out that flat area. And then he chopped up the trees he cut down into lumber, and he used that to build a rustic, simple 2-story cabin. And then after this cabin was built, kind of up on this hill, there happened to be another hill not too far away from the cabin where there was a freshwater spring right at the top. And so, you know, Dr. Clark, he went up and laid piping from the freshwater spring down to his cabin, so they had fresh water in the cabin. And then down the hill from where the cabin was constructed was a small brook, and Dr. Clark, he found himself...
Alright, y'all, I'm gonna kill the stream here for tonight. Just about to hit the 10-hour mark. I'm gonna get up and do some stretches. Thank you for everyone who was hanging out, and catch y'all on the next one. So, peace, y'all.